A pleasant good morning to the Honorable John Briceño, Prime Minister of Belize, his ministers, ministers of state and members, to the Leader of the Opposition, her members, and Mr. Speaker. Let us pray. Almighty and eternal God, who through Jesus Christ has revealed your glory to all nations, please protect and preserve Belize, our beloved country. God of might, wisdom, and justice, please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help, we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Good morning, members, and welcome to day 3 of the resumption of the debate of the General Revenue Appropriation for 2025-2026. Today we start off with the member from Queen Square.
Honorable Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address this Honorable House in response to the draft estimates for revenue and expenditure for fiscal year 2025-2026 as presented by the Prime Minister on May 12, 2025. Before I delve into my critique of the draft estimates, permit me, Mr. Speaker, to quickly express gratitude to my dedicated Queen Square voters for being most resilient and for being generational UDPs over the past 41 years. That long-standing support is a direct result of our hard work and our unbreakable bond to stand strong in Queen Square. I pledge to stand in the National Assembly to represent my community in every debate, in every vote, and in every way that will aid to shape a better Belize. To the victory at the polls, I dedicate it to my mom, dad, wife, and my little daughter, Zayana. Now, Mr. Speaker, turning to the draft budget itself, while the education budget includes some commendable areas, there is one area that I wish to highlight for its drastic budget increase. At page 157 of the draft estimates, the total budget ceiling for this ministry stands at a whopping $303 million, illustrating a near $14 million increase. However, the real increase is found under personal emoluments of the budget estimate. The personal emoluments stand at $208 million for salaries, allowances, wages, and overtime. That's $83 million more than last year's budget, which is an increase of 66%. Come on, Mr. Minister of Education. It shows that this government can find money for what they want to. I hope and I pray this $83 million includes funds for the teachers' salary raise and for the teachers' increments. I quote the Minister of Education, "It is only through education that we can truly develop this nation. That is why we value our teachers." If the Ministry of Education is genuine to the teachers, I call on the Prime Minister and his cabinet colleagues that there is no better time to value our teachers and grant them the 8.5% salary increase and unfreezing their salary increments. You know what's the irony with the salary increase? When the PUP on the other side was campaigning in 2020 and the Plan Belize manifesto, they went from house to house, promising that when elected, the teachers would receive a 20% salary increase between 2021 and 2025. Let me be clear. In 2021, the teachers led by the PNTU initiated a nationwide strike, primarily in response to the PUP's government proposal to do the opposite. Instead of raising salaries, they were about to implement a 10% salary cut and a 3-year salary increment freeze for public servants and teachers. In the end, the teachers gave in, ending their strike. They were left to accept the hardship of the increment freeze. Now, even primary school students can add 3 years to 2021 to know that by the end of 2024, all teachers countrywide would be knocking on the doors of the Ministry of Finance for their salary increase and for unfreezing their increments. This time, the teachers are seeking a salary increase of 8% along with the unfreezing of their increments. I would have expected all smiles from the Minister of Finance. This requested increase is not half of the 20% originally promised by the PUP. Instead, the Minister of Finance reconvened his negotiating team. His chief negotiator is DPM, Deputy Prime Minister Curdell Hyde. Based on the counter proposal from the team, they have countered with a measly offer of 3% salary raise in October, additional increment at the start of the next fiscal year, the remaining 5.5%, and the unfreezing of the second increment not guaranteed under this proposal. Remember, you all promised a salary increase of 20% under Plan Belize manifesto. Now you want the teachers to accept a measly salary increase of 3%. Of course, the teachers have to reject that proposal. DPM, we all know that your convincing skills are legendary, but that's a pill far too big for the teachers to swallow. Your team needs to rewind and come back with a meteor proposal. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that we all know that inflation is not taking a 5-year break. The cost of food, utilities, and school supplies, they all rise year after year. Let me put this plain and straight. A 3% salary increase barely scratches the surface contained in the Plan Belize manifesto. I won't grandstand on this issue, nor will I oppose simply for being in the opposition. To the government of the day, I say, consider the burden of our teachers that they are carrying every day. They step into the classrooms with inadequate resources, large student-teacher ratios, aging infrastructures, and added duties like the newly proposed feeding program, like kindergartening the students between 12 and 1, like doing homework for free, no compensation for all of those. Yet they've always found a way to educate this nation. That includes you and me. I believe all of us here in this honorable house have been in the classroom benefiting from teachers as we earned our diplomas and our degrees. I'm sure some of us even have teachers who are relatives, teachers who we can relate to, and teachers that we certainly look up to. I say to the government of the day, when will the time come when our teachers won't have to fight or strike for their rights? If you want an incentive to do right, we just need to look across our borders to see how our neighbor Mexico recognized the vital contributions of their teachers. Former Mexican President Lopez Obrador announced a 10% raise for teachers before leaving office. This year, 2025, Mexico's recently elected female president, Claudia Sheinbaum, fulfill this commitment with a 9% salary increase for teachers, retroactive to January 2025, along with an additional 1% increase starting in September 2025. That's 10% promise, 10% delivered. Former US President Jimmy Carter once said, unless both sides win, no agreement is permanent. The DPM and his negotiating team need to sweeten the proposal for the teachers. Try your best to determine if you can budget the entire 8.5% and the increments for this year. If that is mission impossible, make a new 5% now for them and a 5% next year. One increment this year and the other next year. This proposal can be sweetened as an appreciation to all the teachers countrywide. 10% total salary raise for accepting the terms of a 2-year agreement. It only looks like a tall order, but it's doable, it's achievable with a little more tweaking of the numbers. Remember, I commended the government earlier for finding an extra $83 million in emoluments. I would hedge my bet on you that you can find another $64 million for the teachers. And remember, the UDP government raised teachers' salaries more than 20% between 2014 and 2020. Fact check that. So any suggestion by this PUP government that nothing happened for the past 13 years of the UDP government is not only dishonest, it disrespects the very unions and public servants they now claim to represent. As is, the teachers have demanded a more favorable proposal. Teachers must take a stand. Remember the old saying, closed mouth, no get fed. All the unions countrywide should sound the alarm. Enough is enough. In Latin, I say to the government of the day, carpe diem, seize the moment, seize the day. Mr. Speaker, this side of the House stands in solidarity with the teachers on this one. Free education is really not so free. We keep hearing this free education term. I think it's misleading at best. I have had people in Queen Square come to me asking to pay the graduation bills, to pay this bills, to pay next bills. I can't see the free education. You can't see that? I really don't want to paint a picture of doom and gloom. I'm just presenting a true picture, trying to stop the PUP trickery of believing education does not come at a price. Now let me shift to another ministry, one that touches every Belizean family, the Ministry of Constitution and Religious Affairs and Transportation. How dare we talk about a modern transportation system when the draft estimate shows no fund allocated for modernizing the transportation industry? In fact, Mr. Speaker, a perusal of the draft estimates for this ministry shows a budget of $2.5 million, totaling a projected $10.5 million. The section dealing with transport administration and enforcement at page 291 reveals that the transport budget is expected to increase from $6.1 million to $7.8 million. That's an increase of $1.7 million, of which $1.5 million is an increase earmarked for spending on recurrent revenues. Believe it or not, recurrent revenues. So the clear majority goes to just recurrent revenues. This is the 5th national budget presented by the member from Orange Walk Central. And you know what? It contains not even a shilling of hope that this government cares about commuters. and not even a Queen's dollar coin is found in the draft estimates to build or upgrade infrastructures like bus terminals. But Mr. Speaker, before I go any further, I want to make it clear that I support the concept of providing more comfortable buses for our commuters, that I support the concept of having less bus operators competing on the main routes, that I support the concept of having fiscal incentives for bus operators. So yes, I support the concept of modernizing the transport sector, but we must do it right. Yesterday, the Minister of Transport, during his presentation in this House, referred to a proposed plan which has not yet been shared officially with us. But to ensure that this plan stays on the road to success, I will add that it's imperative to listen to the stakeholders, listen to the commuters who are crying out for, listen to what the bus operators in this country have been saying for umpteen years. Then revise this proposed plan based on all contribution of all relevant stakeholders. There is no doubt in my mind that a budget from the government side is required to implement the much needed overhaul of the transportation industry. Allow me to put this into perspective for you. The bus operators and the commuters are very wary of this PUP government when it comes to the transportation sector. They remember the Novella's fiasco of 2003 like it was yesterday. Buses on the roads were old and tired. Bus drivers raced for passengers. Commuters waited for hours only to be greeted by a bus full of standees. This same PUP government supported the Novella's bus monopoly 22 years ago. An exclusive 15-year license to Novella's, $43 million in private public sector loans, of which $30 million had been loaned by DFC. Mr. Speaker, I can't imagine how many small businesses, how many agricultural farms, how many opportunities were taken away from small investors to facilitate the revamping of the bus industry. But all the fairy tale dreams and benefits of a better transportation industry under a monopoly went down the drain in less than 3 years. By 2006, it was over. And just like Humpty Dumpty had a great fall, all the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put the bus industry back together again. Now, the Ministry of Transportation is back to the fairy tale solution again. They want to monopolize the main bus routes, this time through private-public partnership. But the bus operators that I talked to out there, you know what they're feeling? They have this gut feeling that this proposal is like Novella's 2.0, only at this time, the government wants to be the partner in control of the monopoly. I will repeat, everyone remembers that the PUP government were facilitators of the worst buyout and the worst bus monopoly in Belize's history. Today it feels like deja vu, a weird feeling that we all experienced this bus situation before. Just this time around, instead of the DFC lending, it could be our social security taking on this huge risk. Here lies the problem. The draft estimates should have demonstrated a clear budget from the government to show that standing on the bus when it departs the terminal, bus can go right around the corner. Sorry. The need for terminals is obvious. Take the Belmopan terminal, for example. Everybody is seated at the terminal, and as you go around the corner, everybody is allowed to get up and stand on the bus and go on. Now, if the Ministry of Transport currently is having a hard time to enforce traffic rules on bus drivers, would you believe this government is equipped to handle the logistics and finances of the entire bus monopoly? Bus owners are afraid that they will not see any profits for many years as the monopoly feels its way around, raising bus fares here and there or trying cost-cutting measures to be profitable. The Minister of Transportation has been completely silent on the issue of profits. Maybe it's because there's a reality that public transport should not be profit-driven. It should be cost-effective for the poor. It should be subsidized with a view of one day being free for all. At this stage, nothing is in place to convince bus operators to take this leap of faith into another monopoly. The government has no credibility in this industry. They have invested nothing meaningful in this year's draft estimate. As such, bus operators will find it hard to believe that they will promise from this prematurely hatched proposal. This ministry needs a reset. From the outside looking in, it looks like the government is trying to dead raise because they are not bringing any tangible investment to the table. Well, beside those worn down bus terminals, it appears that the real investment will be coming from the bus operators. I will suggest that the Ministry of Transportation need to, first and foremost, build new terminals and refurbish old ones. Implement a new advanced mobile ticketing system. How long we're behind? And establish a better enforcement team. Only then will this government be considered worthy to invest hands in hands as true partners with the bus operators and with the best interests of all stakeholders. Government may need to subsidize the bus industry. That's real. Too often we hear promises and see pilot programs that never scale up. It's time to step up, government. Move from this fairy tale proposal to at least a true pilot project. Take one of the main bus routes. Go demonstrate to this nation that you can iron out the wrinkles of the intended bus monopoly. Only then will the bus operators be happy and ready to buy in on the National Transportation Plan. Ministry of Tourism, Youth, Sports, and Diaspora Relations. There is no doubt that the tourism is one of the main engines of our country's economy. Since the COVID-19 era, it has rebounded well, showing resilience and room for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, the draft estimate for this ministry is located on page 205. It indicates an increase in the total budget ceiling for the ministry.
Members, please let's allow the member of Mesopotamia to continue his Queen Square to continue. Please let's allow the member of Queen Square to continue.
As I was saying, in the tourism industry, since COVID-19 era, it has rebounded well, showing resilience and room for future economic growth. Mr. Speaker, the draft estimates for this ministry is located on page 205. It indicates an increase in the total budget ceiling for the ministry from $11.1 million last year to $13.5 million this year. That's an increase of around $2.4 million. Being such a profitable ministry, I searched to locate the line items where all big projects were to be found. At page 13 of the draft estimate, the last page for the ministry's draft estimate, I read that $1 million was estimated for Hallova Creek dredging. So that made me realize how the member for Pickstock manages to stay off the radar. These projects being spearheaded by BTB, a statutory body which operates under the Ministry of Tourism. Most of the minister's projects are happening through BTB's $54 million bond, which has been floated since 2023. This bond is designed for marketing strategies and for tourism infrastructure. But since the inaugural fanfare, there has been zero transparency pertaining to the bond. No report, no audit, no breakdown of how this massive sum of public funds is being spent. From my best reports, the minister have been gallivanting around the world, stopping in England to watch the game, sponsoring football teams for the Mondalito, and of course, spraying on his political ambitions. He was dishing out political donations during the last elections. I'm sure me and the member for Albert knows about it. The opposition demands a forensic audit to detail the precise spending of the bond. How much has been spent and who all have benefited from this bond? At this stage, all I can do is speculate because a school is being opened, an apartment is being constructed, road is being concreted in Punta Gorda. Belizeans have a right to know who in the Ministry of Tourism knows about building roads. Did they go through the MIDH? I'm sure the member for Kaya South could confirm this. One thing, not even the PM can spend $54 million of government funding without first taking it to this honorable house. So then, if this bond does not fall under the Finance and Audit Reform Act, you know what that means. The opposition is not in disagreement to some of the social programs being financed by this bond, but rather the process for transparency and accountability for government funds may not be in place. As such, the opposition demands a forensic audit to detail the precise spending of the bond, how much has been spent, who all benefit from it. I turn to the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Security, and Enterprise. The total budget ceiling, $17.1 million, increased to $17.9 million at page 175. I see future farmers summer program increased from $19,000 to $49,000. At least during the summer, we know people in the villages who love farming will have better opportunities. Assistance to farmers went down, however, from $2 million to $1.5 million. I find it strange because the cattle disease is right around us. The new world screwworm is a flesh-eating parasite. In fact, the USDA suspended all imports from Mexico to the United States. That's a loss of 3,700. That's a loss of 3,700 cattle per day. I don't know if we have a plan for the screwworm. I don't know if we have a budget if it gets out of hand. According to the member from Orange Walk South, he will eat them along with the cow, not I. The next was the Taiwan Belize Sheep and Goat Project, an excellent project to enhance genetics in the sheep and in the goats. I'm not sure now that we're in phase 2, whether the government is taking it over wholly. What's the budget for this project to continue on? I guess they will eat only grass now. From promise to performance, very short punchline, smart. I'd say catchy smart. But let me stretch out the budget punchline for all Belizeans to fully understand. We on this side of the Honorable House agree that the long title for this year's budget should read, from promises contained in the Plan Belize Manifesto to the underperformance found in the draft estimates. This is a mixed bag budget, as one member on the other side so aptly conceded to in his budget. Another member on the other side, or on the same side, said, we need to find a new formula where everybody can win. I won't name the members, but I will only say that I'm happy to know that not everyone on the other side is drinking that blue Kool-Aid that they are serving the people. Mr. Speaker, the Plan Belize Manifesto is the PUP bag of magic tricks. They capture the voters with it like a political witch casting a spell, promising the world to the voters anything to secure victory at the polls. But you see, the draft estimate tells a new story. Teachers were promised 20% salary increase. That's down to an insulting 3%. 10,000 starter homes were promised. That's now down to less than 20%. Increased police department to 4,000 officers, and to date, that's down to about 2,600 police officers. I think that you will come to one conclusion. This government overpromised Belizeans on the big ticket issues, on the bread and butter issues. I wish to say that on this side of the House, we are not opposing just for the sake of opposing. We are here to do our part in ensuring that there's a better budget next fiscal year. Let us continue to work for a Belize that is just, inclusive, and prosperous for us all. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Just in time.
We'll suspend the meeting to install a podium for Minister Musta. I recognize the member from Caribbean Shores.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to all my colleagues on both sides of the House this morning. I think the member for Queen Square, I think all of us were expecting a breath of fresh air, but instead we got a nice dose of a breath of hot air grandstanding just now from the minister and the member from Queen Square. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this honorable House with deep gratitude, steadfast purpose, and a renewed commitment to the people of Belize. As Minister of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, I am honored to present our ministry's contribution to the budget debate for fiscal year 2025-2026. An opportunity not merely to recount figures, but to reaffirm the values and vision that guide our governance. If you would allow me just a moment, Mr. Speaker, to extend my gratitude to my constituency, the residents of Caribbean Shores, who have delivered me yet again in overwhelming fashion by the largest margin in the history of the shores. It is not lost on me, Mr. Speaker, that we are in a division, in a constituency of free thinkers. I can't boast like my friend over there that we have generational PUPs in Caribbean Shores, at least not yet. We have the likes of Sir Manuel Esquivel, Honorable Joe Coe, Mr. Santi Castillo, and Mr. Carlos Perdomo. No doubt very big shoes to fill. And so, having this opportunity in my 10th presentation of a budget debate this morning, and as the first third-time era rep for Caribbean Shores, I am extremely proud. I also want to say a big thank you to my family, to my wife Carla and my two boys Aiden and Liam, for their sacrifice and their support in this journey to make Belize and to make Caribbean shores a better place. I want to acknowledge my team, Team Kareem, in this third victory, because I can recall in 2015 when we had that first win. When I look back at the photographs and I remember that period, it seems so long ago, but it was a very young, vibrant, junior team when it comes to politics. But to see them now, I see a powerhouse of constituency leaders who are dedicated day in and out to the delivery of services to our constituents in Caribbean shores. And so to them, I say thank you. Mr. Speaker, having this opportunity as well, now in my third term, but having seen what it was like for 5 years under the United Democratic Party, and then 5 years under a PUP administration, it makes me go back to that song that we had in the last election. They are not like us. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member just now talk about housing. My brother, you have some real nerve to even bring up that topic, because not one of your matchbox houses was built in Caribbean shores. I can report today that we are going to have in a few days 17 concrete homes in Caribbean shores and in Blackberry estates. Not a single matchbox house. Not that we wanted any of your matchbox houses, no. And it's pretty barefaced. We're bringing it up because you all invented the term and you have to take responsibility for it, for something called housing for the poor. But all that land scam has proven is that the UDP is corrupt to the core. Hustling for boots, barefaced hustling. And I heard the member for Fort George say we are going to take back Belizean Beach, and I for one support that call, because it was not the intention then, unless you want to correct me, Madam Leader, that housing for the poor was supposed to be a big land deal sold for $11 million. Is that what your intention was? Or will you come here to this house today and join the call that we take back Belizean Beach from Boots Martinez? That is what you need to talk about. At the price where you pay, exactly. We know the Gihino $11 million. And then the member for Queen Square touched on free education. You see the hot here where they talk about? This administration, member, let me educate you a little on education. This administration spent a record budget in financial educational assistance across this country. You check your records. Under the member for Freetown, and I'm sure that will continue with the member from Toledo West. Member for Albert, it is in the Southside constituencies, I believe 23 schools. 23 schools where education is free. You never had that under the UDP. You need to check it. You need to check it. Record achievements, Mr. Speaker.
On a point of order, the Madam Leader was, I think, was doing okay, but the point of order, 42B, clearly states that when a member is speaking, we should all sit and listen. When she had that opportunity, we did not interrupt her, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Members, I take this opportunity to remind all members of 42B. I don't think I need to repeat it. So, member from Caribbean Shores, can you please continue?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to my friend, the member for Toledo West, for having my back. But please, by all means, speak up, but speak about boots. I want to need to talk about. And then, Mr. Speaker, the member for Queen Square. Oh, the member for Kaya West is here. Welcome, member for Kaya West. We're excited to have you with us this morning. But he's here today, so I congratulate him on that. I hope that your deputy leader of the opposition will show face, because that's a major disservice to the people of Corozal North who just recently elected him. He needs to come to this honorable house and serve his people, man. When you don't appear to represent your people, not just one, not just two, but 3 days, it goes to show that what the people think of the UDP might just be true. It is all about themselves and this power grab. They want to get back into power so badly. They don't even care about representing the people. So I'm glad, member for Kaya West, that you have showed up here today. Well done. Missed 2 days, but he's here now. And then, I'm not sure, maybe he'll tell us this morning which of the 2 DPs he sits on. Madam Speaker, the member for Queen Square, sorry, Mr. Speaker, my apologies. Mr. Speaker, the member for Queen Square also spoke on the transport industry, which is a topic that he is extremely familiar with. And one, he failed to acknowledge the point that his administration allowed the bus industry to get completely out of hand over the 13 years that their administration had courage of that transport industry. That is why we are in the problems we are today. How many bus operators we have right now? 31 bus operators. What you heard yesterday, member for Queen Square, and I heard you somewhat endorsing the plan of the member for Dangriga, and then you started to actually put forward proposals that he himself said yesterday, man, about the mobile ticketing and the enforcement team. These are all a part of the plan, and you said you're going to attend on Friday. I hope that you do, and I hope that you contribute, because it is an excellent plan to bring back the transport industry in this country that you all ruined. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, sorry, I'm already used to Madam Speaker. I would like to now turn my attention to our ministry's contribution in going over not just the budget estimates for this year, but the accomplishments and achievements over the last year. Mr. Speaker, this budget is more than a ledger of expenditures. It is a statement of intent. It reflects our collective determination to safeguard national security, promote good governance, uplift communities, and ignite new pathways for Belize's sustainable economic transformation. In the face of both challenges and opportunities, our ministry has taken bold steps forward, anchored in strategy, grounded in data, and driven by the belief that security and opportunity are not mutually exclusive. On the contrary, they are interdependent forces that together create a resilient and thriving society. Mr. Speaker, this past year has been a pivotal one. We finalized our strategic plan 2025 to 2030, crafted through wide consultation and rooted in the lived realities of the Belizean people, ensuring that our ministry is future ready. From the reduction of major crimes to the digital modernization of our public safety systems, from expanding forensic capacity to reintegrating youth into the formal economy, from regulating firearms responsibly to launching Belize's first commercial hemp line. These are no longer merely aspirations. They are achievements, tangible, trackable, and transformative. This fiscal year's budget will deepen that transformation. It will support new infrastructure for the Belize Police Department, further develop our National Forensic Science Service, strengthen legislative framework, and position new growth industries as the engine of tomorrow's economy. But beyond the policies and programs, this speech is a reaffirmation that security must be people-centered and growth inclusive, that governance must be transparent and accountable, and that Belize's future must be built on innovation, equity, and the unshakable will of its people. Mr. Speaker, it is with that conviction that I now turn to the work ahead of us, beginning with our continued efforts to strengthen citizen security and redefine public safety for the modern era. The safety of our citizens remains the cornerstone of our democracy and the foundation of national development. It is a responsibility that the Ministry of Home Affairs takes with the utmost seriousness and with a clarity of mission that has yielded measurable, meaningful results over the past fiscal year. In 2024, Mr. Speaker, Belize witnessed a substantial reduction in major crimes, recording 1,062 major crime incidents, down by 231 cases compared to the previous year. This decline, Mr. Speaker, includes a 13% drop in homicides compared to 2022 and a notable 32% decrease in murders in the Belize district alone. I know that it might feel like decades ago under the United Democratic Party, Mr. Speaker, where we had John Saldiva and Michael Perifit as the Ministers of National Security. Back then, let me remind those on the other side, Belize was ranked the third most deadly country in Latin America. Since 2022, Mr. Speaker, I can report that we came out of that top 10 list to 11. 2023, we went to 14. And I can announce here today that we remain at 14 after 2024 was concluded. That is a huge jump in just a matter of years. And these aren't my statistics, members on the other side. This is from Insight Crime, which is a trusted crime analysis center that reports on the figures globally. These statistics, Mr. Speaker, represent far more than data points. Each prevented crime reflects a life potentially spared, a community reassured, and a child who can walk to school in peace. Over the last year, law enforcement operations have also intensified. In the year 2024-2025, 479 arrests were made for offenses including drug trafficking, illegal firearm possession, and other major crimes. These efforts led to the seizure of illegal substances and an alarming 139 illegal firearms and 3,532 rounds of ammunition now off the streets of Belize. Mr. Speaker, this reflects a 30.5% increase in arrests and seizures compared to 2023. underscoring our intensified focus on dismantling criminal networks and disrupting the flow of illegal weapons and narcotics into and across our borders. Mr. Speaker, these gains would not be possible without investment in people. On April 19, 2024, we proudly welcomed 213 recruits into the Belize Police Department under Recruit Squad 97. And in just under a month, we will see the integration of an additional 225 freshly minted, well-trained police officers, providing a significant boost to our human resource capacity and community presence. These new officers, trained in modern law enforcement techniques and community-based policing, have already enhanced response times, increased patrol coverage, and fostered stronger relationships with residents and local businesses. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to also acknowledge that just last month, our department underwent a transition in the change of the High Command of the Belize Police Department. And we at the Ministry join all Belizeans in welcoming with great excitement our new Commissioner of Police, Dr. Richard Anthony Rosado, whose strategic leadership and acumen will take our department into the future of smart policing. Mr. Speaker, as we strengthen the boots on the ground, we are equally committed to the hearts and minds behind the badge. Recognizing the emotional toll of frontline service, we opened the Lotus Center in early 2024, a dedicated wellness hub offering confidential mental health support, peer programming, crisis intervention, and professional counseling for police personnel. Policing, as you know, Mr. Speaker, is a high-stakes, high-stress profession. If we demand professionalism, we must also provide protection for our protectors. Mr. Speaker, I know that a lot of the information coming out of the Lotus and of these sessions are considered private and confidential, but some of our officers were so overwhelmed with joy at this service that they asked for me to share their testimonials of this vital service that we have added at our department. Corporal Travis Castillo said, and I quote, "Before reaching out for counseling, I was lost, and now I am on the road to recovery. Not back as yet, but getting there." ASP Jose Mendez, commander of Precinct 2 in Belize City, says, "The work of the Lotus office is by far very impressive, validating our officers and giving them a chance to understand their challenges with mental health and building resiliency." Mr. Speaker, in this upcoming fiscal year, I am pleased to announce that we will expand mental health services to district stations and integrate wellness modules into officer training from day one. The culture of silence around psychological well-being must give way to a culture of support, resilience, and human dignity. Mr. Speaker, we are not just scaling up, we are scaling smart. Modern policing requires modern tools. In 2025 to 2026, we will launch the Police Records Management Information Systems, replacing our SIMS system, which is somewhat outdated and has served us well, but it is time for us to step up our game. We will install interview recording systems in Orange Walk, San Pedro, Belize City's Gender-Based Violence Office, Belmopan, Benqueviejo, and Punta Gorda. We will enhance aerial surveillance through our expanded drone fleet, supporting reconnaissance, search and rescue, and hot zone monitoring during high-risk operations. Mr. Speaker, and perhaps what is bound to be the centerpiece in technological breakthroughs for 2025, our ministry will launch a state-of-the-art surveillance camera center right here in the city of Belmopan. In partnership with our national service provider BTL, we have already begun the installation of 1,000 CCTV cameras across all municipalities, urban hotspots, and key tourist areas, with the expected completion date for the project slated for September of 2025. Needless to say, Mr. Speaker, this will be a massive game changer for our policing infrastructure and will serve as an invaluable aid to the police in preventing, reacting to, and solving crimes through HD accurate identification. Mr. Speaker, and to complement our national surveillance system, we will also strengthen our 911 national response system under the CABE-funded Belize Integral Security Program, enhancing real-time dispatch for fire and medical emergencies, particularly in underserved rural regions. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know the public might be seeing, and even in my constituency, that this installation has already begun. You will see cameras across the country in these municipalities going up, and I just want to assure the public that this will be a project that will be completed in September of this year. And so while it is that you might see cameras are up, it does not necessarily mean that they are functional as yet. They have to be connected to the fiber system, connected with electricity and all of that. But BTL is working diligently to have this entire system of 1,000 cameras uploaded by September of this year. Mr. Speaker, this is a comprehensive modernization agenda, not just for the sake of technology, but to ensure that justice is faster, fairer, and more accessible to every Belizean. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in training and development like never before. In 2024 alone, the Belize Police Department conducted 44 specialized courses covering financial crime and fraud investigation, synthetic drug interdiction, human trafficking prevention in collaboration with Colombia, Guatemala, and El Salvador, tactical operations and special forces training, cyber security, Celebrite digital forensics, and judicial procedures. This training, Mr. Speaker, is elevating professionalism and equipping our officers with the tools to confront 21st century threats, from trafficking and gang violence to cybercrime and online exploitation. Mr. Speaker, we are building a police department that is smarter, stronger, and more trusted. A department grounded in data, driven by justice, and guided by community service. And above all, we are reaffirming this truth: national security is not a line item, it is a lifeline. A lifeline for every citizen who deserves to feel safe in their home, their school, their street. A lifeline for our democracy, for our future. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, just last week, our ministry, in conjunction with the Ministry of E-Governance, launched another major digital service, the Criminal Records Registry online portal. For the first time in Belize's history, citizens will be able to apply for, pay, and receive their police certificates of conduct entirely online from the comfort of their home. This innovative service reduces wait times and lines at police stations and enhances transparency and user trust in the system. And to ensure inclusivity, Mr. Speaker, we have equipped 10 police stations countrywide with digital kiosks to serve individuals who might not have internet access or who might not be tech savvy, so to speak. These stations are located in Corozal, Orange Walk, Belize City at Precinct 2, San Pedro, Belmopan, San Ignacio, Benqueviejo, Dangriga, Independence, and Punta Gorda. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, is fully funded by the government of Belize and is being implemented in collaboration with the e-governance and digitalization unit. It reflects a major shift towards citizen-centric service delivery and digital equity. Mr. Speaker, we are also addressing a long-standing gap in criminal investigations by rolling out interview recording systems in 6 major hubs throughout the country. Funded by the U.S. Embassy, these installations will ensure that criminal interviews are conducted and preserved according to international best practices, protecting both investigative integrity and the rights of all parties involved. Mr. Speaker, perhaps one of the most pressing security challenges in our region today is the proliferation of illegal firearms. Recognizing this, our ministry established the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board in January 2024, ushering in a new era of responsible, accountable, and modernized firearms regulation in Belize. For the first time, Belize has a centralized civilian-led authority tasked with ensuring that the import, licensing, tracking, and disposal of firearms is governed by structure, transparency, and integrity. The FACB is not only a regulator, it is a reformer. By rooting out inefficiencies, enforcing high standards, and engaging the public, we are positioning Belize as a regional leader in firearms governance. Just 1 month ago, the FACB secured through its partners at CARICOM Impacts and the Mines Advisory Group a firearms management system, a state-of-the-art system to track firearms, essential components, and ammunition from the point of entry into Belize to end use. In an era where gun violence destabilizes too many of our communities, our approach is unapologetically proactive. We are ensuring that those who carry firearms do so under lawful, well-regulated, and carefully monitored conditions. Mr. Speaker, the work of the FACB is essential to national security, but just as important, it is essential to public confidence. Through its efforts, we are restoring order to an area long plagued by opacity and setting a bold new standard for arms control in the Caribbean. Through these key initiatives, we are reshaping the public's relationship with law enforcement. We are making the system more transparent, accessible, and responsive to the needs of the people. This is the future of public safety in Belize, a future that is digital, inclusive, and driven by results. Mr. Speaker, and while we continue to modernize the law enforcement apparatus, we must also ensure that the physical infrastructure, our buildings, our police stations and substations that are supporting our officers match our ambitions for national security. A digitally enabled system cannot thrive in outdated, dilapidated environments. Infrastructure and morale are deeply interconnected, and that is why our ministry has undertaken a nationwide program to renovate police stations and substations. During the past fiscal year, comprehensive upgrades were completed in Santa Cruz, Blue Creek, Orange Walk, Mesopotamia, West Landiver, Sand Hill, Bermudan Landing, Mahogany Street, Douglas, Caledonia, and Vista Del Mar. We have also refurbished the Police Training Academy Command Quarters and the Lopez Mateos Park Police Booth. I know I'm missing some people here, so let me try to recall. But this upcoming year, I know we have Trial Farm, brand new police station in Trial Farm, thanks to BTB. We have a police substation in Kontiki. I think we're about to complete that substation. And we also have upcoming the first in line for Kabe in Bella Vista with Dr. Osman Martinez. These are all... Who I miss? Oh yes, man. We have Santa Elena, Mr. Speaker. We have San Narciso coming up on the Kabe. We have Kikaka coming up, all receiving brand new police stations, Mr. Speaker. Lekai, yeah, Lekai get one too. Yes, you're right. Chatomal Street. You said how much work we do? You said how much? Yes, we do. I just announced we have 225 coming out shortly. Mr. Speaker, for our officers, these are more than just buildings. They are symbols of respect and reinforcement of purpose. Alongside these renovations, we have intensified efforts to humanize law enforcement spaces, especially for the most vulnerable, our children. In partnership with UNICEF, our ministry conducted assessments and site visits to enhance and expand child-friendly spaces in police stations. These spaces are purpose-built to minimize trauma for children who come into contact with the justice system, whether as victims, witnesses, or in protective custody. By creating areas physically separated from detention spaces and designed with empathy and comfort in mind, we are fostering a justice system rooted in compassion and child rights. We plan to scale this initiative with support from our UN partners because we believe that when children feel safe, they are more likely to engage and heal. These reforms, Mr. Speaker, whether brick and mortar, child safety, or service delivery, are all guided by a people-first philosophy. They are the connective tissue that binds strategy to reality, ensuring that our reforms reach the streets, homes, and hearts of the communities we serve. Mr. Speaker, turning our attention now to the Forensic Science Service and the legislative framework. Our commitment to justice is inseparable from our investment in forensic science. In today's legal landscape, the integrity, speed, and reliability of forensic investigations are pivotal to ensure fair trials, deterring crime, and delivering closure to victims and families. Over the last year, the National Forensics Science Service has solidified its status as a center of innovation and credibility. The NFSS has moved from being a support unit to a vital pillar in the criminal justice reform. Among its major accomplishments for 2024 are the deployment of the first ever rapid DNA system, enabling in-country DNA analysis that accelerates investigations and reduces dependence on foreign labs. What once took weeks now takes hours. Secondly, the installation of a second ballistic comparison microscope, doubling our capacity to trace firearms and match ballistic evidence with greater accuracy. We also have the launch of the histopathology services. I feel like I just start something like you, Dr. Kevin. To support medical legal death investigations. This advancement allows forensic pathologists to microscopically analyze tissue, enhancing the clarity and accuracy of autopsy findings. Next, we have the implementation of internal audits, policy revisions, and international proficiency testing across disciplines, including firearms, toxicology, latent prints, and seized drugs. The NFSS, as you might recall, Mr. Speaker, in 2024, also partnered with the University of Belize in a land exchange whereby the National Forensic Science Service will be receiving a 12-acre site right here in Belmopan, positioning Belize to be a forensic leader in the region. Mr. Speaker, forensics is as much about science as it is about trust. And to reinforce that trust, we are actively pursuing ISO accreditation for our Scenes of Crime office in Belize City and our national laboratory. These standards are internationally recognized and will ensure Belize's forensic evidence is defensible in courts, not just in Belize, but also abroad. In the year ahead, our goals are equally ambitious as we move to operationalize our new rapid DNA testing protocols and establish Belize's first national DNA database following the passage of the long-awaited legislation. We will complete the new Scenes of Crime field office in Dangriga, funded by the INL. We intend to relaunch the tender process for the new forensics lab and morgue, accelerating Belize's transformation into a regional forensic hub. Mr. Speaker, you may also recall last year we had a specialized training for medical practitioners in April of 2024. The NFSS facilitated a comprehensive course on sexual assault response, bringing together 21 medical officers, 2 forensics pathologists, and 2 BDF medical officers. This trauma-informed, survivor-centered approach strengthens the chain of evidence while upholding dignity and due process. Mr. Speaker, this level of investment and reform in forensic science is unprecedented in Belize's history. Whether solving violent crimes, identifying missing persons, or exonerating the innocent, our forensic service is a cornerstone of modern justice. With this budget, we will ensure that the NFSS has the tools, training, and infrastructure it needs to deliver justice swiftly, ethically, and scientifically. Mr. Speaker, let me turn now to an area of our ministry that is very near to my heart, the Leadership Intervention Unit. True public safety begins not at the point of arrest, but at the point of opportunity. It begins with meaningful engagement, community investment, and second chances. This is the guiding philosophy behind our Leadership Intervention Unit, a program that has grown into a national model for violence prevention, youth empowerment, and social reintegration. A name coined by its principal founder, the late William Dawson, the LIU continues to serve as a premier outlet for communities impacted by gang violence and gun crime, offering pathways to peace through a hybrid model of mentorship, mediation, and economic empowerment. In the 2024-2025 fiscal year, the LIU delivered substantial results. 350 at-risk youth were enrolled in community enhancement projects through a conditional cash transfer model. These programs help participants regain control of their lives while earning an income and contributing to civic pride. Many of them were previously unemployed or disengaged from formal work or education. These programs do more than improve public spaces. They restore dignity, purpose, and civic pride in young people who often feel left behind. Mr. Speaker, an additional 120 youth graduated from the Tubal Technical and Vocational Institute in trades such as hospitality, electrical, automotive, construction, cosmetology, and refrigeration. Each graduate received a starter kit and job training, ensuring a bridge from skills to income. By being matched with job placements and support from the Department of Youth Services for on-the-job training, this helped them transition from learning to earning. At the last graduation ceremony, Mr. Speaker, I can still vividly recall the words of an emotional single mother, Miss Fiona Flores, who said, "When I first got to know about this program, I was in search of something to make me better. I never had the opportunity to finish high school, but this program set me on my feet, that I know from here I'm going to move on." It is moments like this, Mr. Speaker, human moments, that make us realize that all our young people really needed was just someone to believe in them, to shine a light on their path, to hold their hand, and to let them know that everything was going to be okay. Mr. Speaker, on Monday I heard the leader of the opposition make some remarks about the LIU and our work program, to the effect that we were essentially cooking the employment records, saying that it is only as low as 3% because we have a lot of workers over at the LIU. I take great offense to that, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of this program, because as anybody on that side can acknowledge, and on this side, this has been a completely non-political unit. And there are individuals from each of their constituencies that are employed at the Leadership Intervention Unit. Mr. Speaker, the Positive Moves 3.0 program recorded a 70% success rate in transitioning participants into permanent jobs across multiple industries, ranging from tourism and hospitality to logistics and trade. The collaboration with the Community Rehabilitation Department demonstrates how targeted support can yield lasting change. This is not only a success story for the participants, but a validation of the whole of government, whole of society approach to public safety. In 2024, the LIU conducted 117 interventions and 37 high-level mediation sessions, engaging over 440 disputants, often from rival groups. These interventions diffuse tension and often involved rival groups or families in conflict, and in many cases prevented violence before it could erupt. This line of work, Mr. Speaker, is one that often goes unnoticed and unseen. It's not necessarily a pretty job. As a matter of fact, it's a pretty difficult job. And so I want to acknowledge all our frontline employees or frontline generals like Ms. Dominique Norales, our chair lady, Mr. Andrew Dawson, Brother Nouri Mohammed, Futi Gongara, Timmy Stamp, Ms. Olga Sticks. These are all individuals, Mr. Speaker, who play a vital role, along with our police department, in seeing the drastic reduction that we have seen since 2023 in major crimes. Mr. Speaker, last year, the LIU continued its flagship William Dawson Peace and Sprite Cups, engaging over 500 young athletes through interministerial and private sector support. In addition to being a source of recreation and camaraderie building among our youth, it is also worth pointing out that our sports program have a built-in life skills and conflict resolution session managed by the Community Rehabilitation Program, creating platforms for leadership, discipline, and community cohesion. Mr. Speaker, the LIU also hosted a university internship program housed at LIU, whereby 20 university students passed through the LIU receiving first-hand knowledge of the challenges in combating crime as part of their graduation requirement in the field of restorative and criminal justice. Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming year, the LIU will expand its scope with new and enhanced programs. We will launch the long-awaited Youth Agricultural Reintegration Program for high-risk youth, an initiative that aims to teach farming and agro-processing skills to young people, particularly those in rural or high-risk areas, while also fostering food security and environmental stewardship. We will also see the rollout of our GED preparation and parenting classes, further supported by CSOs and family-centered agencies. The General Education Diploma Program will offer young adults a second chance at education, and parenting classes will be launched in partnership with Restore Belize and the National Committee for Families and Children to break intergenerational cycles of neglect, trauma, and violence. The LIU will also oversee the expansion of the Journey to Freedom psychosocial program, providing trauma therapy and life skills for individuals transitioning from gang life or incarceration to a crime-free existence and to build resilience and personal agency. Mr. Speaker, the LIU demonstrates that violence prevention is not simply about policing. It is about people. It's about giving those most vulnerable a seat at the table, a second chance, and the tools they need to lead productive lives. It's about showing our youth that there is another way, one rooted in hope, opportunity, and community support. This is nation building at the most personal level, Mr. Speaker. And through sustained investment, cross-sector partnerships, and commitment, the LIU will continue to lead the charge toward a safer, more inclusive Belize. Mr. Speaker, in a world driven by metrics and outcomes, our policies must be grounded in real-time data, and our strategies must reflect the lived experiences behind the numbers. This is the mission of the Belize Crime Observatory, or BCO, to transform data into decisions and statistics into solutions. In today's world, data is more than just numbers. It is the foundation of effective governance, sound policy, and proactive security planning. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to report that our Belize Crime Observatory has emerged as a regional leader in this very critical space. The BCO provides multidimensional data on crime and violence, which is helping to shape evidence-based policies that directly impact national and citizen security. Its work is instrumental in transforming anecdotal narratives into measurable realities and ensuring that decisions are rooted in facts, not speculation. Throughout the 2024-2025 fiscal year, the BCO has distinguished itself as a national repository of crime statistics and a dynamic partner in shaping evidence-based public safety policy. As the official point of reference for crime and violence data in Belize, the BCO has strengthened coordination with law enforcement, judicial agencies, civil society, and international partners. Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming fiscal year, it is our intention to scale up the following initiatives. The first is the upgrade and rollout of the National Sex Offenders Registry with enhanced data security, real-time tracking, and compliance monitoring features. This tool will serve as a protective measure for vulnerable populations and a mechanism for investigation and deterrence. We will formalize interagency data sharing agreements to break down the silos across government and improve data cross-validation, critical for more coordinated, whole-of-government responses to crime, education, and social services. Mr. Speaker, we will host regional knowledge exchanges with counterparts from Barbados and Jamaica, expanding Belize's role as a model for digital governance and integrated crime observatories in the Caribbean. The BCO demonstrates that what gets measured gets managed, and what gets managed gets improved. With this budget, we will strengthen its capacity to ensure that data remains one of the most powerful tools in our mission to create a safer, more informed Belize. Mr. Speaker, Belize's prosperity must be anchored in sustainability, innovation, and inclusivity. That is why our ministry continues to advance the vision of economic transformation through the work of the New Growth Industries Unit, a bold initiative to diversify our economy by formalizing non-traditional industries that are locally rooted and globally competitive. In the 2024-2025 fiscal year, the NGI unit transitioned from vision to implementation, establishing strong foundational frameworks and securing notable milestones in several emerging sectors. In the hemp industry development, in partnership with Tropical Health Belize, we celebrated the official launch of Belize's first commercial line of hemp-derived wellness and medicinal products. This collaboration proved both the regulatory feasibility and market potential of this green industry, reinforcing our commitment to sustainable agricultural innovation. And while we're on the topic of hemp, Mr. Speaker, let me just give a shout out to Councillor Ilya Rosado of Kikaka, who says that he's not going to wait for cannabis to be legalized. He's already launching his petition for a referendum on Kikaka. I know that it is the government's position, and even supported by members of the opposition, at least the last opposition, I can't speak for this one, that we do have a responsible regulated taxable cannabis industry. And it is my hope that we have the referendum, not just for Kikaker, but across the entire nation for this very important industry. When it comes to the Cohoon industry revitalization, after decades of dormancy, we re-engaged stakeholders and initiated efforts to assess the commercial viability of Cohoon-based products. From natural oils and cosmetics to biodegradable packaging, these early-stage consultations are informing a new national policy for the Cohoon sector. The NGI facilitated extensive stakeholder engagement to assess the potential of Cohoon nuts, oil, and byproducts as eco-friendly raw materials for biodegradable products, natural cosmetics, and alternative fuels, creating a modern green industry rooted in our Belizean heritage. As one of the pioneers in the Cohoon industry, Mr. Rudy Castillo has said, Cohoon is about us looking inward, embracing what makes Belize unique, different and proud, and introducing to the world a product that is not only the first of its kind, but a bold statement of who we are, end quote. Mr. Speaker, this year our NGI unit will also be working closely with the Belize Seaweed Farmers Association to advance research, training, and export readiness, seeking to turn a once niche industry into a sustainable livelihood for coastal communities and a promising contributor to Belize's blue economy. And Mr. Speaker, while we are not limiting our new growth industries portfolio to just the green economy, we must also look beyond to our orange economy. When it comes to the Belize film industry, we have done a lot of groundwork. Strategic consultations with the Belize Film Commissioner, private producers, and international stakeholders are shaping the regulatory and investment environment necessary for Belize to emerge as a regional hub for film production and creative industry jobs. With the right support, this sector has the potential to generate creative jobs and to position Belize as an attractive destination for international film production. Mr. Speaker, as we face global economic uncertainty and climate pressures, Belize is positioning itself not to react, but to lead. Through the NGI unit, we are planting the seeds of long-term growth, anchored in equity, sustainability, and local ownership. These industries are green, inclusive, and built on Belizean ingenuity. They create jobs, open export markets, and empower the next generation of entrepreneurs. In concluding, Mr. Speaker, this budget is way more than just a fiscal exercise. It is a reaffirmation of our vision for Belize, a nation that is safe, fair, modern, and inclusive. Through every program, initiative, and reform discussed today, our ministry has worked to transform that vision into action. We have strengthened the front line of law enforcement through recruitment, training, mental health support, and digital transformation. We have modernized public safety infrastructure, rolled out online services, and expanded child-friendly spaces to reflect a justice system that is humane and responsive. We have advanced forensic science and legislative reform, ensuring that justice is not delayed, denied, or distorted. We have invested in the potential of our youth through the Leadership Intervention Unit and in the power of information through the Belize Crime Observatory. We have reimagined economic development through the work of new growth industries, turning hemp, seaweed, Cohoon, and the orange economy into sources of jobs and national pride. And we have brought order to our firearms regulatory system through the groundbreaking efforts of the Firearms and Ammunition Control Board. In all these areas, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries is demonstrating that good governance, citizen security, and economic innovation are not competing priorities. They are interconnected pillars of transformation. And our work is being done in harmony with a national economic trajectory that inspires confidence. As the Prime Minister rightfully highlighted, Belize's labor market has achieved a record low unemployment rate, and more Belizeans than ever are finding meaningful work. Mr. Speaker, despite global headwinds, Belize has shown remarkable resilience, balancing fiscal responsibility with social progress. This government has delivered a primary budget surplus, raised the minimum wage, and invested significantly in education, healthcare, and infrastructure. These are not abstract wins. They are victories for everyday Belizeans, and they provide the very foundation upon which our ministry's work can thrive. This budget supports more than just programs. It supports people. It reflects a whole of government promise to build a nation where no one is left behind. I extend my deepest gratitude to the Prime Minister and the Ministry of Finance for their steadfast support. I wish to thank also, Mr. Speaker, the staff at the Ministry of Home Affairs and New Growth Industries, our CEO, Ms. Sharul Carr, who has been doing an exceptional job as the first woman leader in the Ministry of Home Affairs. All of our dedicated law enforcement officers across the country, I say thank you and I salute you. Our public officers and stakeholders, local and international, who continue to believe in our mission. And above all, I thank the people of Caribbean Shores and Belize, who inspire our commitment and hold us to account. Let us press forward with unity and determination, guided by the goals of Plan Belize 2.0, the global call to action under the Sustainable Development Goals, and the resolute belief that Belize can and must be a beacon of peace, progress, and prosperity. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the wonderful people of Caribbean Shores, I proudly support this budget. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Kayonart. We'll quickly suspend for the removal of the podium. I recognize the member for Kayo South.
Morning, Mr. Speaker. I have to make a recommendation so they make their chairs a little more comfortable. After 3 days, it's taking its toll. Once I get a budget, yeah. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start off this presentation by giving thanks to the Lord. I think we are all blessed that we are healthy. And we need to be, because we have a long, arduous task ahead of us leading this nation. I would also like to congratulate yourself, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, and all the young and new area reps that we have on this side. It inspires me to be able to sit with you guys and girls and to teach you as much as we can, to mentor you as much as we can, and to learn from you as much as we can. That's what I believe that we all need to do in this country to be able to move forward. I would also like to congratulate the new members from the other side. Dongera from Cayo West, the gentleman from Queen Square, Mr. Halop, my brother Lee Mark Chan from Mesopotamia, and the older heads, Ugo Pat from Corozal North, don't take offense from him, leader of the opposition, and Miss Tracy Panton. I wish you all the best, Ma'am. I hope that your health betters, because you got a long, hard journey ahead. I notice some of your guys done this suck teeth and cut eye out of you, but that's part of it. I wish you all the best. And please bear with me when we do what we need to do in this house. Don't take anything personal. It's not the intent, but we got to do what we need to do. With that said, Mr. Speaker, with all friendships and peace being given, we will start our work.
We will deal with you now.
Let's start with the gentleman from Meso. I was listening yesterday, and he was telling us, the honorable member from Meso, he was telling us that cost of groceries are high. And maybe he didn't say this, but I think maybe he meant it. Cost of food at restaurants are high. Cost of living in general is high. But I would like to request of you, are you a member of the Business Chinese Association? I thought you were the president at one time. You're not a member, but you're friendly with them. You're their agent. You speak for them sometimes. You're friendly with them. You were, so I was right. You were the president, and you probably still a member. What I'm saying is, if you want to help us, because you're a part of government too, never forget that. If you want to help us as government to reduce the cost of living, then I think the honorable members of the Chinese Association need to sit with us, because we as government can do our part. We can put in subsidies, we can do whatever, but we need the Chinese Association, who monopolizes the grocery and the restaurant industry, to help us to reduce the cost by reducing their profits. I would also like to express that maybe the Indian community...
On a point of order, Mr. President. I remember clearly...
Mr. Speaker wants to find that
correct. His remark is not correct.
That would be a clarification, not a point of order.
Sorry, sir, I'm new.
And so
it's a
the Speaker can decide whether he wants a clarification.
Member, can you make clear your point of clarification?
I remember clearly about 2, maybe 3 years ago, there were some meetings with the Chinese Association, which I was invited to also, right? No. they were inquiring, and there was an investigation in terms of how the price gouging came about, including the importers and everybody was involved. But I don't get into the details.
Mr. Speaker,
right? But it is.
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker. Number one, the member from Mesopotamia did not raise a point of order. If he's seeking clarification, he can do so, but it's up to the member from Cairo South to respond and to clarify. But he cannot get up and make a speech now. He's already done that in his budget presentation yesterday. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member from Cairo South.
Member, can you take off the mic?
Sorry.
I'm not looking for an explanation right now. I'm just giving a recommendation. If you are a part of government, you are a part of this powerful association, you have influence. We will do our part. I'm asking if you are willing to do your part with your colleagues to see how we can reduce the cost of living. It's a genuine proposal. And when you come to this house and you attack, guys, we could start the quarrel, or we could make her do the presentation. I mean, you know, decide I gung ho anyway, you don't want it. So, I'm giving you that proposal and putting it on your ball court so that the next time you come here with a positive proposal based on what I recommended to you, we will accept. If not, you can't come here, be repeating rhetoric after rhetoric after rhetoric. Next, I would like to address the leader of the opposition. You made some commentary about the George Price Highway, insinuating that the cost is a bit high for 18 miles of road. I think both of you did it, the member of the opposition and the member from Meso. But you failed to explain to the people of Belize. Did you tell them that this road would be hot mix, Mr. Leader of the opposition? Did you tell them that we will be doing the rehabilitation of the Beaver Dam Bridge, Leader of the opposition? Did you tell them that we would build a new bridge at Mount Pleasant Creek, Leader of the opposition? Did you tell them that we'll do a major roundabout at the George Price Boulevard? Did you tell them that we'll do another major intersection to be able to support the new hospital that's being built? Did you tell them, Leader of the opposition, that this highway will be one of the first highways in this country that will experience a third passing lane at different intervals? Did you tell them, Leader of the opposition, that the highway will be elevated approximately between 18 to 20 inches along the stretch that is being discussed? And did you tell them that we are incorporating all the modern features, including drainage factors? And that's when you throw out numbers without understanding where these numbers come from. So let me explain to you, Leader of the opposition. When you give a mile per road estimate, it varies from road to road to road. But in all the estimates I have seen, we have never built a road for $8 million a mile. And what?
What did she say?
I don't remember, but I was kind of listening too much to her. What is important to identify is the cost of a road is inclusive of you stood up yesterday when you could and made complaints about us on this side that we weren't giving you opportunity to speak. So I think you should be respectful. But you're not acting in a respectful manner. I am doing my humbly best to respect you. The me and you the talk, and about Prime Minister and you, the me and you the talk.
Mr. Speaker, are we going to get through with the presentation? A point of order for the 2B. You mentioned it earlier. Please remind the Leader of the Opposition. Thank you.
I just love it because they give me ammunition to do as I want. You understand?
Members, can we please proceed with the presentation?
I am proceeding, Mr. Speaker. So, when you come to this House and you make statements, you need to not just be reading statements without any factual input. I would humbly recommend that you go back and read your notes again. And if you need more information on it, I would gladly give it to you anytime you ask for it. And by the way, this road would be divided into 3 sections. The first section is Section 3, which is the road between Belmopan and Democracia. I mentioned it yesterday. The second phase would be from La Democracia to Hattieville. And the last phase will be from Hattieville to Belize City. Getting to the member from Mesop, he is saying, in his humble opinion, that this road is not an important road. Now, from I grew up, there's one main road that serves this country more than any other, and it is the road that comes from Belize City to Belmopan, from the commercial capital of the city to the political capital of the city. I remember during Hurricane Hattie and others that because of the road condition, when a hurricane would pass through, you would not be able to come from Belmopan to Belize City and vice versa. This road is the road that experiences the most fatalities in the entire country. In fact, there was a sign, I think they took it down a couple of years ago by mile 30 something, if I'm not mistaken, where the insurance companies put up on a big vehicle mashup to give you a warning of how dangerous that road is. When you go back and drive back, member from Mesop, I'm not sure if you're driving back or you use a helicopter, I'm not sure. But if you drive back, I would like you to look at how the road has been deteriorated to the point where there is absolutely no shoulders left. The line that demarcates the width of the road cannot be painted because there is no asphalt to paint it on. If you would ever have a flat tire or you would be something happen and you had to swerve off the road, you would probably die because the vehicle will flip. The angles of the road is not adequate for the type of driving that we are doing. The smoothness of the road has gone past the level where it is safe. So with the slightest rain that that road experiences, the little oil that left on it creates like an ice field where you can do ice skating. Mr. Speaker, our responsibility is to not only build new roads, not only resurface old roads, but to rehabilitate existing infrastructure roads so that they reach a level that it can last a longer period of time. So I just wanted to explain that to you. But let's compare this road as a priority. You said that this road is not a priority. Okay. Let's go back to 2018 when a contract was signed for the road that goes to Caracol. And you can go into the history. I was one of the first people that said that that road, in my opinion, was not a priority road. And I still insist that that is not a priority road. We will be spending mega millions of dollars to complete that road, and we will complete it because we are a responsible government, and contracts were signed before. Unlike the UDP, when they come in, they cancel contracts and have to pay millions of dollars to the attorneys and to the contractors that the contracts were not awarded to. We did not do that. The contract was issued, payments were made, work was being done, and there was a second phase, which is the one that's being done right now. We respected the procurement procedures, we respected the contractor that had won the bid, and we continued the project, knowing that that road is definitely not a priority road if you compare it to the George Price Highway. So I just wanted to clarify that, member from Mesopotamia. Mr. Speaker, under infrastructure development portfolio, the ministry is legally mandated to upkeep and maintain a public road network comprising of 3,156 miles. I want to repeat that, 3,156 miles. That is 23 miles more than we had before. Why? Because we have opened up 23 miles of roads in the rural communities, most of them village and farm roads. Of those 3,156 miles, Mr. Speaker, 684 are paved, 2,266 miles are gravel, and 205 miles of those are earth road. Mr. Speaker, you are our area representative from a rural community. You can understand how much work it takes to be able to maintain those 3,156 miles. The Ministry of MIDH Infrastructure Development Portfolio has a road maintenance unit in each district. We have approximately 500 public officers in the ministry, stationed throughout the entire country, working every single day. If there is a fire somewhere, we are called. If there is a problem at the garbage dump, we are called. If there is a problem with a storm, we are there. If there is an emergency, we are one of the first ministries to be called. NEMO knows this. We are like brother with NEMO because we support them. We have to, we want to. That is what we do at the ministry. This road maintenance unit in each district, whose staff includes support staff, technical supervisors, equipment operators, tradesmen, mechanics, welders, all under the supervision of district technical supervisors and engineers. Their activities include patching of paved roads, patching of gravel roads, resurfacing of gravel roads, vegetation control, grading of roads, cleaning of drain structures, culvert installation, minor bridge maintenance, new road construction, reopening of existing roads, opening of new village and farm roads, waste disposal of our main highways, line markings, signs, guardrails, etc., etc., etc. But one of the programs that we have put in, which I am pleading and I continue to plead with the Belizean people, is we are spending too much money collecting garbage on our highways. I'm asking the private sector that produces the garbage, I'm asking the Belizean people to have some more civic pride. It is horrendous when we are bush hogging the sides of the highway and the amount of plastic that you see. I am asking the business community to start, instead of giving plastic bags, let's go back to the old days and do the paper bags that are recycled, that safer for the environment. Let's do a program where we ask people to take grocery bags the way we used to do it when we were small, like small crocus bag or paper bags or cloth bags and reuse them over and over. Let's help our country. MIDH is doing its part, but we need everybody, the Ministry of Environment, we need the Ministry of Tourism, we need everybody here and on the opposing side to convince our Belizean people that we have to take care of what we have, which is a jewel. So that's one of the things that I plead. Secondly, I plead, I could stop this drinking and driving, man. We are faced with serious accidents over there, and a majority of it is because, one, people are drinking and driving, and two, we have a tendency in this country to not like to respect the law. We drive above 55 miles an hour, that's for sure. We text and we drive. We phone and we drive. We gossip and we drive. We do everything except paying attention to the road and the people and the animals that are in front of us. And I say we, because we are also, I am part of it. We grew up in another culture where we feel like, oh, we're a bad man and we could drive faster, you know what I mean, and we could get away with it until we kill somebody or until one of our loved ones die. And when one of our loved ones die, they're not a PUP, they're not a UDP. It's a Belizean. It's a Belizean, and we have to take care of that. I got a next problem. And the minister they say too, motorcycles, good thing and bad thing. Good thing, I could say motorcycles have enhanced the quality of life of my constituency because it allows people to have transportation now at a very inexpensive rate. They can go from point A to point B, they could go to their work, they could go to their farm, they could take their produce. Sometimes they got 3-4 picnic on their cycle, they go to school. We understand this. But what we are failing to realize is that these motorcycles, if we do not monitor them properly, if they're not licensed properly, if the people that drive them do not know how to drive them properly, they are endangering the lives of other people also. So let's embrace this new technology that we have now, because I think it's positive. But let's find a way, Minister of Transport, to regulate it so that it is safe. I got a next problem with cycling at the village, and I don't for do it this one, so give me a little chance. They put on some big muffler when the villagers can't sleep the night. All night, and the villagers are not sleeping. I got complaints, from all the villages. I don't know if it's the same in Mesop. I'm not sure if it's the same in Freetown. I'm not sure if it's the same in Lake Isle. But in the villages, it's a major problem, and I think we need to address it. I have to put in our plugs, but I don't really got a problem, but I assume people have to put in their plugs. So, what's the purpose of today? On this side, it's to support and to report. On that side, I'm not exactly sure, but let's stick to the support and report. We are here to support this budget, and by supporting this budget, my responsibility and all our responsibility is to explain to the people how their money is being spent. Because don't make no goes fool you. Enough for their money over there, and enough for we money over here. We are elected on behalf of the people to manage the people's money. And so if they rail up with me, then go all right. If they ask questions, then go all right. You understand what I said? That's a we job. So don't come and beat your chest and say, I give you this. I build that for you. Thank you very much. We would like to do that. And sometimes maybe it feels good. But the people that you're giving it to should say thank you to themselves that they elected you to be responsible enough to use the resources that was given for their behalf. That's what I believe the reporting is all about. You agree with me, member from Mesop? Good. I like when you agree with me. Well, I always correct so I agree. So, the update. I must say, my brother, you're a little better representative for Mesop than the last time. Oh my God, the last one stressed me out. No, that for no problem. I don't want to get no for no, sorry. So, projects that we have done. So, what happens with our budget? Our budget is not exactly the work that's done that year. Some of our budget goes 4 or 5 years depending on the project. So what I'm saying today, some of it are projects that we have completed. in this year that passed. Some of the projects are ongoing, some will start. So just to give you an idea of the projects that we are doing. The completion and inauguration of the Philip Golson and Remate bypass upgrading project. That was completed this year, Mr. Speaker. The construction of the J&W Bridge and approaches, inclusive of Treasury J&W Road in Belmopan. That is the one we inaugurated about, I think it was a week ago, or 1 week ago, not so. That one is special, Mr. Speaker. We managed to solve a flooding problem in the J&W area. We managed to pave a road. Even John Saldiva can smile because we paved the road right front house. You can't change your name for J&W. That's not me, boss. I'm not into that. That's somebody else if they want to deal with the name. I do not build the road. We paved the road that allows the residents along that stretch to be able to now have access to their property. We have elevated the value of property in that area by just putting in the road. We have put in culverts to better the drainage area. So that whole section was an awesome experience to see how infrastructure really allows the economy to move and people start. As we were building the road, people don't start apply to CBA for permits and you see houses, they start going and it's a good feeling.
Only Boots never apply for CBA.
You have to talk to Boots, you know, Mr. Chang. You have to talk to Boots. To not apply, man, you can't build house and build fence and not put in a permit, man. Send the man a little note, sir.
Give back the thing, man. Do the right thing.
We built also in Belmopan, Mr. Speaker, the San Martin Bridge, which is a very important bridge for the rural area of Belmopan City. And I would like to invite you all. We will be doing next month the inauguration of the Joe Taylor Bridge.
What?
Remind them 13 years within government.
Yeah. I got one request, my brother. One request. I don't want to call the bridge Mike a spot bridge.
No problem.
And I asked the area rep from the bottom of my heart, make we call the bridge Jamaica spot bridge, man. Cause the man beat me up for years for that bridge. You know what I mean? So if you agree, area rep from Toledo East, I would love for that bridge to be called the Mike Spot Bridge. The man say I agree, I'll take my right thing for now. But the inauguration will be in June. You should come. It will change the whole way of how you enter Punta Gorda. The chocolate capital. I hope you got chocolate there for you. We completed the infrastructure development project that was given to us for the municipalities in central and southern districts. 6 public streets were hot mixed in the Punta Gorda town. 14 streets in Santa Elena and San Ignacio were concreted, Honorable. 11 streets were paved in Dangriga, Sarawi, and Hope Creek. Major amount of streets were hot mixed in the Benke town. Major street works were done in Orange Walk town and Corozal town. In fact, right now we do the bypass in the Orange Walk area through the town. That's being done as we speak. Belize City major works were done. Complex Avenue, Lacroix Boulevard, Neil Penn Road. Don't remember there. I have to say this one. I have to go back to yesterday again. My good friend from Port Loyola. He hugged me, beat me, cussed me, all kind of thing. But we love each other. And why do I respect him? Because he don't know No, no mean no. I say no about 50 times and he come about 60 times. No, no mean no.
That's you.
House, you got application about so for him. Housing grant, go through the roof. Request to assist him, and I tell her, member, please understand that MIDH is not responsible for the municipal work. He said, yes, I know that. But you that my bally, you could help. And yesterday, ingenious, the man come up with a budget. The man said, he don't want 100 million. He don't want 50. He don't want 20. He don't want 12. And he want a 10.
Everything all right.
And he broke down the 10. So I am giving him my commitment that I will go with you to sit with the boss to lobby for your 10. I want to wink out there when the man in a good mood, and then I tell you, boy, make we go, no.
Make sure they're close.
I will try, but see, don't set me boy up for, because you're not, because he can't do it too. But what I am saying, we should not be annoyed when our colleagues are fighting for their people. That is their job. That is their responsibility. Remember, I know we're joking, but from the bottom of my heart, I applaud what you do and continue doing so. Just not cost me too much. So we do Complex Avenue, Lacroix Boulevard, Neil Penn Road. We do some street in the St. Joseph area. I remember St. Joseph Kaigane for primary school. Yes. Yeah. Then by from Holy Redeemer, I think them better than we, and we had to prove them wrong at the time. Yeah, the deal with them. Rehabilitated the Peter Seco Street. That's another street that we did. It is not enough. The area reps from the city deserve more and more and more and more. So the only time I can go into the city if the area reps get together and convince the boss that we need only municipal work, I get the budget and we can do it. So again, when I finish with my brother, I direct them and join enough for go do the lobbying. Call it. The Hawksworth Bridge maintenance project was done, Mr. Speaker. That was an important project for the Kayo district. It is cultural. It is not only a bridge. It's historical. It's cultural. It's beautiful. It represents the Kayo like you say Belize City and you think lighthouse. But when you're at Kayo, you think Hawksworth Bridge. So it was well deserved. 1949. Completion and piling and concreting of the roundabout at mile 3.5 Philip Wilson Highway. This was to give us an idea of costings to do what we know is necessary. The road between that roundabout and the Halova Bridge is in an area that has 60 foot of peat. Studies have been done. We are building roads on top of roads on top of roads on top of roads because of cost. The estimate to just do that small section by piling it and concreting it would be approximately between $20 to $25 million. Again, that's something that we have to discuss. Is it feasible? Is it our priority to spend $20 to $25 million to do that small stretch and not worry about it for quite a long period of time, or do we continue just paving over and over because it sinks and there's no other way to deal with it? So we did the roundabout. We piled it to make sure that we start the concept. And it's a difficult one because it's highly trafficked. Anytime you work on a highway, that's a headache. Because the amount of traffic will come out of Lords Bank, Ladyville. And I feel for the people, especially during school. I get calls all morning, why do this, why do that? Traffic too long, you know. But that comes with the job. But let's get together as a team. If we think that's important, then let's go for it. Rehabilitation of the Bullet Tree Road, and it was hot mix. Paving of the road between Bullet Tree and Spanish Lookout, that's my brother over there. Resurfacing of the Thomas Vincent Highway from the Hummingbird Highway to Kendall Bridge. This goes through a part of your area, and then it goes into my brother Radwell's area. Hot mix, and we are approaching Kendall. On the budget for this year, we have a budget to go from Kendall to Placencia Junction. And we are hoping, and if we could get a supplementary, or we wait for next year's budget, we would like to do from Placencia to Independence. Why is it important? That stretch of road has already seen its lifetime. It is far beyond what the design originally was to be. The weight of the traffic that is going on it now is more than it was before. You're adding on Santander's sugar, you're adding on BSI's sugar, you're adding coconuts, you're adding, I mean, there's so many heavy. Right now, the trailers are getting like the ones in Australia when they pull 2, 3, what they call it, tandems. So the road has to move along with production. It has to move along with the economy, and so we are doing that also. Paving of the Guinea Grass Road, everybody. Done. Philip Golson Highway. From the Philip Golson Highway to the Guinea Grass Village, 8 kilometers was paved. Now we are completing the one from Guinea Grass Village to Shipyard, which is another 3 kilometers. So that's in the Orange Walk district. And then right now we are doing paving and draining of the road that goes from San Esteban Village to Progreso Village, which is my brother from Corozal, southeast. Paving of the Philip Golson Highway between Button Way Boulevard roundabout and the Belcan Flag roundabout. I think you had a doubt with this one. So it is 3.2 kilometers of hot mix. It's not chip and seal. No, and it is 4 lanes. Additional to the hot mix of it, it is 3.2 kilometers of concrete sidewalks that we have put in, or nearly completed. And 400 meters of concrete medians, along with palm trees that will be placed in the medians to be able to have some kind of aesthetics. If you have or need any more information about this road, just send it to me and I'll send you the breakdown of it. Paving of the road from Lucky Strike to Mascal. I think you know about this one, Mr. Speaker. Hot mix, 13 kilometers. It is 35% complete. It's going on budget, it's going on schedule. If the member lobbies some more, then we could go in and do another road for him in that area. It would be our pleasure. Paving of the Mirage Road in Ladyville, hot mix, 1.6 kilometers. Paving of the main access road in Hattieville, 1.4 kilometers. Design and construction of the San Ignacio Santa Elena low-lying bridge. The engineers did not want to do this bridge because they said the feasibility study in the past said that that's why they did the Santa Elena bridge, the one at the back. And you had to use the long-lying bridge. So what we did, we said, listen to me. Sometimes it's not only what the feasibility study says, it's what the culture says. The Cayo people from both the San Ignacio and Santa Elena are in love with that low-lying bridge. They just didn't like that it was wooden. They didn't like that it was a bit dangerous. But they would never have accepted if we would not have built that bridge. In fact, you could ask the mayor of San Ignacio, who is an opponent from us, but a friend. You can ask anybody in San Ignacio or in Santa Elena that uses that area. The people that use the vegetable market could tell you. The ones that go to the river for passive recreation can tell you. So we decided that we will do the bridge. And we decided to do the bridge out of concrete. So it's a prefabricated bridge that is presently being built. And 97 meters long and 2.5 meters high. Now remember, the design of this bridge is also, that river floods like crazy. That river, I don't know, joke. In a matter of what, half hour to an hour, it can go to a height that reaches the gas station in San Ignacio, for example. So the bridge has to be designed that we know that water will go over it to resist the forces that comes with it, and it can easily be cleaned after the flood goes down. And we don't mind, because we still have the Hawksworth, we have the Hawksworth, and we have the other bridge to be able to use in times of emergency. 90% completion of the Corozal to Sarteneja Road. This is one of the projects that the member of the opposition was alluding to. This project started in 2018. It was the only project that we are working on that we inherited. It is a design build project. It's $50 million US. It was a combination grant loan from the Republic of China. The contractors is called OECC, which is a Taiwanese company. They were responsible for design and construction of the road. When we got into government, 45% of the financing had already been forwarded, and only 10% of the work had been done. So we had to restructure our supervision, restructure our negotiations, had meetings with them, have them sit down, put one time frame that was realistic. And I must say that after all that hard work and after years, by the September of this year, the road should be completed and still within the budget of the original quotation. That was the mission that we had. That is what we are doing, and that is what we are committed to complete. But that project explains to the naysayers on the other side how responsible this government is. We're not going to no bad mind and say, you know, about we start in the project, whenever we do the project, whenever we negotiate the project, so we can come in with a dangag and so we can cancel the project and do it again. No, we thought it was properly done. The government of Taiwan was involved. The contractor was chosen. All our responsibility is make sure you do it correct and make sure you do it within your budget. That is how this government, this PUP government operates. Paving of the San Esteban Road, 10 kilometers from Banquitas Orange Walk to San Esteban Village. That has been done already. Completion of the Halova Bridge Replacement Project, joining Santa Elena Town by Trapiche Community to Santa Familia Village. So we are dismantling, which we have dismantled already, the original structure of the Halova Bridge. We are now in the process of rehabilitating, sandblasting, painting, putting in new bolts, looking at all the connections. That bridge, once the abutments are built out of concrete in the area that we discussed, will be transported there and will be replaced. So we are rehabilitating an existing structure, which is something that's rarely done in this country. Caracol Road Upgrading Project. Another long project. I discussed a bit about it this morning. We are pending right now from the Pinol line to the Caracol Archaeological Site, which is about 26.2 miles. That was divided into 3 lots. 23.7 kilometers from the Pinol to the Guacamayo Bridge. Lot 2B, which is the Guacamayo Bridge itself. And Lot 2C, which is 18.7 kilometers from the Guacamayo Bridge to the Caracol Agricultural Site. That completion date is scheduled for the entire Caracol Road to be the ending of 2025. We should be able to complete and inaugurate. Upgrading of the George Price Highway between San Ignacio and San Jose Socots. Hot mix combination with concrete, 10.65 kilometers. we hot mixed the majority of the highway and we decided to concrete the section that goes through the village of Sokots because that's where the river passes and that's where it experiences severe flooding at times. And we have designed the road so that if the water goes across, it doesn't eat out the road, it flows over it. And that is in the final processes of being completed. So the road is approximately, I'd say about 70% hot mix and 30% concrete. Commerce Bight to Dangriga. Sorry, Commerce Bight Road in Dangriga. My brother, Dr. Zabane, I think he had given up hope because it was every year. We had put it in the budget. Every year we put it in the budget, and I tried, and he tried, and priorities were in other areas, and it was never done. But I think he found magic. And somehow last year it was put at the top of the list. And we are now there. So congratulations, Doc. And I am recommending to all my colleagues, never forget that we are politicians, and one of the major responsibilities of a politician is to lobby for his area and his people. So, guys, but you can't lobby just to say, I want this and I want that. You have to come with your stats. Why is it important? Do you leave economic study? Do you leave financial study? When you lobby for something like go to a loan from a bank, you sit down in front of a man or you want a visa to the American embassy, you've got to take all of your information, and if they ask you one or two questions, you got it right there. And then you tell the man, sign it now, boss, sign it now, because when you walk out, somebody else there at the door, and he ain't come with for his thing. And so if you don't make the man sign it right now, by the time you walk out, he gone. So let's lobby some more, guys. And there's nothing wrong with that. We are lobbying for and on behalf of our people. And the truth is, Mr. Speaker, all the people in this country are ours. See who they over there? Sorry, good morning. I miss you the first 2 days, member from Kaios. But we represent, well, in my area, are they close to them, Balea? We represent 90% of the population. So how do we operate in our areas? Ask these gentlemen who have, how much times have you won, Honorable Francis? 6. Honorable Cardell? 6 times. You think you could win 6 times by just the smile? No, no, no. It is hard work. And no, it's not like you will represent a sector of that community. You will represent everybody. That's how we operate in Kaya South. We represent everybody. So let's lobby more for our people. I have no problem with that. Concrete of the center street in the Placencia village. We noticed that the end by the pier was having serious problems, and we decided to concrete that section. And we hope to be doing more for the Honorable Rodwell. We are also in Maya Beach doing a pedestrian and bicycle path. We have noticed that it is extremely dangerous where there's a lot of tourism and they're using their bicycle on the road with major vehicles running at high speeds, and it is just an accident waiting to happen. So we decided to take the initiative and move ahead with that. We are in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism to see if they would join us so that we could do more. Right now we are about to reach St. Bite Village, and the plan is to reach all the way to Placencia. We'll get there. It's just a matter of time, and we'll do it by phases. But I think that was another important one. And then we did the Farmers Express Road, Banana Bank, Valley of Peace. This was a PPP where the ministry put in some of the resources. We joined with the members of the Spanish Lookout community who were asking us to make sure that the Farmers Express Road become a public road. We went through all the technical aspects, and that is now a public road. And then they put their contribution along with Valley of Peace Farms and Banana Bank Farm, put in their resources along with us to be able to have that project completed. It helps the farmers, it helps the Mennonite community, and it helps the villagers of the Valley of Peace to take out their products. So I would personally like to say thank you for that one. There are many more, Mr. Speaker, but I don't want anybody to get back to me, but I got a whole list of projects here. I don't think you want to read the whole of this, Mr. Speaker. I want to circulate it and I don't read the whole thing because we have to go there till tonight.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 12.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour though opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings of the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sittings at any hour through opposed. All those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Member from Kaya South, you can continue.
Thank you. I needed a little break for true. Like a breath of fresh air. Mr. Speaker, now let's get to the housing aspect of our portfolio. This time when I get in trouble. This time when I deal with auto lobbying, but you know they work too good. Mr. Speaker, we completed 50 homes in the Highland housing project in Belmopan recently. It was done again, a collaborative effort between the government of Taiwan and the Ministry of Infrastructure and the government of Belize. We did the inauguration about 2 weeks ago. It is in conjunction with the building of the JW Bridge and the road that I spoke of recently. Much needed people. It is one of the projects that we are proud of, Mr. Speaker. We also have 50 starter homes completed and ready to hand over shortly in the Blackberry area, and that is mostly for our veterans from the city that have a landlocked constituencies. So we'll be handing that, we'll be doing that inauguration pretty soon, 50 more houses that are completed. And we have 100 more regular starter homes countrywide that we completed this year. I saw the Prime Minister handing up one with the lady crying on his shoulder. Is that not true, Prime Minister? It was last week, I think. I think I'll go talk to that lady for talk to you more, you know, boss. We are doing miracles, Prime Minister. We are doing miracles with $5 million a year. And publicly again for the 5th year. Yeah, Prime Minister, but I don't know UDP. Prime Minister, we are humbly requesting on behalf of the people of Belize that the $5 million budget be incremented so that we can better serve our needy people. Prime Minister, I know they asked for 100, I know they asked for 50, I know they asked for 20, I know they asked for 15 million, I know they asked for 12 million. Prime Minister, I know they asked for that $10 million. Prime Minister, you cut from who you want cut, including me, but whenever you make that decision, think of that lady in Orange Walk Central that cried on your shoulder, and how you, Prime Minister, through me, saved that lady's life. You made her life better. I listened to the Honorable member from Laikai explaining that story. He has been saying anytime he says it, I kind of shed a tear. Lovell's house. And then I listened to my brethren from Belmopan say he grew up in the largest thatch house in the country. No, he tell me I never the whole country. I'm one of Belmopan. And I don't have that kind of story. We were a little bit more fortunate. But I can appreciate what it meant to be able to live a stable life. I can appreciate what it meant that my father or mother maybe never had to worry about that aspect of life and could have invested the extra money into my education. I could appreciate what it means in society when that little extra money invested in one's education can make a major difference in one's future. That is what I take, and some of my colleagues believe I'm a bit maybe too pushy with it, but I believe in the PUP's core principle. And that is, we are here to help the ones that can't help themselves. As long as I am an elected member of this government or of this party, I will continue to lobby for that cause, because that is our responsibility. And housing is one of the programs that the Right Honorable George Price would definitely agree with us. It changes the lives of people, period. And then I was listening to my brother over there from Mesop, and he was saying, why the house then too small, that way he said, right? Well, of course he answered the house too small. You see the house when he lived in a Caribbean shore, that had 3-story front of the sea. Van, you look at a picture of the house? So of course he answered the house too small. And I applaud him. He's a hard-working man, and he has achieved what he needs to achieve. But those starter homes that we are building, the people that live in there love it as much as he loves his house. It is a starter home with a concept. It was designed so that it could be expanded to a 2 to a 3-bedroom. In fact, we have given them the plans. I mean, why you stay a minute so you could listen to what they say. Yeah. And they said that people that have roofs over their head, like you and me, might not appreciate how that house that we are building changes people's lives. No, I'll tell you why. There are 3 programs there that the government envisioned. One is a social program, and this is the example of the social program. Then there is the middle class approach, where you want to build your 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom. The government of Belize is willing to give you the plans at $100 or $200. You can get your approval, and then you take those plans and an estimate. You go to the DFC or to the National Bank, and the DFC and the National Bank presently have rates that are extremely reasonable for people to be able to build their houses. Because you're a businessman, and you will understand that you do not want government to be competing with the private sector in an industry. You know why government, they open up Chongsang Tree, for example. You want the private sector to be able to do what they do and compete in the private sector, but don't compete with government. So we designed the program so that what we are doing is a social program. It's designed to help the needy. And then you have the middle class and the upper class. They can go into the private sector. Because somebody, for example, a public servant of a certain level, that's a perfect client for a DFC or a National Bank, because they're hired, they can't be fired, the income is, the stream is flowing steadily, guaranteed payment. And so that's a perfect client for an institution like the DFC or National Bank. So that is where that program would be. And so this program will never go beyond the 1-bedroom starter home. As it is, you alluded to cost, so I brought you some, so you could have an idea. Each house is approximately 430 square foot. The price ranges from $56,000 to $62,000. Why does it range? Because it depends on where the house is being built. If it is in a concrete area, a stony area, then it can have less height. If it's in a swampy area, the type of foundation changes. So it depends on where you are, and that's the range. And this is approximate, it's the range that we have been using. This gives us approximately $130 per square foot, more or less. The average. Now, I challenge you, member from MESOP, to go into the private sector and quote a complete finished concrete house with water installation, electrical installation, sewer installation, and see if you can, in fact, if you could come and build me one of them same house for less than $100 and $30 a square foot, maybe you want to be a contractor like your ballet boots too. You know, I'd give you the job. Can look like everybody want to turn contractor now. But the $130 gives you an idea that it is an extremely low cost per square foot compared to the market of the construction industry presently. And you know, because you build a lot, so you know what I'm talking about. I hope this clarifies your concern. Yes, and I can safely tell you since I got in 2021 to where we are right now, about between 25 to 30% increase in material. The labor has increased more than the $5 per that's minimum. That's not paid in the construction industry. And so, with that said, I am saying, why our government not invest more in training? And that maybe you could help us and the member from Toledo West. Spend more money training our technicians. We need more plumbers. We need qualified, no? We need more plumbers. We need more electricians. We need better masons. We need all of these things, because people in Belize fail to realize, and no offense to any profession, but the person that sits in the bank or sit at the call centers make X amount a day. I think it's fair wages. But it's nothing compared to when guys as a plumber or electrician or a mason make. These guys are making at a minimum $100 a day. Those are the ones that are not good. The ones that are really good, you talk $150, $175 a day. A plumber comes to your house, you say, boss, my toilet, the leak. He receipt book like doctor, $200 just for come and say, yeah, the leak. Give me the 200, all right? Then you call you next two for fix it. Nothing wrong with that. In Europe, I've said this to cabinet many times. In Germany, the technicians, the carpenters, and they call themselves master carpenters, master builders, the electricians, and the plumbers are looked at in society at a higher level than most of the professionals that we consider here. They're trained. They're professionals. They dictate a certain level of income. The technical professions, in my opinion, is what this country needs to be able to boost production. And if we are serious about manufacturing, if we are serious about elevating this part of our society, then we have to spend more money in that sector. I got sidetracked a bit. With time, I don't have a problem, but I don't think the House will allow you have the ability in this structure. But we can have a conversation, and I'm willing to listen to any positive input. I've always had that. The problem is none of you guys have ever done it. I have invited Ugo Pat about 5 times. Every time you talk about one thing where you don't know about, I tell him, come see me. Consider facts. Let's go to the site. I'll visit with you. If you are willing, I am willing. I don't have no problem with that. Well, I'll get to that. So let's start with the construction then. One of the achievements of the ministry also has been, which we will debate later on, and I hope we have got time, the building code. People need to understand that this was a 4-year effort, 5-year effort of serious professionals trying to better the construction industry. I believe the contractors in Belize need to form an association of their own. I think they need to be trained. Not all of them, but a lot of people consider themselves contractors and they're not, until you get something that you know is not a contractor doing it, and then you realize what I'm saying. I believe they should be registered. I believe they should be trained. Look at doctors where every year they go away to learn a little bit more about their profession. I think attorneys do it also. We as architects, we do it also. Because as the years go by, technology changes, technology gets better, you have to be able to keep in touch. You have to be able to learn new things. You have to be able to understand your client. You have to be able to look at new materials and see how they're applied. And nobody is perfect. Far from perfect. But the more information that you have and the more knowledge that you have attained in those industries will allow you to be more, to do better at what you do. And you might even be able to generate more income if you're better at what you do. It's how the private sector works. Mr. Speaker, let's go to my love, and that is Kaya South. I would not be here. None of us would be here without our people. Especially now, I win by a margin of close to 4,000 votes difference. That means a lot. That means that close to 90% of the population in Kaya South came out and gave their support. I don't take that lightly. That's why I work every day. That's why I have structures in place that give people the services that they need. It is not my money. I tell everybody who work for me, I not for you money. I for their money. Just make sure that we do it fairly. You can't get one person over and over and over. You have to share it. You can't just do everything for your family. You have to share it. That is the philosophy that we, the Kaya South team, implements in our constituency. Our constituency have a serious social conscience. Our executive have a serious social conscience. Our dream, and we are working at it and it go good, is to elevate the quality of life of our villagers so that they reach to the level of the urban areas. There will be nobody in the future when we left away and tell for we Kaya South people in a village and that means that they are less than the others. That will not happen. We ain't got the best schools, we ain't got the best roads, we ain't got the best farms, we ain't got the best educated people. That is the dream. And we will work hard to make sure that that dream is achieved. We hear the dropout, they get white. We back the hat when I hold chair when I got here. But I work hard for them. I have to do it. Because they went out in the sun and in the rain. I know as poetic as my brother, whether they're not for me or me not for them. And I know as poetic as him, but the heart did them in. I forgot a poetry school and then I could be able to express myself a little better, but the heart is there. And I am recommending this to you, Mr. Speaker, and to all the other area reps that are here. There is no substitute to work. And everybody has a different style. Somebody say, boy, I don't want to be like Lee Mark. I don't want to be like Lee Mark, but they don't know what he have to do for them. I don't want to be like Mr. Guerra, but they don't know what it takes for him. Every person is different. Every constituency is different. What is not different is the people that need the help. So, what did we do in Kaya South? I don't want to go through the whole thing about all the culverts and things. I know that could take our next 10 hours. We did infrastructure projects to be able to suffice most of our villages, and we didn't do all the villages, but we come. We built schools where there were no schools before. That's a fact. We rehabilitated most of the community centers, and the ones that have not been will be. We have started, and I must say, kudos, Mr. Speaker, to your dad. I have seen what he did, and I think it's in conjunction with you when you rehabilitated the softball field. I told my people, because we have softball champs for years. The Golden Girls coming out of Tayo South. We had champions coming out of Kamalote. We had champions coming out of Roaring Creek. We had champions coming out of Ontario and other villages. My dream this term is to give them the necessary infrastructure and finances so that we could go beat the Belize Rural North, or at least compete. That's the dream. Elevate the sporting activities in our area. Why? Housing, infrastructure, education, health, all of that are ingredients for a positive economy. They are ingredients to minimize crime. We don't see those things. If a person has employment, he is less likely to go rob you. If a person has participation in sports, most of the energy going there instead of go jack you. If a person has a house, then he got more disposable income for spend on education and less loitering and less aggressive behavior. All of these social programs that I believe is the backbone of the People's United Party, we need to do and do more. We cannot only be serving the foreign direct investors. That is good. There has to create a balance. At the end of the day, our people, when they make their money, it circulates. They go to the grocery store and they buy the food and then pay the GST. When I leave Friday, they come and go to Chongsang and get the sweet and sour chicken. And then they pay the GST. When they get a little bit more, when they come, I do a plan for them and then pay the GST. The money stays home. And we elevate our people. The dream is you have the impoverished, and after a couple of years, they become middle class. And after a couple of years, they can step up to become upper middle class. Why we can't have more of them? More people living much more comfortable and experiencing a quality of life. Why can we do it? 400,000 people in a landmass this large. El Salvador, to give you an example, is half the landmass and 6 million people. We live in paradise. But we have to take care of that paradise. Our government should look out and prioritize helping the poor. Private sector is there to drive the economy with their own participation. Yes, we have done some of it, I agree. NHI, positive. Education upliftment, positive. But it's not enough. Why am I saying this? Never enough. Never enough. It's not. This is what I am telling you. NHI. No, NHI helps primary care health. That's incredibly good. I am looking at another scenario. Primary care will help you when you got diabetes, when you got high blood pressure. That's perfect. When prenatal, and there are many things that covers. We need to look at social security and analyze, and this is not a PUP problem or a UDP problem, analyze social security and look at the benefits that the recipients receive from their social security payments. Compare it to another system of social security where social security owns the hospital, and as a member of social security you have access to that hospital based on your social security contributions. So that is not competing with NHI. NHI covers the primary health care. This would cover when you have accidents, emergencies, heart failure. I had a campaigner of mine this week that did a heart surgery, $12,000. Just to give you an idea, where we collectively assisted. But if you are in a social security program that allowed for that, then you would be able to deal with another level of service. So what we have done in this government is extremely positive. But we shouldn't be complacent. We shouldn't leave it there. We shouldn't be patting our shoulders. We should be catapulting to try to find solutions at a different level. And there is absolutely nothing wrong with that. There is absolutely nothing wrong with trying our best to do better for our people. I fundamentally believe that. And I am a part of the People's United Party that allows me to say these things. Because that is how we better ourselves. That is how we learn from each other. That is how we make the government even better. Why do you think we are here and they are there? I mean, they got a lot for doing it too, but we are here because the people believe in what we are doing. And if we want to be here again, then we have to lift up the ante. You can't just remain at the same level. First, we used to drive from rough road in a mule and cat. Then we gravel the road. Then we get into, what do you call it, the Model T. Then we started to pave the road. Now we just don't want chip and seal, we want what? Hot mix. And then hot mix not enough, then we need concrete. Then after that, we get to your level, remember for mess up, and we have to fly the helicopter. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. We cannot be complacent of the positive achievements that this government has done. And it has been great. But we have to aspire for more. And our job is to fight for the ones that can't fight for themselves. Everyone here does that. And we will do it more, and that means quarrel. That means differences of opinion. That means whatever. But I don't live in a country where you can't raise your voice. I live in a democracy. George Price teach me that. And better ideas come out of vigorous discussion. That's why I don't like when I go in a meeting, everybody bow their head. Nobody wants to say nothing. I like a meeting where we got energy. And when we move out of that, we shake hands. You understand the Deputy and Prime Minister? We shake hands. And say, all right, you go and do that, you go and do that, you go and do that, for and on behalf of the people. So, why was I here today? To support and to report. I think I report enough, so I support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
We will suspend the meeting for a minute for the podium to be installed.
I stand as a product of Khaled. I stand as a son of Iguana Street Extension, that we are born. I stand today as a dreamer whose dreams were molded on cracked pavements, clay courts, and under the stern but loving watch of a mother who never let me forget who I was and what I was capable of. This isn't just a speech, this is a testimony. I came from red clay to Parliament. My story, our story, the Khaled story. I firstly want to start by thanking all the people of Khaled. No red, no blue, everybody who support me. My team, I love you no bad. Got a war for me every single day. I don't know that. Call me at any time. My family who supported me all the time. My journey begins where the streets were battered and beaten and gunshots could be heard almost every night while I tried to sleep. Remember those evenings, barefoot, ball in hand, running drills on a red clay court that was more mud than rim. A makeshift basketball rim on a crooked pole. We didn't have much, but we had each other. We had hope, and we had a fire in our hearts. We knew deep down, that greatness could be born from the ground we walked on, even if it was red clay and gravel. It was on that court that my ambition was forged. And that's why when I tell young people from Khaled today, if I can make it here into this honorable house, I definitely guarantee that each and every one of you can. From Nations Primary, and I must say, the honorable member from Queen Square, when I was a very young boy at St. Ignatius School, which I firmly believe is the best primary school in the world. I remember clearly when he used to walk into Nations grounds with his trays of meat pie to sell. And then I had to decide what to do with my $2.50. I usually spent it on meat pie, and I had nothing to eat for lunch. However, that's probably another reason why on this side I fully support the feeding programs that we have started. After St. Ignatius School, I went on to St. John's College, where I graduated at 16. I was guided not just by books, but by my unshakable belief that education, sports, and community can build something powerful. I left Belize at a very, very, very tender age, where I earned a scholarship to study abroad and play basketball in the state of Michigan. I was not the best player from that team when I left Belize. However, I was the only player that understood that this was my only way out. This was my opportunity, and failure was never an option. My mother, I forgot our script for this, Miss Jackie, I know the watcher. Hopefully they give you a break. I love you bad, man. Seriously. While studying abroad, my mother ensured that she sent my 150 USD a month that I had to survive on for my personal supplies and, moving around the university, because it was a full scholarship. She didn't miss a single one. She never complained, so I never knew if she didn't have it. And I must say, she ensured that I had what I needed so that I could so that I could focus on my education and my sporting career. But I was not just her son. I was a son of Khaled. And everybody from Khaled prayed for me every single day, I'm sure. Now here I am, from Ali, black boy. Strings they used to call me, because I'm very skinny, I bet I can't say that now. Shooting hoops on Iguana Street Extension to playing professional basketball in Europe. to now standing in this honorable house among these great folks, representing the very community that shaped me. A product of Khaled, here now with the opportunity to mold and reshape my community, so that more Devin Dailies can emerge to mold our country, Belize, into unstoppable greatness. March 12, 2025 was not just an election, it was a declaration. It was the people of Khaled saying loud and clear, we are ready. We believe in something different. And Devin Daily, Devin Nawana we. That wasn't just a slogan, that was a movement. People say I broke the rules of political tradition, that I had no experience, that I was just a young man with a dream. People say I broke with a dream. And to them I say, you're absolutely right. That's all I have ever been. Just like my brothers and sisters from Khaled, young dreamers with great potential, waiting for an opportunity. I didn't have a transfer period. I didn't have a political dynasty. I do not come from a bloodline of politics or politicians, and I didn't have decades long of machinery behind me. I thank my team for that. What I did have was the people, their faith, their hope, their confidence, and most importantly, their love, and for sure now, their vote. September 27th, I call this section here E to E. I call this section here E to E, 166 days. That's how long I had from endorsement to election. The naysayers said I was crazy. Some right around me in my circle said, Anthony, they set you up for being a sacrificial lamb. Okay? Nobody could beat the little man in Khaled. Bigger, badder, richer people than me have tried. But what they all seem to have forgotten was, I, Devin Daly, I am everything Khaled is and everything Khaled can be. I did not go there. I am from Khaled. Imagine, 166 days, we swing 900 votes. Not because I had some magic formula, but because the people of Khaled are done with empty promises and tired politics. They saw a son returning home with his heart, aye man. They saw a son returning home with his heart open and his sleeves rolled up, ready to work. I showed them daily what Devin brought to the table. I showed them daily how we together can transform our community. So, I hear the commentary on the next side. And so, this section is for you. To the member from Albert, I said I would have ignored it because not every insult deserves a response. But let me sidetrack a little and address the member from Albert directly for some comments she made. Member from Albert, you suggested misconduct from my team and I on election day. You hinted at interference. Hey man, hey man. You
Member.
You want to make a finisher? Alright then, we'll talk about it after, man. Yes man, but I fully understand. Don't make we mince words, man.
Member from Albert.
You hinted at interference and election fraud and misconduct. You pointed at fingers to the wrong team. Your fingers should have been pointed to the little man in Khaled. Let me say this clearly and loudly without coming out of character. You are underestimating the youth in Khaled. You, just like the little man, underestimated the power of the people. You are underestimating their intelligence, their voice. Aye man. and their thirst for better. Their thirst for better.
Member from Albert, please allow the member to continue.
No money, no house, no stove, no land, and in the recent, no septic tank could buy the conviction of the people of Khaled. They knew what they were doing. They knew who they were voting for. They voted for hope over fear, for future over familiarity, for truth over disrespect, and continuous public embarrassment of the then era representative. So I fully know that DPM agreed with me when I said this next statement. And I said this with much humility and strength. The people do not have the last say. The people have the only say. The work has already begun, my people. Even before taking office, we haven't waited to get the work for the people done. We start off with DPM. Thank you for the many Saturday mornings where we sit down and drink coffee and allow me to pick your brains. Seriously, wealth and knowledge. He gave us over 200 house lots for first-time landowners in Khaled. so that we can start some more of those Lovell's houses, right? Continued housing repairs and assistance, because a roof over your head is not a privilege, it's a right. Health assistance, school fees, uniforms, and yes, we are working to deliver on a promise of free education right at Unity Presbyterian with my fellow brother, Minister Oscar Rekenya. The long overdue rehabilitation of the Hard Rock basketball court on Iguana Street extension is 90% completed. Because if my story started off on a clay court, imagine where another youth from Khaled could reach if it upon foundations or better floors. Let's be clear, Khaled has been neglected for far too long. The statistics don't lie. The highest percentage of unpaved streets in Belize City. No new government housing since 2003. No public transportation access through some of our hardest hit extensions. Communities without potable water, that's not only a rural issue. I have that issue right in my constituency. Right at Crewman Lagoon. And the neglect can be highlighted by the fact that Khaled had the second highest transferred out votes in 2024 in this entire country. That's what that little man should have been more focused on, right? To the people, my brothers and sisters in Khaled, I say, it's time to come home. I understand why I want to transfer. No, at the backyard, at the evening. Together we will transform our community. Together we will make Khaled great. We're not waiting for permission to do the right thing. The people of Khaled gave us the permission with their vote. And I intend to use every minute, every dollar, every opportunity to prove that their faith was well placed. Mr. Speaker, allow me to now transition to my role as the Minister of State for Youth and Sports. A ministry born from purpose, not politics. Yep, for me, I firstly want to thank our Honorable Prime Minister, John Brisseno, for entrusting me, for trusting me enough with this appointment. But in all honesty, PM, this post is not a political appointment. It's a personal calling. The very first time I bounced a ball on the mud clay court on Iguana Street extension, that was the first step that led me to this honorable house today. I spoke with a member from Kaya South, I believe it was Monday or Tuesday, and he referenced to me a very important point, speaking about mentoring our youth in politics, in these positions, in the house. And I appreciate that very much. Being there for our young people. And one person that embodies that is no other than the member for Pickstock. I'm sure the member from Albert will agree. He made sure that I understood what I was getting into. He made sure that I had the support that I needed while I traveled through uncharted waters. He made sure that he did not turn his back on me when times got rough, and I appreciate that very much for him and his team. I, Devin Daly, am here because I know the transformative powers of sports. I've lived it. That's no script. I'm the product of a ball, a court, and a community that believed in me when nobody ever knew my name. And so I don't treat sports policy like a portfolio. I treat it like a lifeline, one that can save our youth from crime, poverty, and hopelessness. A lifeline that I don't only want, but I need to extend to all of the youths across the country and in Khaled. Mr. Speaker, let me remind this honorable House and the nation, sports is not just a hobby or a game. It's a national imperative. It teaches discipline, it builds character, it instills values, it saves lives. I am a living, breathing example of that. The young boy from Iguana Street who once couldn't afford a new pair of sneakers, but could run all night for the basketball drills up and down the court. That boy found purpose through sport, found identity through sport, found salvation through sport. That is what I want for every young person across Belize. From the football fields in Corozal to the courts in Punta Gorda. I want every child to have access to the same chance I was given, not by luck, not by miracle, but by design. And my first step toward that is I have to welcome the head coaches from the University of Lake Superior State University. They're in Belize right now. We have a basketball recruitment day tomorrow, whereby they've brought a male and female full athletic basketball scholarship for them to be recruited to the same university I went to. We're talking about true succession, right? Under the leadership of Prime Minister of Honorable John Briceño and Plan Belize, we are seeing incremental increases in the sports budget. For the first time in over a decade, the recurrent budget of the National Sports Council have moved upward after sitting stagnant for 13 years under the previous administration. Ironically, the same person who served as Minister of Sports for many years was also my predecessor in Khaled, and yet sports and Khaled were consistently underfunded. But still, I must be honest with the Belizean people. And I want to say it 2 ways, fancy way and the layman way. Over 90% of our current allocations in ministry go toward personal emoluments and the basic operation of sport facilities, salaries and the basic upkeep, my people. That's not a flaw. It's a reflection of the reality. The ministry manages 28 sporting facilities across this country, from stadiums to community centers. Maintaining them isn't optional, it's critical. Still, this leaves too little for talent development, for coaching programs, for national athlete support, for grassroots engagement, for structured youth leagues. The real work, a true transformation. This is not acceptable, and that is why, Mr. Speaker, I will not sit passively behind a desk in Belmopan waiting for change. I will be in the trenches, knocking on the doors of the private sector partners, engaging international development agencies, and sitting in boardrooms and embassies to seek support our young people deserve. Critical infrastructure, what must be done? We have major priorities to address. The MCC grounds, once a beacon of sports in Belize, football, is crying out for investment. Thanks to the support and advocacy of my colleague, Honorable Anthony Mala, plans are being revitalized. This must be a national effort. The Mexico Belize Sports Center, still unusable after Hurricane Lisa. That center should be a source of income, engagement, and inspiration. We will prioritize its restoration. You can count on that. Lighting across fields. Too many of our youth cannot play after dark. Courts and fields must be lit. Kaya, we are coming back. Norman Brasta will get the love it needs and definitely deserves. Night leagues must be encouraged. Safe spaces must be accessible beyond school hours. Court and facility upgrades. From the Hard Rock basketball court on Iguana Street to rural communities, fields in villages, all across Belize, we must invest in facilities before we can expect the performance our athletes need. We will also launch a comprehensive facility assessment this fiscal year, pairing it with costed rehabilitation plans and timelines so that Belizeans can hold us accountable and track progress, just like the other said. We cannot and should not attempt to do this alone. So we plan to forge strategic partnerships to the more structured national federations in Belize, the Football Federation, the Volleyball Association, the Basketball Federation of Belize, and others have been doing phenomenal work with very, very limited resources. Let me take this time to recognize President Sergio Chuk and the FFB for raising the bar in football infrastructure and competitions. FFB has the only international certified pitch in the country and committed to partner with the ministry to ensure we have more certified football fields and community fields where needed. Alan Sharp, whose advocacy in volleyball has helped Belize shine regionally. Jacob Leslie for reimaging basketball as a community development tool. The Amateur Athletics Association for their continuous work in ensuring our athletes medal regionally. We will deepen our collaboration, not just by shaking hands, but by sharing budgets, strategizing together, and building systems to help support our athletes compete and win, regionally, internationally, and one day, of course, at the Olympics. Please don't misunderstand me why I highlighted those federations, because every sport matters. I truly believe it. Beyond the big four, football, basketball, volleyball, and athletics, we must also elevate the under-supported sports, swimming, cycling, and I must make mention 16-year-old Chelsea Gillett, a daughter of Colette, one of the upcoming female cyclists. Just remember her name. Yeah, 16. Watch her become great. Martial arts, tennis, table tennis, rugby, cricket, sailing, bodybuilding, powerlifting. We see you and we are coming. Every discipline has the power to change a life. And myself and Honorable Anthony Mala, aka the Minister of Everything, my brother and mentor, we are committed to meeting each sporting body to understand their needs and develop tailored support plans. We will also champion inclusion, supporting sports for persons with disabilities, empowering female athletes, and ensuring equal access across rural and urban communities. The most exciting frontier for sports, Mr. Speaker, is the merging of two powerful engines, the Ministry of Youth and Sports, and of course, the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations. Thank you, PM, for this vision. Let me also be clear. Youth and sports are not separated portfolios. They are inseparable destinies. You cannot speak about youth development without speaking of sports. And you cannot speak of sports without committing to empowering the next generation. Sports gives our young people discipline, accountability, leadership, resilience, teamwork, and of course, hope. It keeps them out of crime. It pushes them towards opportunity. It replaces the street corner with football fields and basketball courts. Go to Berja Field any day of the week, especially on Saturday, and you will see this testament in action. And that is why I make mention now that my beautiful family from 20A, Farbers Road era, will be doing a replica of the Berja Field in Farbers Road, in Colette. Mr. Speaker, we have to be honest with ourselves. Government cannot do it alone. The transformation we seek for sports, youth development, and of course, for Khaled require a whole society approach. That's why I'm calling on corporate Belize. Sponsor a youth and fund a community coach. Schools and universities integrate sport, not just as extracurricular, but as a core development. International agencies and donors see Belize not just as a recipient, but as a partner with major vision and potential. Diaspora Belizeans return, invest, mentor, coach, uplift. You know what these children are facing because you once faced the same reality. And to my cabinet colleagues, I say, let's build across ministries. Let youth and sports link with education, health, home affairs, and tourism. Let us share data, resources, and outcomes. Let us make national development collaborative again. Let us not be afraid to look outward and dream bigger. Jamaicans produces Olympians. Trinidad hosts international tournaments. Costa Rica and Panama export professional footballers every year. Barbados has invested heavily in youth cricket and is reaping the rewards. Sure, the speaker will like that in his era. So why not Belize? Why not us? We are proud and passionate people. Our athletes have the drive. Our youth are ready. What they lack is not talent. Far from, it's access. What they lack is not heart, it's opportunity. And so I am planting this flag here today. Why can't by 2030 Belize qualify for a Youth World Cup in football? Why can't by 2030 every district have a multi-sport facility that meets regional standards? Why can't by 2030 Belize medal at the Olympic Games? We know what the vision is. Now let's build that vehicle for us to get there. Mr. Speaker, all of this is national for me, but of course it comes back to my new love and long-time love, Khaled. The same red clay that caked my toes is now the foundation of my purpose. We have already begun fixing streets that were ignored for 23 years. Yeah, the first thing, Iguana Street, we never get no love for 23 years. When I pave that in the next month or two. We are preparing to introduce public transportation that does not exist. Imagine Belize City. Khaled now have public transportation to run through it.
And the man with how much, 20 years?
23 years. We bring public transportation to areas where grandmothers had to walk through potholes just to get a taxi. We are working with WASA to bring potable water to every home, including Crewman Lagoon. Not a rural problem, right up from office, where office used today. We are in discussions to develop affordable housing because no child should have to do homework by candlelight in a zinc shack in 2025. We intend on building partnerships with tech companies and educational institutions to bring digital training centers to our youths in Khaled. Because the same way I dribbled a ball to my dream is the same way some other child could code their way out, or film their way out, or sew, or build, or invent. We will launch a Khaled Youth Council, giving our young people not just a seat at the table, but the confidence to lead, just like what this great party gave me. We heard Honorable Anthony Mala speak of the greatness of Berger Field. Don't bring that up. Look out for it. We're going to have a Berger Field at Farbers Road. I have to mention that again. We are not just creating projects. We are creating a movement. Because Khaled isn't a statistic. Khaled isn't a forgotten zone. Khaled is the heartbeat of what Belize can be when we believe in our people. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, I am not asking for 20. I am not asking for 12 or 10 or 5. I am just asking for our share of the pie. Right. Mr. Speaker, I've been called many things over the past year. I get a tough skin. Rookie, dreamer, underdog, puppet, fluke, and I accept them all, and I wear them proudly. You want to know why? Because what I have never been called, is corrupt, dishonest, disconnected, or fake. This journey has been humbling, it has been challenging, but it has also been one of healing. Healing for a boy who never thought he'd stand in this great House of Representatives. Respect. Healing for a family that sacrificed so much. Healing for a community that finally sees itself reflected in power. And like I say again, they're happy because they know the PM and Deputy PM and the rest of colleagues and make sure they get a piece of the pie. I am not perfect. I will make mistakes. But I promise the people of Khaled and Belize, I will never take this position for granted. I will never lose sight of why I'm here. And I will never forget where I come from. To the youth of Belize, to the young man sitting on the street corner, wondering if his life matters. It does, young man. To the young woman, raising siblings while trying to finish school, keep pushing, the support just reach. To the ballers, the runners, the singers, the thinkers, the fighters, the quiet leaders, I am you, I see you. And if I could come from red clay to hardwood courts in Europe to the floor of this parliament, so can you. Mr. Speaker, people like to say that the people have the last say. I will say it again, Deputy PM. I know you agreed with me. But let me repeat what I said. The people have the only say. And the people of Khaled, they didn't just speak, they shouted. They said they were tired of stagnation. They said they didn't want handouts, contrary to other side beliefs. They wanted hand-ups, not handouts. They didn't want perfection, they wanted progress. They didn't want a man with a promise and a checkbook on election day while they lived in the United States every other day of the year. They wanted a man who'd represent them in Khaled every single day. They wanted real change, and they wanted change to come from within, one and all. Because they so powerfully said it, Devin, that one are we. And so I stand for Khaled, I stand with Khaled, and I stand as Khaled. Let us rise. Not just for 5 years, but for generations. Let us rise together. Together we will make Khaled a great community that our children and grandchildren can be proud to call home. Let us work together. Let us dream. Let us deliver. And let us come together. I want to say thank you again to the Prime Minister for this opportunity. It has been a long 166 days to get here. And I fully support this budget because I really and truly believe that this party will make sure my people, among many others, get their share of the pie. Thank you.
We suspend the meeting for a minute for the podium to be removed.
2024-2025, and to present a report on the achievements in the agriculture and agro-processing sector, as well as the progress made by the supporting agencies and statutory institutions within the ministry, such as the Cooperative Department, Belize Agricultural Health Authority, the Belize Marketing and Development Corporation, Belize Bureau of Standards, Supplies Control, and the Corozal Free Zone. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I will make reference to my notes. As we discuss the elements of our country's very foundation, which is agriculture, we will highlight the priorities of Plan Belize, a reflection of our commitment to food security, rural development, and economic resilience. Agriculture is not only a sector. Agriculture is not any sector. It is the lifeblood of any country. Agriculture is the lifeblood of any country. It employs thousands. It feeds our population. It feeds millions and keeps the industries going. Our plans and programs, Mr. Speaker, within the ministry are designed to face the unprecedented challenges of today. These include, but not limited to, climate change, pests and disease, the rising input costs, water scarcity or too much water, market volatility, and the growing needs of a rising population. Variable weather patterns, Mr. Speaker, are also the challenges that farmers face today. This budget will address those realities head on. This budget allows us to invest in capacity building for modernization and innovation, so that farmers are not left behind in a digital technology. Drone technology for greater efficiency and cost reduction. Climate resilient practices and infrastructure so that the sector can withstand extreme weather and environmental stress. Access to credit so small farmers can thrive, not just survive. Using projects like our CRESAP, in fact, we have expanded the CRESAP to include the southern districts of Stag Creek and Toledo. This budget, Madam Speaker, and the actions of the ministry advocate for fair market access so that farmers receive the value they deserve for their labor. A classical example of this today, Mr. Speaker, is the price of sugar sold locally. Belize has the lowest price of sugar in the entire region, while our neighboring countries like Guatemala and Mexico market their local sugar for 3 times what Belizeans have access to. So this ministry, Mr. Speaker, advocates for fair market. We also advocate for youth engagement and agriculture education to ensure that the future of farming is secure and dynamic. Numerous schools across the country are now engaged in gardening. We have commenced a school garden competition with great participation. Madam Speaker, the children today have to know that when you plant your own food, it's like you're printing your own money. Mr. Speaker, every dollar we invest in agriculture has a multiplier effect on food security, on rural livelihoods, through gainful employment. Not any employment, Mr. Speaker. $3 an hour is far gone. $5 an hour is far gone. Gainful employment means a decent wage. This budget reflects a plan, a vision of a robust, equitable, and sustainable agriculture future. It reflects Plan Belize, from the farm to the table. Mr. Speaker, it is no secret that, as outlined under Plan Belize, the sustained efforts to support farmers and the agriculture sector is yielding significant harvests. Plan Belize from farm to table approach instilled much needed confidence in Belize's agriculture opportunities, and as a result, Belize has seen major investments made not only in crop and livestock production, but also in new and modern processing plants that today we can boast of. I will report on the opening of new markets to Mexico, the Caribbean, Taiwan, and Guatemala. Mr. Speaker, new investments have been made in the processing of poultry, in dairy products, in soybean meal, refined soybean oil, coconut water, coconut oil, pasta products, corn chips, corn flour, dog food, and others. All these under the agriculture sector. And on the horizon, Mr. Speaker, there are new investments in meat processing. 2 meat processing facilities are growing up in the north, so that someday we do not depend only on exporting cattle on the hoof, but add value to our livestock industry. There are new investments in wheat flour. A new state-of-the-art wheat mill, flour mill, is being installed in the north. Fine chocolate investment, fine chocolate manufacturing, confectionery, coconut, hemp, oil products, and others. Mr. Speaker, all these are investments in the agriculture sector. And for this reason, Mr. Speaker, for this reason, the good, hardworking, and beautiful people of Orinduak South gave me an overwhelming support for the 4th term. They placed once again their full confidence in their candidate and have returned me to this honorable house, and for that I am grateful to them. 80%, Mr. Speaker, 80% of the residents of Orinduak South depend directly or indirectly on agriculture. That, Mr. Speaker, is very important. 80% of residents of Orinduak South depend directly or indirectly on agriculture. So that when the agriculture sector is strong, the people of Orinduak South are strong. And when the agriculture sector is weak, the people of Orinduak South suffer, as they had for 13 years, 12 and a half years under the UDP. 12 years, 12 and a half years, Mr. Speaker, of suffering, 12 and a half years of hopelessness and mass misery. Mr. Speaker, while we in the PUP are working, Madam Speaker, the 2 leaders of the opposition on the other side were quarreling and fighting. And they continue to tangle in the mud. We are working. As I venture into all these achievements, I want to pause and thank the people of Orinduak South for believing in me. And I promise that I will continue to do my best to grow, expand, diversify the agriculture sector, to work hard to increase farm incomes and wages, and to continue expanding export earnings and broadening the list of goods that we export. to continue reducing unemployment and stimulating rural development, and to deliver on Plan Belize 2.0. Mr. Speaker, we must not allow the people of Belize to forget that Belize's agriculture economy stagnated under the UDP for 12 and a half years. And important industries such as the papaya industry, the citrus industry, the shrimp, and other industries were left to die alone with no intervention at all. Nothing was done to address the challenges of the papaya industry. The UDP did nothing to address the citrus greening or to address the plight of the citrus farmer. It was left to die. In fact, they left us with a citrus industry on life support. They left the shrimp industry that was in a worse position than citrus. The shrimp industry was so devastated, you could see that there was no hope for revival. The UDP, with the leader of the opposition at that time, she was in cabinet, tried to stifle the cattle industry. Thanks to the PUP led by our Prime Minister, John Briceño, a farmer himself, much confidence has been instilled in the agriculture sector, and we will continue to keep growing Belize. Mr. Speaker, the numbers speak for themselves. The value of agriculture as primary sector, I'm not including secondary sector, Mr. Speaker. The value of agriculture as a primary sector, excluding the manufacturing, to the economy of Belize has increased from $560.8 million in 2020 to $842 million in 2024. This is a whopping $281.6 million increase in just 4 years. Imagine, from 560.8 million to 842 million. An increase over 4 years, or a 50.2% expansion in the contribution of the agriculture sector to the economy of Belize. This valuation, Mr. Speaker, represents real value in the hands of Belizean farmers and the rural household, and marks a significant improvement to Belize's food self-sufficiency program. Like Plan Belize, farm-to-table approach highlights we are producing what we consume, and we are consuming what we produce. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, the true value of the agricultural sector to the economy of Belize is much higher than the $842.4 million. I am reporting today, as this figure is only putting a value to the sugarcane delivered to the factory, not the sugar processed. This does not include citrus processed into concentrate. It only includes citrus delivered in boxes. It includes pigs on the hoof and not value added. That is what the figures represent. Mr. Speaker, let me now move on to Belize's export agriculture sector. Despite the challenges of pests and diseases, price fluctuations, and market uncertainties, and climate change, Belize's agriculture export continue to show resilience, innovation, and strong potential for growth. Let me begin with sugar, Mr. Speaker. In 2024, we saw earnings from sugar exports increase by 15.4%. That's an additional 24.3 million, moving from 157.9 million in 2023 to 182.3 million this year. Molasses also contributed significantly with an increase of 6.3 million, bringing its earnings to 22.1 million. However, not all is sweet in the sugarcane fields. In 2024-25, particularly in the north, the industry is under severe pressure due to the impact of excess rainfall in 2024 and climate change. Fusarium disease was recently detected. Fusarium was never known to affect sugarcane in Belize. It has been known to affect many other crops, but never has it affected Belize as a pathogen. It lives in the soil, but had no effect. But the extreme weather conditions has caused it to become a pathogen, and so the industry is in crisis. This year, we may not be able to reach the 900,000 ton mark. In years before, we've reached 1.38 million tons. This year, we are very doubtful that it will reach 900,000 tons. And on top of that, Mr. Speaker, the quality, which is measured by TCTS, tons cane to ton sugar, is very poor. We may end up with a TCTS of 11 tons of cane to 1 ton of sugar. The higher that figure, the poorer the quality. Three things. First, Fusarium disease. Second, stem borer. Third, fraghopper. And fourth, the unavailable manpower to harvest sugarcane. Mr. Speaker, the last time we had a TCTS as poor as 11 was when Belcogen was commissioned in 2010. We were unable to deliver the cane because of technical problems, and we ended up with like 12.53 tons of cane for 1 ton of sugar. That was horrible. We thought it was an experience that will never again repeat itself. But lo and behold, we have a TCTS of 11 today. Mr. Speaker, the cane farmers of the North need our help. They need our help if they are to survive in the industry. On the brighter side, the industry in the West, here in Cayo, is showing some resilience. They do not seem to have the disease as yet. And they have a production that may rise up to 700,000 tons. This is up from 642,000 tons. And as the disease progresses, the labor becomes even scarcer. The energy used to cut 1 stalk of cane that weighs 1 pound is the same energy used to cut a cane that measures weighs half pound. And so at the end of the day, the cane cutter gets paid by weight. So he may advance 200 yards and work very hard to harvest very little. And that is a disincentive for anyone to work in the cane fields. And so the labor becomes scarce. But we are working on other sources of income for the cane farmers. I had the opportunity to be in Azerbaijan for COP29 and met some very interesting scientists. One of them had shared with us that Peru had banned the burning of sugarcane because of all the environment and smoke and so on. And that entrepreneurs are now converting the biomass left in the field using harvesters to convert into biochar. and in doing so would then attract funding for carbon sequestration, carbon credits. The farmers in Peru are paid between $8 and $10 US per ton of biomass. This is leaves left in the field after you've harvested with a machine. We have had the first meeting with these scientists, and it may well be in the near future that we have to resort to this type of technology to add value or to add an additional source of income for the cane farmers. Slowly, Mr. Speaker, Belize is reaching the point where mechanized harvesting will be required. Transitioning will take time, but it is a matter of time before it occurs. No one anymore is interested in cutting cane in the hot sun. In Guatemala, the government, I think, enforces that the companies provide extra benefits to the cutters, health benefits. I think they provide them with Pedialites, they provide them with good food, they provide them with buses and shade. And slowly that is becoming the situation in Belize, because cutting cane is a very difficult job. But we must do some serious reflection, Mr. Speaker, and ask ourselves if we are treating our cane farmers fairly. The price of sugar sold locally is at 75 cents a pound, maximum price. It's a control price. The farmers have been asking for an increase in the price. In Guatemala, the price is 3 times what it is in Belize. And in Mexico, it's the same. If we were to divide or calculate the consumption of sugar per capita, the argument is that, oh, we'll get poorer. But it's unfair for the cane farmer to be subsidizing everyone else. It's unfair. They have families, they have commitments, they create employment. The per capita consumption of sugar is 64 pounds per capita. In 1 year, that, if you were to consume 64 pounds, which is a lot, by the way, sugar causes diabetes and other diseases, it's $48.17 a year. That's what a person pays if he consumes 64 pounds of sugar in 1 year. That comes down to 13 cents per day. So if you raise the price of sugar, how can that impoverish someone? As a matter of fact, we should encourage minimum uses, reduce uses of sugar for health purposes. And so that is what we have to analyze and make conscious decisions. Raising the price may help with controlling our diseases caused by sugar and high glucose foods, but it will also contribute to the farmers. And so we have to do some serious thinking and consideration if we are to help, if we are to support our cane farmers in the north. Last year deliveries, at this time, same time last year, we were at 806,000 tons. Today, we are at 685,000 tons. We are short of 121,000 tons. In sugar produced, we are 3,428 tons behind in white sugar. And in raw sugar, we are 14,000 tons less. Last year, our TCTS during this time which is the best time, because it's dry, it's hot, the TCTS was at 9.79. Today, it's at 11.49. So our farmers need us. Let us not forget, when the hurricane destroyed Belize City, it was the cane farmers who first arrived in buses with their rakes, with their machetes, with their chainsaw to help clean up the city. And then they arrived with trucks and trailers bringing all their heavy-duty equipment to lift and clean Belize City. The cane farmers need us today. And they are asking you to support them. Not to enrich them, but to allow them to survive with decency, to provide schooling, to provide health, to provide clothing and food for their families. So the time will come when we come to Parliament and ask you for your support. And of course, any increase in sugar prices has to be distributed equitably with all stakeholders. It has to be carefully thought out. It has to be well structured so that it be fair and equitable to all. Mr. Speaker, the shrimp industry sector 10 years ago was at $100 million. But in 2015, we had a disease. We had a disease, Mr. Speaker, in 2015. And nothing was done. There was no intervention. And our production went down to 2 million pounds. Today there's a renewed optimism, there's a new technology, there's new intervention. The DFC facilitated a loan agreement. And today the shrimp industry is on a rebound again. Last year we had again another flood and it affected the shrimp farms. But today, we've opened markets to Taiwan, we've opened markets to Mexico. We have farms like Quality Shrimp, Royal Maya, Beluro, and a new investor in South Stand Creek that are scaling up operations. New and faster growing broodstocks have been imported, and Baja has been doing commendable work with disease surveillance and monitoring. These efforts, Mr. Speaker, have allowed us to maintain access to the very important markets. Hence, it is important for those who are accustomed to contraband shrimp from Central America. Belize is the only country that does not have white spot disease of shrimp. Mexico and Honduras and Guatemala, they all have white spot disease. So when you import illegally shrimp into the country, you are putting at risk our industry that we are just trying to bring back. Mr. Speaker, coconuts. We have made remarkable progress in 2024. We have close to 20,000 acres of coconuts planted in this country. Yet, we are short of coconuts today. That is a good problem. When our 20,000 acres come into full production by next year, our markets may have been established. Yes. In 2024, we exported $1.9 million worth of coconut water to Jamaica, and in 2025, we're projecting to triple the volume and value of coconut water into Jamaica. And no coconut water tastes like Belize water, believe you me. In addition, Mr. Speaker, for the first time, over 40 containers representing over 1 million coconut nuts, both dry and green, have been exported primarily to US and Guatemala. In addition, and even more exciting, yesterday at around 4:30, I received a call from the director of Senasica. Senasica is the Animal and Health Plant, Animal and Plant Health Service in Mexico. He informed us that Belize is now free to export coconut to Mexico with husk. We had green light before to export coconut, but without husk, which has an added cost. Belize is the first country to access the Mexican market for coconuts with husk. And this we did through negotiation with President Obrador and now his predecessor, President Sheinbaum. We are grateful to the people and the government of Mexico for giving us such opportunity. This means, Mr. Speaker, that any person that is growing coconuts in their backyard, 10 trees to 10,000 trees, can harvest coconut, take it to a packing plant. It is washed and packed in a box and sent away. This puts the coconut industry in a total different direction. So it is good news for this country. And, Mr. Speaker, we expect to begin this exportation of coconuts to the US. We are waiting for their final approval, which they haven't given to us yet, but it is in the pipeline, and we hope to receive good news from the US government, USDA APHIS, in the next few days. Already, you would have heard cattle being exported to Guatemala, pigs, corn, sorghum, but never had we heard of coconuts. Today, the Guatemalans are buying from us any amount of dry coconuts. And so those who are doing coconut oil in their backyard, what we refer to as cottage level processing, have a problem because they cannot find dry coconuts to do the coconut oil. That again is another good problem. And so that is where we are today. But up to date, we have exported to Guatemala 500,000 coconuts. Mr. Speaker, the other export sector, agriculture exports, showed an impressive performance. These exports grew by 10.6 million from 77 million in 2023 to 87.5 million in 2024. This, Madam Speaker, includes cattle. Between 4,000 and 6,000 head of cattle have been exported to Mexico annually over the past 3 years. But this year is marking a turning point to export to Mexico. Thanks to the new protocols and export arrangements, we expect to export 10,000 head of cattle to Mexico for the first time ever. And this again we achieved by lobbying with the Mexican government, with Secretary Verdeguer and his team. This began from his predecessor, Dr. What's the name? He had given us the opportunity to start negotiations, and now we completed negotiations with Dr. Julio Verdeguer, and so we are on the right foot with that. Further to this exports to Mexico, the 10,000 head, 35,000 head are projected to be exported to Guatemala. Similar to last year's figure, although Belize's cattle industry is now contributing approximately $80 million in export earnings, we are not ending there. We are working closely with BLPA and ORISA in building new inspection corral at the border that will facilitate the inspection of cattle so that it goes into Mexico free of diseases, free of screwworms. The member for Queen's Care yesterday mentioned screwworm and the plan. Even though Belize has been having cases of screwworms, not a single day have we stopped the exportation of cattle to Mexico. Again, that arrangement was done before we had screwworms in the country. Belize was the last country to be infected with screwworm. Even Mexico, which is considered North America, was infected 1 month and 5 days before Belize. We have 5 months that we had our first case. On December the 26th, 27th, we had the first case reported in Belize. Since then, we've had cases, sporadic cases, but our numbers are still the least in the entire region. We have, up to date, about 100 cases. As a matter of fact, last night, my son called and said that my dog has screwworms. He took it in Belopan. He took it to the vet. He believes it's screwworm. It has to be sent for to the lab, but we already know what it is. So it is in Belopan. It is in Camalote. It's all over. The north remains free. We have 2 cases only. Corozal has none. And so we have about 90 cases, or maybe 100, not more than that. Mexico has 1,500 cases of screwworm. That is because they are dispersing sterile flies in Mexico. We have had no sterile fly dispersal. So all the effort to contain this spread of screwworm is being done on the ground by BAHA, the Ministry for Agricultural Technicians, BLPA, ORISA, and ICA. So the job that we are doing on the ground is really commendable. BAHA is leading that effort. So we have done a hell of a job. The entire region is surprised. How is it that you have 5 months, the first infection, and you're only at 100? We have been doing a good job on the ground. It will be a matter of time before it spreads, but it will spread because it is Belize. But up to now, we are containing the spread, and I have to congratulate BAHA and the Ministry of Agriculture and all the people who are involved for doing such a good job. Mr. Speaker, the achievements in expanding our agriculture export didn't occur by chance. They are a result of strategic planning, public and private collaboration, investment in research and infrastructure, unwavering determination in the face of adversity. Never, ever have I seen such challenges in the agriculture sector. Can you imagine, Mr. Speaker, you're about to harvest your soybean, a very good crop of soybean, and just before you get into the field, it rains for 3 consecutive days. And all your investments done is gone. This is what happened last year in soybean. So we had a reduction in our yields, but nevertheless, we are still self-sufficient with soybean. So in the grain and the legume subsector, Mr. Speaker, yellow corn production saw a slight decrease of 9.4% from 22.85 million pounds in 2023 to 201.86 million pounds in 2024. White corn production, however, saw an increase of 17.6% from 24.97 million pounds in 2023 to 29 million pounds. Now, white corn in this country is produced for export. Belize is in Central America, but uniquely, we're not a country that consumes much corn. 80% of the corn consumed in Belize is consumed by animals, or 80% of the corn produced is for animal feed. In our In Guatemala, 80% of the corn is for human consumption. And they have a white corn consuming community. So our white corn goes to Guatemala, our yellow corn is for animal feeding. So when you see the white corn stats go up, it's because the exports are greater to Guatemala. Rice production decreased by 5.2% from 39 million pounds to 36 million pounds. But the important thing here, Mr. Speaker, is the success story of the rice industry in the Toledo district. In 2024, Big Falls Mill purchased 2.7 million pounds of paddy. This is last year, 2024, benefiting over 200 small farmers. This is a significant increase from the only 290,000 pounds produced in 2021. So when we inherited the government, all the rice produced in PG in Toledo was 290,000 pounds. They had closed down the rice mill. They were about to sell it out. But God is great. Election came, the PUP won. And we cranked up the old machine. And we started to produce rice. And today, there are 200 farmers benefiting. And very importantly, that not a single penny has come from the government coffers to subsidize rice in Toledo, like was done many, many years ago. The farmers of Toledo have understood that for them to be successful, they have to also be competitive in quality and in price. Today, the farmers are being paid 40 cents a pound for paddy. In 2020 and before, they were only getting paid 29 cents a pound. 29 cents a pound under the UDP to 40 cents a pound under the PUP is a significant improvement for the farmers of Toledo. And so we are happy. Now that we are milling more rice, there is a need to get a new mill. Because the mill is old, it's outdated, the parts are unavailable. And so we've ordered a new mill to come in to meet the increased production of rice in Toledo. This is $1 million in the hands of small farmers that never existed before. And we have to pay no overtime to no government worker. We fix no tire, nobody thief diesel, nobody broke up the tractors. It is all private sector driven. Land preparation for 2025 is complete, and the rice industry in Toledo is expected this year to propel to 3.5 million pounds. 3.5 million pounds. And the following year, we'll take it to 6 million pounds until we reach where we were many years ago. And the upgrades in the rice industry at Big Falls include rice sorters, separators, and all the technology that goes into making rice a good quality. New hybrid varieties are being tested in the south, and of course the rice mill is coming in. And now from selling the rice bran, which is sold as animal feed, we are adding value to that. We are converting the rice bran to pellet, which can be used directly for livestock consumption. That again is another achievement that we are about to make. Mr. Speaker, in red kidney beans production increased by 13.6% from 5.2 million pounds to 6.1 million pounds. As we all know, red kidney beans is the cheapest source of protein in this country, vegetable protein. The cheapest source of meat protein is poultry. If you cannot eat the beans, you eat the poultry to get the protein. Cowpea and black-eyed pea production increased by 62.8%. That is destined for the Caribbean market every time. One commodity that had a decline, Mr. Speaker, is black beans. I don't know why. good protein too. But the production went down. Oh yes, more healthier, of course, more nutritious than the kidney beans. No, black beans is indigenous to this region. The Mayas used to plant black beans. And then the English come and bring red beans, and now we can't get rid of it. And a big pigtail too, and we can't get rid of it. But we saw a dip in production. But more importantly is to know that as you move out of one commodity, you do another commodity. And in this case, soybean has picked up that slack. So we are the only country in the region that produces enough soybean to feed itself. We are self-sufficient in soybean, in rice, red kidney beans, meat, in poultry, beef, pork, eggs. Nobody in Central America can compete with us. Soybean meal. Soybean has two products. Depending on the price on the market, one becomes the product and one becomes the byproduct. At times the byproduct becomes more expensive than the product. Soybean meal and soybean oil. Today, from not producing any soybean at all, Belize in 2024 produced 58 million pounds, falling from 64 million in 2023.
How much was in 2020?
In 2020, it was 3 million.
What?
3 million.
3 to 54.
We imported soybean meal. We imported soybean meal. Today, there's no need for that. We're exporting soybean meal to Guatemala, to Guyana, and to whoever wants it. But most importantly, we feed our birds every day with soybean meal, our pigs every day. And that is the reason why our poultry in Belize is still cheaper than poultry in Guyana and any part of the Caribbean and in Guatemala. Because the highest cost in any livestock activity is feed. If you import your feed, you are paying for it. In Belize, we produce our own feed for animals. And so, but very importantly, more importantly is that as recent 5 years ago, Belize was still importing soybean meal for animal feed, while in the last 3 years, Belize have been self-sufficient. We are the only country that has that ability. The story of soybean is a story of resilience of both the Belizean farmer and the PUP government. We tried this years ago. We were learning. Now we've perfected the growing of soybean. And with the help of our Mexican friends again from INIFAP, we acquired 7 varieties, the Huasteca varieties, which were developed in Veracruz. And these varieties seem to be doing much better than our local varieties. And most notably, the investments, Mr. Speaker, in soybean are a state-of-the-art soybean plant in Blue Creek. This plant in Blue Creek is chemical extruder, which extracts every single bit of oil out of the meal. That if you need to use the soybean meal to feed animals, you need to put back some oil in it because it extracts everything. It's a very efficient system, state-of-the-art. But when you have the oil, what do you do with the oil? It is raw form. So the other company in Spanish Lookout invested in an oil refinery. And so that oil now, after being refined, is placed in containers, in bottles, and sold on the shelf as refined soybean oil. Mr. Speaker, it's only a matter of time before we start to tarify 123 oil, to give our local oil the benefit. You can bring in any oil you want, but you'll have to pay for it. because we need to protect what we grow at home. Yeah, yeah, 0. Yeah. Very important, grain. Mr. Speaker, are you aware that the most consumed grain in the world is wheat? Belize is very unique in the sense that we're in Central America, but we are a flour-eating population. We want bread. Bread for tortillas and a cake, fried jack. While the Central Americans is corn. We import far more flour and wheat than we import cornmeal. The growing Hispanic population, though, is getting there. But even they now do their fried jacks. Even they now do their pancakes and their Johnny cakes and their waffles and bread. And the recent trends in wheat and the war in Ukraine and Russia has caused the price of wheat to increase. The largest producers of wheat in the world are China, India, Russia, USA, France, Pakistan, Canada, Germany, Ukraine, and Australia. So you know when Russia and Ukraine go to a war, what will happen? The price goes up, and the people are subjected to the high prices. Well, we are growing our own wheat in Belize now. And we are looking to repeat the story of soybean, from no soybean to self-sufficiency in soybean. Again, I met the scientists at from CIMIT at Azerbaijan, Baku, and I asked them about the tropicalized wheat. Let me just give you a little background info. After the Second World War, Mr. Speaker, in Europe, the United Nations commissioned a study on population, world population, to see at what rate the population was growing. And millions had died in the Second World War, but they noted that the population in Asia, Africa, and Latin America was growing at a rapid rate, but food production maintained stable. So at the rate of which population was growing and food production stable, the experts believe that by 2020, if something was not done, the world would go into starvation, especially Asia, Africa, and Latin America. So the United Nations then started to inject financing into research centers like CIMIT. And then came the Green Revolution with Dr. Norman Borlaug and all the breeding that occurred. And wheat yield increased, corn yield increased, rice yield increased, and today that is how we have saved the world with research and breeding. So all the varieties we have today are high-yielding varieties, and Belize is not far behind. So we have partnered with CIMIT and CARDI, and they've given us varieties to test in Belize, tropical varieties of wheat. Wheat is a temperate or cool climate crop. It is not a hot and humid crop. But again, breeding, research has now provided that alternative to people like us in this part of the world. And so we have two ladies leading that research, Ms. Lillian and Teresita Balan, who are researchers at Central Farm, and the wheat varieties are doing very well. In Barton Creek, we have harvested wheat already. They've made flour of it. It's doing very well. It's not the best because we're not a wheat growing country, but we can get there slowly. Similar happened with soybean. And so we on this side, Mr. Speaker, believe that we can, if not be self-sufficient, produce some of the wheat that we consume in this country, and therefore reduce our costs and stop depending on wheat imported from Russia and Ukraine and Canada. That prices go up when the war is up, and then it goes down and it goes up again. Mr. Speaker, vegetables and root crops saw a 9% increase in value, primarily due to significant increase in production of onions, carrots, sweet pepper, lettuce, plantains, and cocoyams. Onion production increased by 89% from 1.7 million pounds in 2023 to 3.2 million pounds in 2024. Carrots also increased from 0.9 million pounds to 1.3 million pounds, representing a 52% increase in production. And lettuce production increased by 40% from just over 500,000 pounds to 0.75 million pounds. All these are perishables. And therefore, when there's too much production, there's an oversupply and there's losses. And therefore, we have had to resort to value-adding processing. This year, with carrots, we had to convert it into juice so that we don't lose the carrots. But it's something. And the farmers, you cannot blame the farmer for producing. The farmer is doing what he knows to do best, producing. So we have to find a way to add value to our products. The Ministry of Agriculture has invested with our partners in cold storage facilities. We invested in post-harvest technology. We invested in building capacity to train the farmers. And so we're getting there slowly. But it is time for us to start to industrialize the agriculture sector. A cannery in the past 10 years had to be a huge building. A cannery or a packing facility today can be a small room. And that is what we hoped to be investing in the next few years. Mr. Speaker, in the livestock food sector, the value grew by 9.7%, from $261 million in 2023 to $283 million in 2024. The beef sector led the growth with a 14% growth in exports and 13% growth in local consumption. The people of Belize are eating healthier. The poultry consumption per capita is 95.7 pounds. Poultry. The eggs consumption is, the consumption of poultry in 2021 was 95.74. Today, that is at 120 pounds per capita. It means that the people are eating more protein. Eggs moved from 146 to 193. It means that less ramen is being consumed and more poultry and eggs, which are healthier, are being purchased and consumed by the public. It also shows, the records also show, Mr. Speaker, that neck and back now is selling less than a whole chicken. People are buying more whole chicken than neck and back. It means that the quality of life is improving. It means that there is purchasing power. Or else these figures would not be the same. The poultry experienced an increase in production from 30.3 million to 31.1 million pounds, 11% more in value to the Belizean economy. Turkey, sheep, eggs were marginal. Milk production fell because of the dry weather and drought. Milk production fell by 21%, from 14.4 million pounds to 11.5 million pounds in 2024. So, despite the noise in the market about the unavailability of pigs for processing, we don't know where that's coming from. Did you eat pork today? You had pork to eat today? Right? We had pork today. You go to the supermarkets and there's pork in the freezers. There's no scarcity of pork. There's who you prefer to sell to. You prefer to come to the agriculture show and sell, or you prefer to sell your customers? It's a matter of preference. So there's no shortage of pork, Mr. Speaker. But the Ministry of Agriculture continues to support the processors. Pork bellies. Pork bellies is limited. They use it for to make bacon. When we are short, then we would import so that the bacon can continue to be manufactured. When it's time for Christmas and they want the hams and the picnics, we also provide them with license to import picnics green so that they can process and then sell it on the market. So we continue to support in that way. But whenever they say they are short, we would allow them to import. One of the most touching, I believe, activities, and I don't see Emilio here, is the school gardening program. This initiative is fully supported by the ministry, and as we advance Plan Belize 2.0, the school gardening program, I wish that we had more hands. I wish I had more staff, because nothing gives you the satisfaction to see the glare and the happiness in a child's face when they're in the field, working the plants, planting, weeding. Today we have 60 schools all over the country that have gardens. We are actively working with 35 of these schools, 7 in Corozal, 6 in Orange Walk, 5 in Cayo, 6 in Stan Creek, and 11 in Toledo. In order to keep the school garden spirit high, Mr. Speaker, we encourage more schools to get involved. As a part of the agriculture show, we have launched the National School Garden Competition. Amazing to see these gardens and the children working in the gardens. This year, San Victor Primary School from Corozal won the first place. San Antonio Government School, second place. Sandy Creek Academy in Stan Creek, third place. Chan Chen Government School, Corozal, is fourth place. And Boletri Seventh-day Adventist School also won fifth place. In the high school category, Mr. Speaker, of course, the Belize High School of Agriculture in my constituency won first place. And Bengopan Comprehensive School, second place. Congratulations to all these schools who participated. And in agro-processing, again, we cannot speak agriculture and not make reference to processing. In the dairy industry, Western Dairies has expanded, introducing the UHT milk in pouches. And a new plant is going up in Shipyard. Soybean meal plant in Blue Creek, state of the art, already operating and produces both high fat and low fat soybean meal. State of the art. Soybean oil refinery in Spanish Lookout. The plant is complete and now doing testing and fine tuning. The corn flour plant in Spanish Lookout. This plant is also complete and will be producing product from local white corn mostly. Coconut processing into coconut oil across the country, into oil, coconut water, milk, silkgrass farms. Really impressive what they're doing in silkgrass farms. And then we have in Shell, Tropicoco is also producing coconuts for export to Mexico and USA. We have Texbel and coconut water at CPBL. So coconut industry has really taken off. And in Orange Walk, a new flour mill. And not only flour, but products that are made from flour. All these pasta products, all this ramen that people love so much, can be manufactured in Orange Walk now with this new plant. We have Bowen & Bowen's corn chips. And this is where we need to focus. We export our corn to Guatemala and Salvador as gluten, and they add value to it. They convert it into chips and then send it back to us as a chips named Diana. We have to reverse that trend. We have to do that chips in Belize. And Bowen has taken this on head on. They are doing a hell of a job. They have excellent quality product. They are putting it on the market now. And I ask everybody, all Belizeans, to be patriotic and buy Belizean. The new chocolate plant to be constructed in Toledo district to produce fine chocolate. Again, we export cacao and we import Hershey's chocolate. We need to stop that. The BMDC, a good example of value adding. They do fruit pulps, they pulp now pitahaya, dragon fruit, soursop, mangoes, and make it available to the supermarkets and to the restaurants. What we drank today in there is dragon fruit juice. Healthy, nutritious, fresh Belizean, grown in Orange Rock, by the way. No, sir. Orange Rock South. It's important to mention the achievements of the Belize Marketing Development Corporation, a corporation that has really transformed the lives of producers, small producers. They have value-added carrots through Silkgrass, partnering with Silkgrass. We did the carrot juice. Belize Jewels, investment in 60 juicers and slush machines, supported by introduction of healthy beverage in schools. We targeted both tourism and youth markets to expand reach and improve national nutrition. Diversification into value-added byproducts from fruit pulps is ongoing. The packaging of beans under the Belize Jewels brand now serves the San Pedro market. Beekeeping, we have signed contracts with the honey producers to bottle their honey and to sell locally, and if possible, we can export. And now, we are now converting the BMDC into a packing plant, which will be used to export, to pack and export coconuts to Mexico in the time being until we can put a big facility for the processing of coconuts. Mr. Speaker, I want to highlight the importance of BAHA in animal health and plant health and food safety. BAHA made a very important intervention. We had to register the products that are being used for livestock if we were to maintain our exports to Mexico. So BAHA made an exercise and we registered 336 products so that it be legal in the country and that we can maintain our export market. The plant health department processed 3,626 import permits for sugar, corn, beans, papayas, orange, cacao, and coconuts. BAHA has been at the front, protecting the agriculture sector, protecting from diseases and from pests. I want to thank the staff of BAHA, Managing Director and her technical team for doing such a wonderful job. We are indeed the envy of the region. BAHA has done significant work in shrimp, in cattle, in pigs, in poultry, and this is the year of diseases, so many diseases, and BAHA has done such a wonderful job. The Bureau of Standards is also part of my ministry. A major milestone achieved during this reporting period in the government of Belize is formal endorsement of Belize National Quality Council in November of 2024. And this marks a critical step in advancing a national culture of quality and strengthening Belize's quality infrastructure. If we are to again continue to export, we need to have these standards in place, and Bureau of Standards is doing just that. I want to thank Samantha and her team for again raising to the challenge and helping the agriculture sector to move forward. And when it comes to the Bureau of Standards, Mr. Speaker, the Bureau of Standards has been, so to speak, the whip for all those who try to price gouge. In so many years, I think from 2008, 2014 and on, I think only 13 people taken to court. We, with the new mandate we gave them, they have taken hundreds of people to court, ticketed and given them ticketing and penalizing them for gouging. And I think that that must continue if we are to try to keep price gouging controlled. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention the last organization which my ministry is responsible for, which is the Corozal Free Zone. Again, Mr. Neri Ramirez has done significant work in the free zone. If you will remember, we inherited a government in 2020. The free zone was closed. There was no action, no employment. Neri and his team worked tirelessly to reopen the free zone, vaccinate everyone, put control measures in place, reopen the free zone, and today the free zone is a shining entity generating employment for thousands of Belizeans today, where the upgrades of the Santa Elena access road leading to the zone was paved under Kabay financing. It was at the cost of $3 million Belize dollars. The government of Belize supported with $150,000. Kabay provided the rest, and so it's a pleasure now to drive into the free zone on a beautiful, well-kept, paved road. I want to thank Neri and his team for such a wonderful job. I want to wind down. I want to close off my presentation, Mr. Speaker. And it's a pity sometimes that we politicize food. Food is not partisan. It's not PUP nor UDP. It should not be kicked around like a rotten pumpkin. There are countless examples of our government showing that we value Belizean farming. A small farmer or a big farmer is no difference. They produce food for a hungry nation. Farming and food security are the foundation of our economy. It is the foundation of our communities and our environment. Agriculture is that beacon of hope that provides quality livelihood for the rural community and food for the entire nation. Madam Speaker, we should not politicize food and agriculture. And I want to close off by highlighting the many achievements now in Drag South. Guinea Grass can now boast of a modern highway. No longer do teachers arrive at school dusty up. A modern highway. Guinea Grass can now boast of a modern water system expanded to meet the needs of water from all the villages. And now we are in the process of acquiring land to expand the village. There's a need for expansion of house lots, and we are working on that at the same time. Yo Creek, all the streets have been upgraded, and again, lights have been placed hundreds of lights have been placed in all the villages. So darkness is slowly becoming a thing of the past, Minister. We're almost reaching Belize City with so much lights. And I said once, why is it that in Belize City there is a light on every lamppost, but in the villages there's a light at every half mile? What is the difference? But we are slowly getting there. San Lazaro also enjoys hundreds of lights now. As one lady said, they said, no more darkness in San Lazaro. And again, we are acquiring land to expand the village. The village is growing, and we are again working on that to give out house lots in San Lazaro, in Trinidad, and in August Parish. That is completed now. We have already done the assessment of the land. We went in again with Lands Department, thanks to Minister Hyde and his team. We are about to distribute house lots in August Parish. And again, there is not a house that now remains in the bush. Every home has a road access. Not only road access, but good drainage. With climate change, at times, I believe that drainage is even more important than fixing roads. So every household in August Parish has road access. And of the 33 villages in Belize that do not have electricity, 3 are in Orange Rock South. Unacceptable. But as we speak, we're about to connect San Carlos and Indian Church to the national grid. And the darkness will be over in San Carlos and Indian Church. And Indian Church. Oh, I love them and they love me. I have a lot of respect for the people of San Carlos. Hard-working people, humble people. They will never vote UDP. It doesn't matter how you politicize agriculture, San Carlos would never vote UDP. In Blue Creek, there was only 3 UDPs. That's why we can't politicize food. It doesn't matter, right? We can't. We shouldn't. We shouldn't. And so, I want to congratulate the people of San Carlos and the church for being patient and waiting for us to connect them to the national grid. And in July we'll do that, right? And so, Madam Speaker, I am proud of Orange Rock South. I am proud of all the Belizean farmers. I am proud to be their minister because they have done so much for our country. And I pray that God bless them and their families, and I pray that God continue to bless this beautiful country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I now recognize the member for Kaya West.
Mr. Speaker, members of this Honorable House, I stand before you today to express my sincere apologies for my absence during yesterday and day before session due to an urgent and personal matter with my family. I was unable to attend and participate in the discussion as I had to intend. Mr. Speaker, it is and it will always be my duty and privilege to represent my beautiful people of Kaya West and to ensure that their voices be heard in this honorable house. Missing the session was never my intention, Mr. Speaker, and I deeply regret not being present for such an important debate in this honorable house. I want to assure this house, and I want to assure my beautiful people of Kaya West that I am ready and eager to continue contributing meaningful to the budget discussion, advocating for the priority and needs of my Kaya West constituency. I appreciate your understanding and professionalism Mr. Speaker, I remain grateful for the opportunity to serve alongside with my fellow representatives in the pursuit of progress for our beautiful Kaya West and our nation of Belize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and esteemed members of this House. I want to congratulate everyone in this honorable House. I congratulate you because I know the work it takes to put your name on a ballot and win a constituency. I congratulate colleagues on this side of the aisle for winning their constituency and showing the country that they are ready to serve despite the journey. I especially want to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to congratulate one of the history-making ladies of our lifetime. I congratulate the Honorable Tracy Tiga Panton for becoming the first female leader of the opposition. Honorable Tracy, congratulations. I rise to publicly thank the people of my beautiful Kaya West. This includes my people of Benqueviejo del Carmen, San Jose Socot, Arenal, Calacreek, and Corosalito. I say to the people of Kaya West, from the bottom of my heart, that I will show them what leadership is. From the bottom of my heart, I will lead by God and put the people of Kaya West first. If you allow me, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say some word in Spanish. Para mi gente de la división de Kaya Oeste, quiero darle gracias a Dios por la oportunidad de tenerme aquí y quiero que sepan que les voy a representar con respeto y dignidad. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I especially want to thank, Mr. Speaker, my wife and family who stood by me and supported me on every step of the way. I look forward to continued support. I also want to thank my campaign team and everyone who contributed to my success leading up to on the day of election. I must thank the people who do not even know me, but expresses their support for my genuine and humble win on social media. I may not know you personally, but I thank you for your well wishes and support. I am especially grateful for my United Democratic family. I am moved by your support for me and your concern about my well-being. I assure you my commitment to party work and party unity remains firm. Mr. Speaker, members of this honorable House, fellow Belizeans, I rise today to address the 2025-2026 budget and most importantly, to advocate for the residents of my beautiful Kaya West. This budget, Mr. Speaker, is more than figures on paper. It represents the future of our communities, our businesses, and the livelihood of our people. As elected officials our duty is to ensure that our constituencies receive fair representation and equitable development. Kaya West is a thriving region with agriculture, tourism, and small enterprise, driven economic growth. Yet our people face pressing challenges that requires immediate attention. Infrastructure, our roads, bridges, and public spaces need urgent upgrade to support economic activities and community well-being. Agriculture and business growth. Our farmers, Mr. Speaker, our farmers in the Waterhole area, in Camp 6, and all rural communities in my constituency require better access to resources, markets, and financial support, strengthening the backbone of our economy. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I call on this honorable House to allocate the necessary funds to open and rehabilitate the sports fields serving the communities of Arenal, Cala Creek, San Jose Socots, Corosalito, and also the Amin Egar Stadium in Benque Viejo. These facilities must not be treated as a revenue-generating venue, as has been the case with the Marshall Stadium, but rather develop as a free and open space available to all players, regardless of background or ability. Mr. Speaker, sports must be a right, not a privilege. If we invest in our athletes, that means we are investing in our future. A national budget meets the needs of our citizens, while investments and infrastructure, security, and healthcare are commendable. We must ask, Mr. Speaker, are we truly addressing rural communities like Kaya West, where basic necessities still lag behind? I would like to mention one of my smallest village. It's Cala Creek. Mr. Speaker, I have been to Cala Creek about 10 times. When people die, when they pass away, Cala Creek doesn't even have a cemetery. The families have to bury their loved ones in their own backyard. Incredible, Mr. Speaker, but this is what is happening in the Kaya West constituency. I'm not blaming anyone, I'm not criticizing anyone. With all due respect, I urge the Minister of Natural Resources to look into this matter. Exactly. This is not about PUP or UDP, officer, Minister. This is about the need of my constituency. It is not Contreras anymore, it is Miguel Guerra, the Honorable Representative. And I'm not a PUP or UDP. Here, in this House, I represent the people of Kaya West, not any PUP or UDP. This budget, Madam Speaker, are we ensuring equitable distribution of resources across all constituencies, including those heavily dependent on agriculture and tourism? I will make mention again once more, Mr. Speaker, our firefighters in the west, in the town of Benqueviejo where I live, I can't call them firefighters anymore. I call them quick response team. These guys are doing a hell of a job. And Mr. Espat, who doesn't allow me to lie, was along with me when the landfill was on fire, because we assisted these firefighters with water, with drinks, with food, just to get to know when I reached Benke fire station that their boots are rotten, Mr. Speaker. These are the people on the front line, on emergency. We need to take care of this quick response team. And I am telling you again, they are doing a great job in Kaya West. Mr. Speaker, this budget must not only serve the big cities, but also the rural towns and villages that contribute significantly to the nation's economy. The people of Kaya West deserve a budget that uplift, empower, and protect their livelihood. My commitment is clear, Mr. Speaker. I stand here today for the people of Kaya West. I stand for a budget that highlights education, economic growth, infrastructure, and social welfare. I urge this honorable House to take bold and immediate action and ensure that funding reaches the communities that need it most, like my constituency of Kaya West. Mr. Speaker, let this budget be a document of hope, fairness, and opportunity for all Belizeans. Let us work together to build a strong and more equitable future for Kaya West and for Belize. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take, and please allow me to congratulate our national team, national football team. I also have a son in the national team, Najib Guerra. Very proud of him, and I just wish them luck. With that said, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, pardon, I would like to once again thank my beautiful people of Kaya West. May God bless you all.
Thank you. I now recognize the member for Corozal Southeast.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. Before I make my comments, firstly, I would like your permission to read from my notes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I want to give or express my real gratitude to the beautiful people of Corozal Southeast, Mr. Speaker, for once again on March 12th.
How many times?
5 times.
Why?
Thanks, colleagues, thanks. Yeah, for once again electing this humble servant to represent them in this honored National Assembly, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much, beautiful people of Corozal Southeast. I promise you, I will do all I can to be the best representative that I can be for this next 5 years.
than senior?
No, I don't reach him. No, sir. But, Mr. Speaker, I rise to share with the Belizean public the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor, and Local Government achievements for the fiscal year 2024-2025, and our goals and initiatives for 2025-2026. I am deeply appreciative of the opportunity to serve the Belizean people in this new ministry, which has been offered to me by the Right Honorable John Briceño, the Prime Minister of Belize. I'm not waiting for nothing official, PM. I told you that even before the elections, that in my view, you're already the Right Honorable. So please don't punish me for that. I know CAPSEC might. I would also like to express my gratitude to Honorable Oscar Requena, my predecessor, for establishing a solid foundation for this ministry under Plan Belize. My predecessor had done a wonderful job, Mr. Speaker. The ministry's objective is to improve the quality of life for local communities and workers throughout the nation. This current administration's strong mandate, which was granted in this most recent general election, serves as a confirmation that we are on the right track for the country's growth and development. Mr. Speaker, I want to read a quote I found in our conference room that I think is very applicable to the work that we are doing in this ministry. Let me, one moment to find it. When I got in, Mr. Speaker, the first time in the conference room, there was this beautiful quote that every week when I go, I read it to remind myself of the work that we are doing. It says, social reality is not created by chance, but by human action. Therefore, it cannot be changed by chance. Social reality, Mr. Speaker, occurs through action. Another person once said, all problems can be resolved through action. And since my predecessor was a man of action, I hope I do him well and proud by being one of action in the ministry for these next 5 years. In the Department of Rural Transformation, Mr. Speaker, we have a bid to expand access of potable water in communities. The Department of Rural Transformation has acquired a new well rig truck capable of drilling 1,000 feet. This is in thanks to the Ministry of Finance and the Republic of China, Taiwan. This new well rig truck marks the first acquisition of a new truck in more than 2 decades, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell you that we are angling to get another well rig. Through the expansion, construction, rehabilitation of rural water systems throughout the nation, we have been able to enhance the quality of life of more than 30 communities, such as the far reaches of Machakila in the south, Armenia in the west, in Progreso and Chunush in the north, just to name a few communities, Mr. Speaker. We estimate that these rural water systems that we have improved on impacts the lives of at least directly 18,000 Belizean citizens, Mr. Speaker, and we're very proud of how we are working in this ministry. One of the abandoned communities in the north once, before Honorable Kevin got in, which was Santa Marta, the water was very rusty orange. I was informed that the water actually looked like some kind of a carrot juice. But now, thanks to UNICEF and our ministry, they have clear, potable drinking water flowing in their homes. By connecting households in 6 rural communities, such as Dolores and San Vicente, to mini-grids or standalone solar systems, we have made possible their access to renewable energy. This initiative, Mr. Speaker, has been accomplished as a result of an effective partnership with the Department of Energy, and it is in part of our overall endeavor to ensure the sustainability of our water systems. Mr. Speaker, we have acquired and installed more than 1,500 water meters to enhance the fiscal administration of the systems and to safeguard and conserve the supply from our aquifers. These include San Pablo in Orange Walk. For the first time in many years, water systems are now displaying surpluses as they have paid down their expenses. Mr. Speaker, when the government got in, revenues collected was about $3 million. To date, revenue collected now is about $6 million. A 100% increase, all increase in collection of revenues thanks to prudent financial management and as well proper supervision from the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Mr. Speaker. We, in our ministry, will further the vision of Plan Belize 2.0 by creating and implementing a digital accounting and billing system for water boards for the first time. This will enable us to further fortify and improve the operational and overall administration of water boards, thereby enhancing service delivery and accountability. Mr. Speaker, some of the stories you hear, I remember someone tell me they went to a village and when the system came in, you had certain people who would just abuse it. They would start to wet the streets, fill up the tanks, their water tanks and all that for their agriculture, but then they're not paying for the amount of water, and then they begin to deprive other households. With this accounting and billing system, Mr. Speaker, we'll be paying for the consumption of our water. Through the assistance of the Central American Bank for Economic Integration, CABE, we will establish and execute a national rural development strategy to facilitate the coordination of initiatives aimed at enhancing the quality of life in rural communities. To enrich the quality of water that rural residents receive, we will be collaborating with the Inter-American Development Bank and the Belize Social Investment Fund to implement a disinfection initiative for 21 rural water systems. Critical, Mr. Speaker, I don't want no one to overlook that. Implement a disinfection initiative for 21 rural water systems. By the end of July, BWSL, and this is important news for me and my community, BWSL will install a new reverse osmosis purification system on behalf of our ministry in the lovely village of Sartaneja. Thanks to the partnership with the Protected Areas Conservation Trust Pact, I don't see my colleague here to thank him, residents will have access to clean potable water in their homes. As part of our ongoing partnership with PAC, we will also be implementing a flood mitigation project that is designed to reduce hazards and improve climate resilience in vulnerable communities. In the Department of Labor, Mr. Speaker, we are dedicated to improving the quality of life for Belizeans. We have launched a new Decent Work Country program, DWCP, in partnership with the International Labour Organization, the ILO, in our Labour Department. The DWCP offers a comprehensive strategic framework that is intended to foster decent, safe, and productive employment opportunities for all Belizeans. Also, there's a Prosper initiative which is funded by the European Union, and it will be the starting point for the implementation of this Decent Work Country program in collaboration with the ILO. This initiative is designed to foster sustainable economic development in the South through entrepreneurship and capacity building. The South is not forgotten, Mr. Speaker. We're still working with them, and I know Minister Rekenya and Minister Osmond will not let me forget it, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to the ongoing modernization of the Department of Labor Services by implementing the electronic delivery of temporary employment approval letters. We have implemented an environmentally friendly solution that has enhanced the efficiency of our services. In partnership with the Department of Immigration, we have created a new seasonal migrant workers program that is tailored to the requirements of our local industries and is designed to encourage responsible labor migration. We expect that this initiative will be implemented by the end of the month, Mr. Speaker. And I can speak to this personally, Mr. Speaker, as an elected rep. I remember campaigning, and the community of Little Belize, who I know normally they provide their own workers and they do their own stuff. When I went and in my campaign, they were asking support for this seasonal migrant workers because for some reason even they are having problems with laborers to harvest their crops. We will conduct a thorough examination of the Labor Act and revise Belize's labor laws to align with the requirements of a modern economy. We have pledged to increase the minimum wage to $6 per hour under Plan Belize 2.0. To accomplish this, our ministry will establish a minimum wage adjustment formula in accordance with the Wage Councils Act. This formula will ensure that the minimum wage is adjusted based on real-time economic data to prevent workers from having to wait for years to receive equitable compensation. And, Mr. Speaker, in this department, perhaps the biggest news we can offer everyone today is that the first Occupational Safety and Health Bill, or OSH, has been successfully drafted with the help of the Attorney General's Ministry. And in a couple of months, the OSH will be reintroduced after approval, final approval by Cabinet. This is a critical step in modernizing Belize's workplace safety laws. Mr. Speaker, this bill was first introduced to the House in the year 2014, over a decade ago, 11 long years. Our government, Plan Belize, the leadership of Prime Minister Briceño, we will now finally bring it to fruition very soon, Mr. Speaker. I believe this for the Department of Labor and our ministry and this government will be a significant, a signature achievement for everyone. When I was speaking with the unions for their Labor Day, they were using a phrase of rush the OSH. I think soon that phrase will go out of style. In the Department of Local Government, Mr. Speaker, we have engaged in extensive consultations with stakeholders to establish a new trade license regime, which has been enacted as the Trade License Act No. 19 of 2024. The Act will significantly enhance the transparency and stability of trade licensing in urban as well as rural areas. We have established new municipal boundaries for all 7 towns in the country with the support of the Belize Mayors Association and the Ministry of Natural Resources. The new boundaries have facilitated the clarification of the municipality's jurisdiction, enabling them to offer improved services to their residents. Since 2021, municipalities have experienced a 40% increase in their budgets as a result of our leadership and enhanced financial management. That is to say, Mr. Speaker, from $60 million to today, $100 million in 2025. Our government supports all our municipalities in the country. The new trade license regime will be fully digitized and implemented in October to ensure accountability, transparency, and efficiency. The fees collected in rural areas will be returned to the village councils for reinvestment in community projects. We will be collaborating with the Ministry of Finance and the Ministry of Economic Transformation to digitize financial and accounting systems for all town and city councils. This year, we will be striving to modernize and revise the Liquor Licensing Act to align with the needs of today's economy and the business sector. Mr. Speaker, we will revise and combine the existing municipal legislations for our towns and cities to establish a single comprehensive legislation. When I first got in, I was a little surprised that I thought there was one legislation for all municipalities, but actually, if I'm not mistaken, I think there's three, right, Minister Kenya? One for Belize City, one for Belmopan, and one for the rest of the municipalities. We need to streamline all of those, Mr. Speaker. In collaboration with the Ministry of Finance and Economic Transformation, we will be assisting in the development of climate-resilient infrastructure to address the socio-economic and environmental challenges and opportunities in the towns of Orange Rock, Corozal, and San Pedro. The quality of life for the residents and infrastructure of these communities will be significantly improved to serve as tourism destinations. Earlier, we heard the Minister of Tourism promoting how tourism is a huge deal in this country, and yes, we are going to be putting our part in helping these municipalities to be prepared for the tourist industry. As I close, in terms of reference to the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Mr. Speaker, I would like to end by thanking the exemplary work of our public officers, our teachers, our private sector partners, the NGO community, and especially our ministry staff who help build a better Belize every day. There's a few people in the ministry whose name I want to call because they work very hard. And they work very hard, Mr. Speaker, and they make the ministry look good. It is their hard work. I have to start with our CEO, Mr. Valentino Shallow. Very, very, very smart person. Mr. Clifford King, who is our Director of Local Government and Acting Coordinator of Rural Development. Ms. Risela Dominguez-Pat, the Labor Commissioner, she's like an encyclopedia when you want to talk about labor issues. Speak to her. She knows everything. We also have an exemplary AO, Ms. Shamili Zuniga, an FO, Emma Garbot, and our policy coordinator, Ms. Cindy Noble-Chan. And of course, well, we have a young man named John Marin, who is junior, who is doing a lot of good work in the ministry, Mr. Speaker. So I want to thank all of them for all the great work that they have been doing in the ministry. Turning to Corozal Southeast, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, I'm grateful for the support they have given me, and I want to say again that I will be working hard to continue earning their trust daily. One of the first things I want to speak about is that in the past 4.5 years, and in these next 5 years that we may have in government, we had invested heavily in sport activities in the division, and we will continue to do so, Mr. Speaker. We have invested so much that 2 teams in this division, Mr. Speaker, they are the first and second place. They have placed first and second in the district finals. These teams are the Calcutta Bulls and Sartaneja FC, Mr. Speaker. As one speaker earlier mentioned, sports is also a discipline and it builds character in our youth. I also know, Mr. Speaker, the member for Colette is a full proponent for sports, and I know I'll be able to communicate with him on getting more support for our areas. In education, Mr. Speaker, thanks to Plan Belize 1.0, 2 high schools that most of our Corozal Southeast students attend, the St. Viator High School and Escuela Secundaria Mexico, have free education. As an elected rep, and I know my colleague from Corozal Southwest and also my colleague from Corozal Bay will attest, when the free education was implemented, we saw a significant drop in requests of assistance for tuition and all that for education. We still assist, and I happily assist when it comes to education, but it is a significant help. I want to thank my good friend, the member from Freetown, for his unwavering support for the past 4.5 years. Every time I would go and I ask him for help, never denied me. The new minister now, member for Toledo West, Minister Rekenia, I know he will always be helpful. He was always helpful to me in the past. I know he will continue to be helping in terms of educational support. In education too, Mr. Speaker, mostly through the CDF funding, I have tried to help many students with their tuition. We can't pay everything, but we always try to pay. And here, play no politics. We go by one saying in Corozal Southeast when it comes to education, a mind is a terrible thing to waste. So I heavily try to support it as much as I can whenever I'm requested. This is about 400 students in total, almost every year, that get some sort of a small assistance in education in the Corozal Southeast area. Mr. Speaker, I need to make a special mention to our Deputy Prime Minister, who consistently, for the past 4.5 years, and now going into this one, has always been supportive to the people of Corozal Southeast. On average, Mr. Speaker, about 300 to 350 land documents at different stages, sometimes permission to survey, lease document, title, we are able to get out of the Ministry of Lands. And those land clinics significantly help us in providing services to the people of Corozal Southeast, in particular their land issues. And Mr. Speaker, we're not done there just yet. Very important news, very big news. This year, again, thanks to the effort of our Deputy Prime Minister, we will be start issuing house lots throughout the Corozal Southeast Division. This will become a game changer for Corozal Southeast, because for too long they have not gotten any land attention, and it only occurs under a PUP government, Mr. Speaker. So, de parte de la gente agradecida, Deputy Prime Minister, muchas gracias. He's not here today. In Chunush, Mr. Speaker, Plan Belize 1.0 and now Plan Belize 2.0 will have made major investments in terms of providing national health insurance. Again, the implementation of NHI in Chunush significantly impacted the requests for support for medical help in that area. You really felt the impact of it, just felt significantly. All right? I mean, we still assist people with medical stuff, but, Mr. Speaker, NHI really is helping the Corozal Southeast Division. Free education and the new RO water system in Chunush. In Kapabank, Mr. Speaker, with the Village Council, we are working heavily to restore the lagoon front from soil erosion and the effects of climate change. In Progreso, we have this budget and previous budget have provided for the paving of the Progreso San Esteban Road. I heard it mentioned from the Minister of MIDH, and I want to personally thank the Prime Minister again, sir, because I know you have personal affection for that area, and I know you are the driving force in getting us to get that road paved. Thank you again, sir. In Progreso as well, we are working with the Village Council and a dynamic group of young people, Mr. Speaker, to be able to do a lot of community works. We have put up the little Progreso sign, painted beautifully, put little palapas along the lagoon front for make the people and come and they do them barbecue. We even do like a generic grill stuff there, so the people come and all they have to do is bring their own carbon and what's not, and then they do them stuff. All right, a lot of community work. We built a bathroom for the football field in the past. You know, you go play football, people would have to go beg the neighbors for use bathroom. Now, no, they have their own bathroom, so that is a thing of the past. In the village of Ranchito, we continue with works for a new village park, and as well to continue to repair the community center. In Carolina, we will work to continue supporting the needs of the villages. In Calcutta, we will keep investing in sports. In Calcutta, I'm quite proud of the Amin Jamid Manzanero football field, Mr. Speaker. Amin Manzanero was a footballer, sadly cut down in the prime of his life, but he would have been a rising star in football, but he's no longer here, and so we put the name of the football field in Calcutta in his name. So we had invested heavily in the past 4 years, and we'll be investing more in the different football fields within the Corozal Southeast Division. In San Joaquin, we will be upgrading our football field, and we'll also be upgrading the grounds where the annual San Joaquin Fiesta is held. In Caledonia, again, thank you, Prime Minister. I can't thank you enough to have committed to paving from Caledonia to Buena Vista, sir. That is another game changer. That is not just a good support. That is not just a big help. That will be a game changer for the people of Caledonia, Mr. Speaker. And as well, sir, thank you for personally investing and personally pushing for the new RO system, the reverse osmosis system in Sartaneja. Very soon, this will be completed in August, and finally, Sartaneja will now have a modern water system that will be upgradable and upscalable to meet the needs of today and future needs for village expansion. In closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the wonderful people of Corozal Southeast for the overwhelming mandate to this servant, and I promise I'll be working very hard, going from strength to strength, to continue working with them. I clearly did not do it by myself. There's a lot of good people in the Corozal Southeast Division who have supported me. There were those who supported in the thick and in the thin, because we served 13 long years under the UDP, provided nothing in Corozal Southeast, I must let you know. Exactly, right? And they stick with us through thick and thin. And now finally, under Plan Belize 1.0 and Plan Belize 2.0, they are now finally getting investment in the Corozal Southeast. On a personal note, Mr. Speaker, today is my son's birthday, so I want to, thank you, and I want to wish my son, that beautiful boy, a very happy birthday, sir. I love you. And Mr. Speaker, I support this budget. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member from Corozal Southwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, esteemed colleagues, members of this Assembly and the peoples of Belize, especially Corozal Southwest, the champion, we are the best. It is with great pride that I stand before you today and highlight the significant strides being made in sustainable development, particularly within the vital area of solid waste management. The Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change, and Solid Waste Management, through the dedicated effort of Solid Waste Management Authority, SWAMA, is committed to transforming how we manage waste across our beautiful nation, taking us the new place and achievement. Remarkable progress in the critical sector. I want to mention the personnel behind this ministry, especially the CEO and Minister Habet. And we cannot forget the humble workers that we have on that office, the HODs that really dedicate themselves to make this thing reality. The past fiscal year has been a period of considerable accomplishment. We have successfully expanded the reach and impact of SWAMA, bringing environment sound waste management practice to a larger portion of of our population. I am pleased to announce that with the integration of Belmopan and Dangriga into SWAMA system, approximately 55% of the Belize population now benefits from organized collection, efficient transfer, and responsible disposal of solid waste. This represents a major step forward in our commitment to clear and healthier Belize. As we speak right now, in my constituency, we have some equipment in the area of San Roman that they are doing the cleaning of a lot of debris. The information I get just now, they already haul 60 dump trucks of garbage from the street that leads to the college, to Concepcion and Louisville. So you can imagine, these have to stop. We have to put the debris where they need to be. Furthermore, the establishment of Operation Transfer Station has not only improved waste disposal, but has also spurred local entrepreneurship. Increased such as Belmopan, Hattieville, Ladyville. We have witnessed the emergence of thriving garbage collection business. These transfer stations are providing to effective central hubs for waste management in the respective region. The Belmopan transfer station efficiently serves residents like Democracia, Roaring Creek. Similarly, as Dangriga transfer station caters to communities as Statefall, Steelgrass. San Ignacio transfer station provides crucial service to residents of Esperanza, Santa Familia, Bullet Tree, Socots, and Cristo Rey. This decentralized approach ensures more efficient and accessible waste management for a greater number of Belizeans. The heart of our operation, Mile 24, Regional Sanitary Landfill, has played a pivotal role in the increasing volume of waste. Looking ahead, the 2025-2026 fiscal year, SWAMA ambitious plan to be planned upon this success and further enhance our nation waste management system. A key priority in the enhancements of our infrastructure, we are right on track. Si vamos bien to finalize the 2.5 acres expansion of the Mile 24 Regional Sanitary Landfill. This crucial expansion will provide estimate 5 additional years of environment sound waste management capacity for our existing service areas, and will pave the way to accommodate waste from Orange Walk transfer station. And we are looking at how the incorporated Corozal, how are we going to incorporate Corozal with Orange Walk to 24 miles. This is a very important project that SWAMA and the ministry is doing. We have to be very careful of what we are doing, because the expansion of the 2.5 acres that we are doing, and we are saying that will accumulate for 5 years, but all depends how much more garbage we're going to collect within that 5 years. And we have to be careful, because more plastics, more garbage we get, that means 5 years will not be 5 years. We're going to expand that 2.5 acres maybe to 5 acres so we can accumulate a lot of debris. For example, what we get in San Pedro, we're accumulating more than 12,000 tons of debris. Belize City, imagine, additional next 9,000 tons of debris. We are particularly excited about extending our service to Orange Walk. This expansion will directly benefit 15,000 residents of Orange Walk town, as well as those in the surrounding areas like Champagne Ridge, Palmar, Trail Farm, York Creek, and other nearby villages. We anticipate and smooth transaction and provide collection providing already operating in the area will now be able to utilize this transfer station waste management in the region. This will also signal the technical closure of the open dump site of Orange Walk. And we will look at how integrate the informers recycling recovery. Furthermore, we'll be active exploring the possibility of the transfer case of Corozal town, which goals on extending our service in the residents of the important municipality as well. And we cannot forget about Free Zone, the disposal of Free Zone, Altamira, Paraíso, Consejo, and other surrounding villages like Ranchito. The SWAMA recognized the significant investment made to date and established the robust waste of management system. To ensure its long-term sustainability, we will be focusing on improving financial sustainable. We will be diligently exploring and implementing a cost recovery mechanism to finance the organization operation of the solid waste management system, ensuring its continued effective and expansion. If we mention Orange Walk and Corozal, if I'm going to approve this budget, and I will approve this budget, PM, please support Orange Walk and Corozal for this new era, for this new venture. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, I want to jump to my constituency. I want to give thanks to the people of Corozal Southwest for giving me the opportunity, the third time, to be here to represent them. In 2012, when I came here, I was begging for a police station. We heard the member of Caribbean Shores that is a reality. Thanks to the People's United Party now. The same time, I was begging to the Prime Minister. The school of San Narciso is more than 80 years old. I'll crack up. Now, I beg to my good friend here and colleague, member of Toledo West, you are the champion. You are the Minister of Education. Please, do not forget San Narciso RC School. We need a new one. But I cannot ignore my colleague, member of Freetown. And I will repeat myself. In 2012, the amount of money that we get per year for education was $9,000 per year. Colleagues that was here, remember that? Right. And they gave us how to spend that $9,000. You have to spend $4,000 on high schools and $5,000 on schools. Corozal Southwest, we have 13 schools and 3 kinders. Imagine to spend $5,000. Please, now we have free education in Escuela Mexico. And we cannot forget the amount of projects that we already did in Corozal Southwest. Thank you to the Prime Minister. We can start with the development of Corozal Southwest when we won 2020. In 2020, remember COVID was on. The economy was very bad. All of us suffer, even the teachers, even us, area representatives. But we roll our sleeves and make sure we work. In 2021, I built the first complex in San Narciso. We did the Agric Show in 2021. 2022, thanks to Plan Belize, we did Libertad Complex. Talking about Libertad, another one that I was begging since 2012, the pavement of the road from Libertad to Buena Vista. And again, I think with this government will be a reality. Will be a reality. I know my Prime Minister will not let me down. We have an industry. We have an industry, very vibrant industry, and the only one in Corozal Southwest that is the shrimp farm. They are employing right now, as we speak, 80 new jobs thanks to that industry. Remember, the only industry in Corozal Southwest many years ago was the sugar industry. 1987, who was in that time, who was the government? UDP. They closed the factory. A lot of farmers suffer. Thanks to the People's United Party, 1989, we reopened the factory again, the sugar factory. Right? So, the UDP won again, and they closed it again. So that means, who punished the cane farmers? The UDP. Just do your homework and you will see what will happen. We continue talking about sugarcane. Last year we had a shortfall, and this year we're going to have a shortfall. So PM, we have to make sure that we look after this, because it's the only industry pumping more than $100 million to the GDP of this country. We cannot ignore those issues. I heard the leader of the opposition talking about roads. I invite her, but do not go with your high heels, because, going to rurals, nice, sun hot, especially on the Fire Pass, you're going to find it's rough. Thanks to MIDH, 65% of our sugar roads are in good conditions. 80% of our village roads are in perfect conditions. But let us be real. Let us be real. Climate change is a challenge. Every time we fix sugar roads, it rains. So how can we solve those problems? Right? Let us be real. So it's money that is spent, but because of the climate change, we have rains. But we still manage to help the farmers. And as we speak again, we have MIDH in Corozal Southwest working right now in more sugar roads. I want to give thanks to MIDH and my good friend Julius Espach, my colleague. Thank you very much. I want to give thanks to my good friend, Minister from Lake Eye. Without his help, Corozal Southwest already fixed more than 800 house lots. They already get more than 300 properties. And again, next week, we're going to distribute more than 100 new house lots. Thank you, Minister of Lake Eye. Houses. Again, let us go back to my friend, and thanks to the Prime Minister. Houses. Southwest already gets 7 new houses, 3 in the area of Louisville, 1 in San Narciso, 1 in Santa Clara, and 1 in Libertad. And of course, If we can get more, of course, people will get more. And we're going to distribute it maybe to Concepcion or to San Victor. But I want to support. I was checking the budget. MIDH 2024-2025 was 174,247,000. Budget 2025-2026, 157,709,000. We, PM, you cut us, man. We need more sugar roads. We need more paved roads. So I beg to this honorable house, we know that we have supplementary, and let us wait, that will happen. So let us work together. I want to give thanks to the past ministry, led by my good friend from Toledo West, Honorable Oscar Requena. 4 years and 3 months, we worked diligently with the CEO and the good staff that we had. We did a lot. We did a lot. Countrywide. There's no village that said they never receive a help. We gave pipes, we gave meters, we helped them with their water pumps, we helped them with, man, name it. Man, never in this country was the airlift of old wells. We did it countrywide, and that thanks to Plan Belize. I want to give thanks to the Prime Minister. He sent me to another venture on the solid waste. It's a challenge. Yes, it's a challenge. No job is not a challenge. And that's why we get paid, to do a job. And we are going to do the best as we can. And I invite the opposition, if they need to go to my office, come and let us chat and see on what we can help. Because this is not for one party. This is for the people of Belize. And that's why we serve the people of Belize. Once more, I want to give thanks to my good friend, Mala. In couple weeks, we're going to inaugurate a new market in San Narciso. Right? A new market. Imagine. 2012, you know how many times I come here? I came here and beg. Sometimes my colleagues make a joke of me because I throw the budget book. And why I throw the budget book? Because I said, copy and paste, nothing for Southwest. That a UDP, of course, that I said it. 2012, the UDP, I was there. And may I tell you something? You are new, and the other are new. But that one there on the corner, she's senior. And she not mentioned that she did get about this budget and the last budget. She collect, she get grocery bags, she get the CGP. No CGP, sorry about that. That's not Ken. I'm used to Ken. The CDF and the CGF. I'm used to Ken, you know. I'm a sweet man. So talk to her and you will find out how much she gets per month. When I was there, 2012, as I mentioned, $9,000. No, remember my colleague Florencio, we used to come here for Christmas, $10,000. And they used to pack 100,000, 150,000 for them. Yes. Caretakers. San Narciso, there was a caretaker. He get 100,000. The area rep get $10,000 to give toys or whatsoever. Man, I was there, and I was tired. And I was tired every year Every year they talk about super bond, super bond, super bond, super bond. They never solve the problem. The team of the Prime Minister solved the problem. Huh? Blue bond, he went to Venezuela and he get a big discount thanks to the team. UDP don't have that kind of mentality. They don't have that activity. But man, let us be real. I don't want to talk about that, but let us continue with my constituency because that is very important. I can be here hours and mentioning to you what we already done in Corozal Southwest. We have a program right now with the sewing program with women, thanks to Venezuela. And why we are doing that is the way how to create jobs. Just Escuela Mexico, thanks to this government that is giving free education, we have 850 students. All of them get 3 uniforms plus 1 for physical education. So that is 4. 4 times 8, 50. So we can create jobs for the single mothers. And that is the way we are going. I want to give thanks once more, right, to my Prime Minister. Thank you, PM. Without your knowledge, without this great team that you have here, colleagues, my colleague from Caribbean Shores, thank you very much. Let us continue work. Let us show to these Belizean people that we are ready and we are planning for Plan Belize 3.0. Thank you very much.
I recognize the member for Kaya North.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this House. I rise today with a profound sense of purpose and optimism to speak on the budget for fiscal year 2025-2026. I do so on behalf of the good people of Kaya North, who I have the honor to represent. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to thank the people of Kaya North who came out in the thousands on the 12th of March to once more deliver their trust in me and the People's United Party. And Mr. Speaker, we didn't scrape by with a mere 124 votes. No, we trounced them by nearly 1,000 votes. That's a beating, plain and simple. 2 general elections, back-to-back victories. No slippage in our support. The red hills are gone, and we are not looking back. No more lies, no more flip-flopping candidates, no turning back. But while I revel in this victory, I do so with humility, because I know that this victory belongs to the people of Kaya North. And so we must continue to work for them. Under Plan Belize, the people of Kaya North benefited from over 450 house lots. Over 20 starter homes were built. Over 10,000 school bags distributed to our school children. Education grants issued, housing grants issued, grocery bags given to needy families. We have seen unprecedented road construction from San Ignacio to Bullitree, and soon to come from Bullitree to Spanish Lookout. The highway between San Ignacio to Benqueviejo is under construction. We completed the cementing of Collins Boulevard, Consolation Boulevard, and 18th Street, and we rehabilitated countless streets in the Boyton and Santiago Juan areas. In the village of Bullitree, never has there been the level of work like that done by this area rep and this government. We have opened streets, dug drains, placed culverts, and laid over 8,000 feet of new water pipes. We are soon to complete the rehabilitation of the community center. Oh, and before I forget, we won all the boxes in Bullitree. And we will win again on the 29th of June. And the work continues, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to say that starting August of this year, free education will arrive at Sacred Heart College, where some 948 students attending high school will now do so for free. In June, we are set to open the Contiki Community Police Station. This substation will serve the Contiki community as well as the neighboring communities of Boyton, Mosquitoville, and Shawville, thanks to the CDF and our friends at the Belize Natural Energy Charitable Trust. As well, our people of Cayo will now be the beneficiaries of NHI. 8 primary care providers and 7 satellite clinics will be distributed in the San Ignacio and Santa Elena area, as well as the Benque and Belmopan area. Thanks to the government of Belize, 93,460 residents of the Cayo district will have access to unlimited outpatient services, laboratory services, imaging services, and pharmaceutical to support the management of outpatient services and eye care. You see, Mr. Speaker, while the opposition imagine we are delivering to the people, listening to the criticism from the leader of the opposition about NHI makes me wonder. It either reflects pure ignorance or it's playing politics with the health of our people. Let us look at the facts. The concept of NHI and the model of care was a product of extensive consultation and significant brain power brought in through the health sector reform process in the late 90s. This was started under the PUP government, but for 3 consecutive terms was supported by the present opposition. The only difference now is that this government is not only talking, but is putting its money where its mouth is. In 3 consecutive terms, the present opposition invested minimal resources and only extended coverage to the Corozal district, where the then minister was from. This was a political ploy, not an action for the benefit of the population. Since becoming the government, PUP has invested in improving access to quality care in Corozal, extended services to Orange Walk, completed coverage of the whole of the Belize district, including the Keys, and is now poised to complete its promise to the Belizean people by coming to the Cayo district. Mr. Speaker, I also listened to other comments from the opposition about giving private entities the opportunity to become part of the primary care network. Did I hear them say cronies? That's an insult to the private medical professionals that are providing quality care to the population. But beyond that, let me remind you again that what is being implemented are recommendations emanating out of the health sector reform process that started in the late 90s. I would recommend you go back and read those reports. 7 extensive volumes of recommendations by a team of credible international consultants and endorsed after extensive in-country consultations. What Belize began to implement was way ahead of its time. The World Health Report of 2010, titled Health Financing, the Path to Universal Health Coverage, in fact almost mirrors what Belize was already doing. And if that is not enough for you, in 2020, the Pan American Health Organization sent a technical mission to Belize to review if the recommendations were still valid. Go read the report. It validates what Belize is doing. Public-private partnerships in healthcare delivery introduces efficiencies in healthcare management and allows for an efficient way to increase access to quality care for the population. If you are still not convinced, ask the people of your very own constituencies if they are not satisfied with the access they now have to medical consultations, medicines, laboratory tests, and to imaging services. Ask your constituents. Mr. Speaker, the NHI expansion to the Cayo district, nor any of the advances we have made and we will continue to build on would not have been possible but for the support of our Prime Minister and all my colleague ministers and CEOs. And I thank them for all their continued support of the good people of Cayo North. Additionally, I thank my executive, all my street captains and campaigners for their hard work and dedication. To my family, you are my constant, my steady. None of this would be possible without you. Most importantly, I thank God, through whom all things are possible. Mr. Speaker, allow me to turn to the work of the ministry entrusted to me. Our focus at the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy and Logistics is clear, and that is to deliver reliable utilities, advance energy resilience, and modernize logistics, all in service to the Belizean people. In terms of energy, I cannot overemphasize the vital role that energy plays in growth and socio-economic development. Through strategic policy interventions, we must increase our resilience and ability to withstand external shocks, both fiscal and climate-related. The newly enacted energy policy is a sustainable conduit to a secure and affordable energy future. I am pleased to announce that Belize is well on its way to assuring energy security with pipeline and ongoing projects to build and commission over 130 megawatts of solar power and 60 megawatts of battery storage. These projects are scheduled to be fully commissioned by 2027. This will be made possible through concessional funding access from multilateral institutions such as the development banks, which will contribute greatly to support our climate adaptation, mitigation, energy transition, and sustainability initiatives. We're also looking into greater regional integration by investigating the feasibility of interconnecting with Guatemala. This new interconnection will lead to reducing energy costs, improving energy security, and facilitating the integration of renewable energy sources. It will also allow us to share resources and manage fluctuations in demand more effectively. This new partnership will increase resilience against climate change and the effects of natural disasters. This also opens new economic opportunities for Belize to participate in the regional electricity market and build new power plants in Belize and have the ability to sell both nationally and regionally. This regional partnership would allow Belize to productively utilize excess generation capacity while strengthening regional energy security. By establishing cross-border electricity trading mechanisms, Belize can maximize the economic returns on our solar investments. Universal access is a top priority of this administration. Last year, we developed the National Rural Electrification Plan, which is Belize's pathway to achieve universal access through grid extension, the deployment of microgrids, and solar standalone solutions. In line with the National Rural Electrification Plan, we inaugurated the Corazon Creek microgrid in November of last year and have slated the inauguration of microgrids for 3 villages, San Vicente, San Benito, and Jalacte, in the 4th quarter of this year.
What, Oscar?
We are also extending the national grid in the north to connect villages that were abandoned by the UDP administration. I am happy to announce that in July, we will connect the villages of San Carlos and Indian Church in the Orange Walk South constituency to the national grid. We are currently in negotiations with partners to design and finance 5 additional microgrids for Fireburn, Sundaywood, Creekesarco, Conejo Creek, and Dolores. Mr. Speaker, this government is doing its part in ensuring the development of a thriving electromobility environment. The foundational work to drive this sector is currently underway with the establishment of public charging stations in partnership with the Belize Electricity Limited and the drafting of the e-mobility strategic framework. The deployment of 2 electric buses in Belize City has been a raging success. Belize City residents are now enjoying safe, reliable, comfortable, and affordable transportation. In the coming months, we will see 3 electric buses running on our highways to serve the northern and western routes. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to provide a comprehensive update on the recent achievements of Belize Electricity Limited, as well as the major projects planned for 2025, which mark a critical phase in transforming Belize's energy landscape. 2024 was a year of lessons and resilience. 2024 presented significant operational and environmental challenges for BL, marked by record outages and supply strain during the peak dry season. However, these events have catalyzed urgent reforms, driving the company to reinforce its mission to deliver safe, reliable, and sustainable energy solutions. 2025 is the year of transition and transformation. As BEL enters 2025, it does so with clarity and purpose. More than just a recovery year, 2025 is the foundation year of a $395 million 5-year transformation strategy aimed at grid modernization, renewable integration, and service excellence. Some of the key highlights for 2025 include: 1. Energy supply readiness. With electricity demand projected to grow by nearly 8% this year, BL is proactively expanding local generation, restoring critical fuel infrastructure, and strengthening supply agreements. Notably, an additional 26 megawatt of firm capacity and 5 megawatts of solar photovoltaic were added. Kikaka is currently being connected to the national grid. BL is securing 65 megawatts of committed power from CFE. The mobile turbine in San Pedro, which pushes 21 megawatts, is now operational, and we have power partners on standby to self-supply during peak periods. In terms of grid reliability and climate resilience, over $10 million is being invested to reduce weather-induced vulnerabilities through fire retardant treatments, insulator upgrades, and vegetation management. There are major upgrades in Belmopan, Belize City, and the South. New substation and feeders, along with automated substations, are being commissioned to minimize outages and enable N-1 redundancy. The rollout of 3,000 smart meters by the third quarter of 2025 will revolutionize grid operations and empower consumers. This will allow for real-time usage tracking, dynamic load management through virtual feeders, behavioral insights to encourage energy conservation. The goal, Mr. Speaker, is to deploy over 110,000 smart meters over 3 years, and this is going to be done with financing from the CDB, which has been secured. BL is also advancing the emergency procurement of 40 megawatts of solar and 20 megawatts of storage for the first quarter in 2026. Feasible studies for 4 battery storage sites have been completed, and a new BEL subsidiary will lead distributed generation expansion. In terms of expanding access and electrification, BL will partner with government to electrify underserved villages, pilot solar microgrids which will support off-grid communities. There will be regional interconnections with Mexico and Guatemala that are being revisited. Initiatives are also underway to lead electrical vehicle infrastructure rollout. BL is also investing in the smart grid and digital customer engagement through its 24/7 app, which has over 75,000 downloads, and this will be integrated with the new meters that are going to be introduced. And this will allow the users to monitor usage, receive real-time alerts, and manage accounts. Customer web portals and mobile services will improve inclusivity and responsiveness. As we look ahead, BL's Generation Expansion Plan 2025-2029 outlines an ambitious targeting of adding between 80 to 120 megawatts of renewable energy and 60 megawatts of battery storage. With these investments, we are not only modernizing infrastructure, but redefining how we deliver energy to homes, businesses, and communities. Mr. Speaker, these efforts are about more than just electricity. They're about resilience, equity, and economic growth. As BL transitions into a smarter utility, our ministry remains committed to supporting policies and partnerships that prioritize national development and sustainable progress. I now turn to Belize Telemedia Limited. DG continues to ensure that the telecommunications sector is a catalyst for digital inclusion and national development. The ministry, working with key partners, has made tangible strides in strengthening Belize's digital backbone. From 2020 to 2025, the National Telecom Network has seen the deployment of 33 new mobile sites, 43 upgraded mobile towers, and 27 communities newly connected through fiber to the home services. These improvements ensure that rural and urban Belizeans alike are brought closer to digital services, education, telemedicine, and economic opportunities. In the 2024-2025 fiscal year alone, communities such as San Lazaro, Shaibe, Gales Point, Blue Creek, and Sarawee have seen new mobile sites installed. Additionally, critical areas such as Santa Rosa, San Roman, the Benque Road, and San Jose are scheduled for completion by the end of March of this year. Should have happened. 2 additional sites, Democracia 2 and Soldier Creek, are currently pending the necessary coordination with BL. 26 mobile sites have also been successfully implemented, enhancing data speeds and improving service reliability, particularly in high-demand areas. In terms of fixed-line broadband, Digi's fiber-to-the-home expansion has reached previously underserved areas like Cowpen, Shunush, Progreso, and Cotton Tree, and is now reaching Punta Gorda, San Pedro South, Belama Phase 4, and Ontario as part of a strategic expansion to bring high-speed internet into homes, schools, and small businesses. Infrastructure enhancements were also made in critical education and rural development zones, including UB Belmopan, Tea Kettle, Jacintoville, and Mascal. New indoor telecom solutions are being piloted in high-traffic areas such as the Civic Center building and Lord's Bank, improving service accessibility in both public and private spaces. These targeted investments are not only modernizing our communications infrastructure, but are also setting the stage for Belize to participate more competitively in the regional and global digital economy. We remain committed to bridging the digital divide and ensuring that all Belizeans, no matter their location, have access to reliable, high-speed connectivity. Together, we are connecting communities, empowering our people, and shaping a truly digital Belize. In relation to Belize Water Services, Mr. Speaker, despite economic constraints and the rising impacts of climate change, Belize Water Services has remained steadfast in its mandate to deliver high-quality water and wastewater services to our people. For the 2024-2025 fiscal year, BWS successfully executed approximately 144 infrastructure projects across the country, making a record-breaking investment of nearly $35 million, an unprecedented milestone in the company's history. These projects were designed with 4 key goals in mind: to improve customer satisfaction, expand access to services, enhance delivery quality, and ensure the long-term reliability of our national water resources. Among the major investments, over $10 million was invested in expanding the national water distribution network, including the installation of more than 86,000 feet of new pipelines and 1,830 new service connections. Mechanical, electrical, and civil upgrades across various sites amounting to an additional 18 million have fortified our systems and infrastructure. In San Pedro, 2 new 150,000-gallon reverse osmosis systems were commissioned, representing a $3.5 million investment aimed at supporting tourism and improving quality and supply reliability. In St. Bite, a 3.7 million reservoir was completed, increasing capacity and service reliability for the peninsula. A strategic 1 million backup generator was installed at the San Pedro plant to ensure uninterrupted services during outages. Under the IDB supported water supply and modernization program, BWS extended water networks to areas such as Belmopan, Maya Vista, already benefiting over 150 households with potential to reach another 300. Innovative disinfection technology was piloted in Kikaka and is being scaled nationwide with up to 50% savings on chemical costs. The National Sewer Master Plan was finalized in partnership with the Korean Environmental Industry and Technology Institute and the IDB. Only our dedication to infrastructure, but to the health, resilience, and prosperity of all Belizeans. And Mr. Speaker, I urge that this Honorable House continue supporting these essential efforts as we strive to meet growing demands and fortify our water systems for generations to come. In relation to logistics, efficient logistics are vital for economic growth. To this end, Mr. Speaker, the Belize Postal Service, one of the oldest institutions in this country, remains a vital pillar of public service since its founding in 1930. Though its traditional role has been shaped by time, its spirit of service endures. We are committed to transforming the Postal Service to a modern, reliable, relevant courier. Cognizant of the importance of the maritime sector to the economic development of our country, we shall continue to advance the modernization of the Belize Port Authority, implementing policies that will focus on heightened port management and maritime security while balancing our international obligations. Mr. Speaker, in our continued effort to modernize government services and bringing our nation closer to a fully digital, inclusive future, I am pleased to highlight the transformative strides made by the E-Governance and Digital Department while under the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance. E-Governance is now a standalone under the Office of the Prime Minister. From January 2024 to March 2025, we have undertaken a series of impactful initiatives that reflect our commitment to transparency, efficiency, citizen empowerment, and innovation. We began the year 2024 by raising awareness of our digital legal frameworks through the e-legislation spotlight, featuring the Electronic Transfer of Funds Act and the Crimes Act. This was a vital step in educating citizens about their rights and responsibilities in our evolving digital economy. Our Digital Connect Centers continue to expand access to government services, internet, and digital literacy, with new centers launched in Valley of Peace, Pomona Valley, Fort George, San Antonio, Toledo, and Kikaka. Through collaboration with partners such as the UNDP and Taiwan ICDF, we are not only bridging the digital divide, but empowering our people as well. The Digital Inclusion Program entered into Phase 2, training over 350 young people in Microsoft Office Essentials and advancing their employability. Simultaneously, programs like Digital Buddies trained over 300 senior citizens, pairing them with youth mentors to build basic digital skills, a true intergenerational success. We also reached out to underserved communities, especially young women. The Empower Her initiative provided training in WordPress and graphic design, equipping at-risk young women with marketable skills for the digital economy. In line with our digital governance goals, the Government Services Catalog was launched to streamline access to public services and lay the groundwork for a comprehensive e-services portal. Further progress was seen in September with the launch of the digital duty leave submissions on the MyGOB portal, enabling faster and paperless HR processing. Innovation did not stop there. In November, we launched the digitized Belize Traveler Declaration Form I Declare, simplifying customs and immigration processes for visitors and returning citizens alike. In February of this year, we supported the training of trainers for the online criminal record registry, ensuring officers across the Belize Police Department are equipped to manage records digitally. We also proudly recognize Malia Casey, a 14-year-old Belizean who achieved Unity Programming certification as one of the youngest tech innovators globally. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this budget reflects the government's unwavering commitment to building a resilient, efficient, and inclusive Belize. By investing in sustainable energy, modern utilities, and robust logistics, we are laying the foundation for a prosperous future for all Belizeans. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the people of Kai on Earth, I support this budget. I thank you.
I recognize the member from Toledo East.
Mr. Speaker, good afternoon. I rise in this honorable house. I rise on this honorable house to support this budget with deep pride and strong sense of duty, not only as a member of this dynamic and forward-thinking administration, but more important, as the representative of the resilient and beautiful people of Toledo East. Greetings from the chocolate capital of Belize, to this honorable house, and to all Belizeans at home and abroad. And yes, under Plan Belize 2.1 and Plan Belize 2.0, Toledo East, and I can safely say, the Toledo district is no longer the forgotten district. If I may, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to join my colleagues in congratulating Honorable Tracy Panton for her historic appointment as the first woman to serve as leader of the opposition in this honorable house. Congratulations, Honorable. Before I begin, Mr. Speaker, I beg your indulgence to allow me to refer to my notes. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, first and foremost, allow me to give thanks to our Heavenly Father for the blessing He has bestowed upon us. It is through Him that all things are possible. I also extend my sincere gratitudes to the Prime Minister for entrusting me to serve as the Minister of State in the Ministry of Economic Transformation, of which he is the substantive minister. To my wife Libby and my two children, Leah and Lucas, thank you for your love, your patience, and for always keeping me grounded. None of this would be possible without you. And to my PUP, to my Toledo executive, our campaigners, my campaigners, who go above and beyond in every way possible, and all the arms of the party in the Toledo East. Thank you for always standing with me and believing in the vision we share for the people of Belize and Toledo East. I would like to begin by acknowledging my journey to this year's budget discussion. As you all know, earning my seat in this honorable house was not a singular endeavor. In the span of 11 months, I participated in 4 different electoral processes, the convention in June of 2024, the by-election in July of 2024, the general elections in March of 2025, and the ongoing village council elections. In the general elections, I obtained the highest numbers of votes ever recorded by a candidate in Belize's electoral history, with 5,032 votes. This constitutes a voter turnout rate of almost 70%, and 92% who supported me. Having this as the boat for growing political career is an honor granted to me by the people of Toledo East. I did not prop myself up to make history, but I was uplifted by the people, the pillars of my constituencies. Without the people of Toledo East, I would not have this privilege, and for that, I am eternally grateful. My honest intention for entering politics is to be the voice of the voiceless. And to those who, and to fight, and to speak for, and fight for those who were forgotten and neglected under the previous UDP administration. I speak today, not for myself, but for the people of Graham Creek, Machakilha, Otosha, Corazon, San Lucas, Sunderwood, Conejo, Midway, Barranco, Timash, Santa Ana, Boom Creek, Elridge, Cattle Landing, Forest Home, Punta Negra, Monkey River, Bladen, Trio, San Pablo, San Isidro, Bella Vista, and Punta Gorda, who trusted me to make the best use of this platform. My inputs reflect their best interests, and it is imperative to deliver on their behalf. Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me to say a few words in Spanish to the people of Belize and to my constituents of Toledo East. Thank you. Hoy tengo el privilegio y el honor de representar a todo Toledo Este en el Parlamento. Gracias por confiar en mí. Gracias por el apoyo. Yo estoy y estaré eternamente agradecido. Con la ayuda de Dios, trabajaré muy duro para nunca traicionar la confianza que me han brindado. Tengo muy claro que hoy debo de ser la voz de todos aquellos que nadie los escucha. Ser un guerrero que va a luchar y nunca olvidar al pobre, y que siempre vamos a trabajar para mejorar la vida de cada uno con el fin en mente de sacar al pobre de la pobreza. Por dicha razón, apoyo este presupuesto fiscal, porque viene con apoyo a la educación, mejoramiento para el sector de salud, apoyo al campesino que trabaja bajo el sol y agua en la agricultura, mejoras para las carreteras en nuestras aldeas, más casas y terrenos para el pobre. Tomo la oportunidad para saludar a mi madre, doña Guillermina Pérez. La quiero mucho, madre, y gracias por creer en mí. Le prometo que siempre voy a trabajar duro para que usted esté orgullosa de mí. Muchas gracias por ser la mejor madre en el mundo y muchas gracias por su apoyo. Mr. Speaker, when I talk about transformation, I mean taking the decisions we make in this honorable house and transforming them into tangible realities. This is what I've been doing in Toledo East, and I want to take this opportunity to say a big thank you to the Prime Minister, his cabinet, because we have been doing a lot in Toledo East. When it comes to transformation through infrastructure in Punta Gorda town, while I was campaigning, I asked the residents of Punta Gorda, and I said, what did the UDP did for you in 13 years? And their response was, nothing. But now we have a different approach. A new marina and a new house of culture is under construction, for which I would like to thank Honorable Anthony Malo, representative for Pickstock, and CEO Nicole Solano and the ministry's support. On a similar token, I would like to express our deep gratitude to the James Albert Foundation for their generous donation of a building for the enhancement of the tourism and hospitality program at the Toledo Community College, and for the state-of-the-art kitchen that was fully funded for the Bella Vista High School. It's important to highlight that the James Albert Foundation had supported the Toledo district for more than 15 years. And I take this opportunity to say thank you, Professor James Albert, to both you and your team. Now, Punta Gorda is seeing an unprecedented amount of hot mix and concrete streets. A new tax service building is under construction, and the Joe Taylor new bridge was opened yesterday. And I must say that it was well received by the residents of Punta Gorda. Now, it's important to also note that the name will soon be changed to the bridge will soon carry a new name, which is the name of the late Honorable Mike Espat. But the people in Bella Vista also would want to honor the late Honorable Mike Espat. Therefore, the high school in Bella Vista, the Bella Vista High School, will also carry the name of the Honorable Mike Espat. Mr. Speaker, the Punta Gorda Town Council has been instrumental in the improvements we are seeing across Punta Gorda, from infrastructure to community development. And it's important to highlight and to say thanks to Mayor Carlos Galvez and his councilor, Luana Hines, Indira Colma, Jareen Avila, Malcolm Galvez, Mary Palacio, and Roberto Baires. Your dedication to the people of Punta Gorda does not go unnoticed. Hopeville is also the home of a recently upgraded basketball court, with Hollywood and Indianville parks coming next. In the Indianville, Magoon, and Cerro area, we have successfully upgraded the streets. Mr. Speaker, what's very interesting on this one here is that for 13 years, almost 13 years, these people suffered. And it was very interesting because these are communities that always supported the UDP, and nothing was done for them. When you look at the issues, simple issues with streets, and when we visited them and we spoke with them and we asked them, what did the UDP did for you in almost 13 years, their response was nothing. But I am happy to say and to announce that for the first time in history, we managed to open village streets in Dolores, Otosha, Sunderwood, and Conejo. And again, this is simple things, just open streets. It's not even paving the streets. And when we ask the villagers of the residents of these villages, what did the UDP did for you? Nothing. This is just the first phase. We are now looking to gravel these new streets. In Corazon, we opened and gravel one of the main arteries of the village. And in addition, we are currently working on a new football field for Corazon High School. I have to say a story here. I have to tell a story. You know, while many Belizean people are enjoying good roads, have lights, these villages, they have no roads and no light. And it's sad. I was so heartbroken. And I will tell you this story. This is a young man from Santa Ana. It was heartbroken to me when I found out that this young man, he ended up losing his leg because he got bit by a snake, simply because there was no road, no light. I would like to ask the honorable members on that side of the house, why couldn't you use Petrocarib money or even the money that was being generated through the oil that was being produced in Spanish Lookout just to fix the streets for these people? It's upsetting. And I speak from my heart. When you see a young man whose life has been destroyed forever because he ended up losing his leg. And here I am not playing politics. It's the reality. And I invite each and every one of you to go to Santa Ana. Ask for this young man who ended up losing his leg simply because he was deprived of having simple gravel roads with a few lights. We have installed climate resilient culverts in Forest Home, Elridge, and for the first time, we conducted a fully upgraded of all streets in Cattle Landing. These are villages that are just not even miles away from Punta Gorda. And Cattle Landing, it was abandoned. Elridge and Forest Home, they're just a couple miles away. Not even internet they have to the back area of Elridge, Kuslinha. You know, is not acceptable. And when I ask again, what did the UDP did for you in over 12 years? And again, the answer was nothing. I want to publicly express my appreciation to Honorable Julius Espat, CEO Victor Espat, and the team at MIDH for their generous support to the people of Toledo East. I must highlight and must speak a little bit more on this note because the MIDH team in Punta Gorda is doing a wonderful job. They have been working day and night. They work whenever there is flood, rain, whatever it is. They are all there working. And for that, we will forever be eternally grateful to the great support that they are lending to us. In Bella Vista, with the support of the Republic of Chinatown, we have a fully functional vanilla lab managed by the students of the Bella Vista High School. I must highlight and thank Ambassador Lily Lee Wensu for her historic visit to this beautiful community. Never in the past we have had the opportunity to welcome an ambassador in Bella Vista from any other country, and Ambassador Lily Lee went to make that visit, and we forever will be grateful for that visit. Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize the strong sense of community that exists in Bella Vista. The first park ever constructed in the village was painted and in essence inaugurated by every member of the community who put their effort and dedication into bringing this project to fruition. This park is now being used to hold family center events. Now, for too long, the pineapple belt in the south was abandoned by the UDP. And it was funny, you know, because Trio supported them. The farmers had long-standing challenges to get their produce produce to the market. No, through the Resilient Rural Belize program. And any time I see the Resilient Rural Belize program, I get upset, I get angry. Because this program is a $40 million program, of which almost 50% is grants. And it was the first one that GCF participated, the Green Climate Fund. You know, this program was designed around 2013. And it has an excellent design, even though it was designed by the previous administration, excellent design. I understand that the design was done by consultants from IFAD. But guess what? When they look at the design and the outcomes, that it will benefit the most vulnerable and poor, hard-working farmers, they decided for 4 long years do nothing in terms of implementation. And $10 million out of the $40 million were used for administrative fees. It was this administration who had to fight to keep the RRB program. It's this administration who decided to keep the CM design. And it's the CM administration who is implementing this project. And that is when I ask one question. Why is it that the opposition keep criticizing, you know, the new programs and projects, but they have never looked back at their own capacity of implementation? We have the other project, the Belize Integral Security Program, of which the representative from Caribbean Shore spoke about this morning. You know, where some new police stations will be built. The minister for the area representative for Belmopan also highlighted what has been done with the BDF camp and to enhance the quality of life of our BDF officers. But that project was designed way back in 2010. I call it the Waka Waka project, you know, because at that time the South Africa World Cup was taking place and Shakira was singing the Waka Waka song. It was signed in 2014. And you know how much money was spent and implemented? Almost $0. And that is simply because poor implementation. Now, what makes it more interesting is that the CM Ministry of Health of their administration in 2019 did send a letter to the then minister responsible for defense, stating that the kitchen at the Price Barracks, the kitchen at Price Barrack was a health hazard, and nothing was done. Now, I asked, while I was campaigning, and I asked all the villages who don't have electricity and those who have electricity, how many villages did the UDP electrify and connected electricity to their homes? And their response was again, none. Now, I'm so grateful that under the leadership of the Prime Minister, Briceño, we have brought electricity for the first time, and Minister Chabat highlighted, to Corazon. But also, there are additional villages that have received stand-alone solar panels, such as San Lucas, Lucky Strike, and soon to be Otosha, through stand-alone solar panels. You know, and I'm very happy to hear the announcement today that we are looking forward to electrify Sondewood and Conejo, and even Quiquesarco. To this, we owe our thanks to the United Nations system too, who had been helping us with the stand-alone solar panels and the Environmental Fund, and also to the government of Belize through the Ministry of Rural Transformation, Community Development, Labor and Local Government, and the Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy and Logistics. I take this opportunity to say a big thank you to Minister Marin for all their support that they have been doing through their ministry, and of course, Minister Rekena, who was the former minister of the Ministry of Rural Transformation. Now, when it comes to basic things, to water, you know. But before I go on to water, let's look at the just simple things of poor people having electricity. Again, you had Petrocaribe money, man. You had money coming from oil. Why is it you can't even put solar panels on people's home? I will tell you a personal story. When I was growing up, I grew up in the banana farms, which is no secret. And I used to study with the little coffee bottles where you put kerosene in there on a piece of cloth. And then that's what you use, what I used to use as light so I can study at night. You know, that is unhealthy. In the mornings, my nose will be full with smoke, right? And up to now, I have issues with my tonsils, right? Simply because we were deprived of having electricity, and it's fine, that's many years ago, but it cannot happen today, man. It can't. We need to do more for those people who deserve. And again, this is not politics, it's a reality. It's a reality. In a small country like Belize, we don't have only income inequality. We also have inequality in terms of just access of the basic needs, light, water, farm roads. So when we look at the transformation through water, Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight that as of today, the most remote village, Machakilha, now has a rudimentary solar energy power water system. And for the first time, Midway and Dolores also have access to potable water. I want to invite, especially the opposition, to join me on one of my visits to Toledo East and to understand the sacrifice that these people would go through. You know how sad it is that during the dry season, a woman would have to walk miles and miles just to get water from the river and then walk back home just to be able to take a bath. And then she will have to jump on a bus so she can get to work. When I spoke to one of the, actually she's a nurse, that works at the Punta Gorda Hospital. It was so sad. It was so sad to hear that she would have to wake up at 2 in the morning. She would walk an hour to the river and then an hour back home so she can take a bath, take the 4 o'clock bus so she can arrive just a little before 8 to Punta Gorda. But guess what? The village of Dolores now has water. The village of Machakilha has water. The village of Midway has water. And we will continue to put water in almost every village on the years and months to come, because we understand the sacrifice and the sacrifices that these people have to make in order just to survive with the basic need. But again, why Petrocaribe couldn't do it, man? It only cost us I'm sorry that Minister Rekena is not here. Midway to put the water system was $40,000. $40,000. So it's not like we are asking for millions. Less than the tacos that was spent and the money that was used for the tacos in Corozal Bay. And now we are working with our partners. We are working with every single one of them. And I am also proud to say that with the help of the Mayan Leaders Association, Toledo Alcalde Association, Julian Cho Society, Humana People to People, and the Ministry of Rural Transformation, San Lucas has potable water in every household today. I am happy to announce that with the support of Minister Marin CEO Valentino Schall, and their team, we are constructing a new pump house, and materials are being purchased to connect the backup well to the tank to ensure that San Isidro will now have 24/7 reliable potable water. You know, San Isidro is just, don't think that San Isidro is all the way in the back villages along with Dolores and Machakilha. Or Graham Creek, you know, which I will come to Graham Creek, you know. But San Isidro is just the other village after Bella Vista. And for 12 and a half years, when I asked the people of San Isidro, did the UDP administration connected water to you, there was a resounding no. And again, no. We are working to get the job done. We have been able and managed to identify the water source. The water system has been treated, and the pump will be connected where the people of San Isidro will now have water. Transformation through education. You know, when you look at a district like the Toledo district, and especially Toledo East, you know, education is critical and important because it's the only tool that will help them to come out or to break the cycle of poverty. I take pride in the fact that through the efforts of the Briceño administration, my constituency can maximize the cooperation and participation of the private sector. And I want to say a big thank you to Fives Belize. The village of Bleeding is home to a brand new school building and a preschool with bathrooms. The San Isidro Government School has received a new kitchen, and San Pablo will get 2 new school buildings, which will include a preschool and primary school. Fives has also pledged to construct 3 additional school kitchens in the Banana Belt. This, Mr. Speaker, is what can be done when we meaningfully engage with the private sector. I want to thank Fives for their unwavering support in one of the most important investments we can make, education. The Toledo district is on track with Plan 2.0, with the entire district having access to free education. I heard this morning the honorable member from Queen Square saying that education is not free. Well, I was looking at some codes, you know, the development of codes whenever you do the design of software development and the development of those softwares. And I look at the codes, and there is one that says UDP. One of the codes is actually UDP, which means Unreliable Data Protocol. And that is what we have seen today. You know, this free education, including uniforms and a healthy meal for every student. I want to thank the Minister Francis Fonseca and now Minister Oscar Requena, CEO Mejia and their team for their continued support in assisting hundreds of students in Toledo East as they further their education. There is much more to be done. I am not saying that we have done all, no. I know this administration is prepared to go the distance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take a moment to recognize Minister Fonseca. At the start of my tenure as Minister of State, I had the privilege of working under his leadership at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. His guidance and leadership and support has contributed to getting me to where I am today. Thank you, Minister Fonseca. Now we come to transformation through land. You know, land represents the wealth of people. It is a resource that has the power to destroy generational poverty and turn it into generational wealth. I want to thank our Deputy Prime Minister, CEO Paul Thompson, and the team at the Ministry of Natural Resources and the Lands Department for their unwavering service. Every single week, they assist us with land documents to put in the hands of our people. This week, we will be delivering hundreds of purchase price approvals to the residents of Cattle Landing and Punta Gorda. You cannot say that this is the political time. And we will receive 400 more purchase price approval for the deserving people of Bella Vista and Monkey River. And we have 700 more who are awaiting authentication. Huh? You don't have 400? Only 50? You're welcome to come to Toledo East. Mr. Speaker, we are helping people who have been at impasse with getting their lands documents in order for 10 plus years. And you know, we have made it our business. We have put it as a priority that we come to Lands Department every week and we help those people from Punta Gorda and the Toledo district. And whenever we put that land title in their hands, you know, some of them have cried. Some of them said, you know, we've been waiting for this for 15 years, 12 years, 10 years, right? But that is changing now. Deputy Prime Minister, we truly appreciate the kindness and dedication that you have shown to the people in Toledo East. And you know, DPM, that you are always welcome to visit the chocolate capital. Together, we will ensure that every young person shares ownership of the jewel. And I understand that for the next fiscal year, DPM, I understand that for the next fiscal year, you will double the amount of land that will be issued for the people of Toledo East. Over the past 3 days, we engaged in critical debate over one of the most important documents that our country produces. That is because the figures we discuss are more than just numbers on a page. This is the government's declaration of intent. We are telling the people what we prioritize. And under the leadership of our Prime Minister, John Briceño, this year's budget message is clear. It tells the Belizean people, we prioritize your livelihood. We prioritize your health. We prioritize your education. We prioritize your security. And we prioritize the sustainability of this country's future. This is where we look to the Ministry of Economic Transformation. Mr. Speaker, I like to think of the Ministry of Economic Transformation as the government planning arms. We play an understated but pivotal role in the success of our national development. We are the bridge between Belize and our multilateral partners and coordinate the path from ideas to implementation. And this year, we have done more than plan. We have performed. We have delivered, and we got the job done. Our policy and planning unit, the interface between the government and our development partners, has been hard at work, securing the strategic investments that powered schools, hospitals, roads, and agriculture projects. The PPU has mobilized resources of approximately $1.3 billion for new and ongoing projects. Projects like the Sustainable and Inclusive Urban Development Program and the Belize Integral Security Program funded through the Central American Bank for Economic Integration. The project we capture span across the strategy's objective sets out in our medium-term development strategy. $41.4 million Belize dollars for poverty reduction, $104.1 million Belize dollars for protection of the environment and natural resources, and as our namesake indicates, 73% of new projects, that is $395.4 million Belize dollars, will fall under the objective of economic transformation. And to make sure investments continue to reach where they are needed most, we are prioritizing the development of a modern, functional public sector investment program management information system. This tool will enhance transparency, efficiency, and impact across all government projects. These reports currently capture an average of 120 ongoing projects, with the overall value of the PSIP averaging 1.91 billion Belize dollars per quarter. One of the most important roles of the PPU is its responsibility to draft and implement the medium-term development strategy, along with officers from the Ministry of Sustainable Development. The PPU comprises the MTDS Secretariat with strategic support from the Statistical Institute of Belize. The monitoring, evaluation, and learning framework is being developed for the MTDS. SIB will then take the lead to ensure that all data being used to monitor the MTDS is regularly produced and available as an essential step in our goal towards evidence-based development planning. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to recognize some important milestones of the Statistical Institute of Belize over the past year. With 6 million Belize dollars in grant funding provided by the Korean International Cooperation Agency, KOICA, UNDP and the United Nations agencies are implementing the Belize Statistical System Project, which represents the single largest grant ever received for strengthening of the SIB and the wider national statistical system. Also, with the support from UNICEF, the SIB completed the multiple indicator cluster survey in December of 2024, whose data was used to produce critical indicators on the health and well-being of children and women in Belize. In July of 2024, the SIB also published the findings of the first ever tourism satellite account, which provides an estimate of the direct value-added contribution of tourism to Belize's economy, using a framework that is compatible with the system of national accounts used to compile GDP statistics. We know how important data is in guiding decision-making at all levels of our society. It is for this reason that the SIB also completed an update of their national strategy for the development of statistics 2025-2029. This 5-year strategy for advancing the country's national statistical system also includes a costed action plan to support resource mobilization for its implementation. Resources mobilization is another key function of the Ministry of Economic Transformation mandate. We frequently engage in international fora, pursuing global financing opportunities. And while this remains a core part of our work, we also push ourselves to do more and actively create these opportunities on Belizean soil. In 2024, Belize being on the regional and global stage. Through the ministry's leadership in donor coordination, we successfully hosted not one, not two, but 3 major international development conferences. These were not talk shops, they were channels for action. First, we reaffirm our collective commitment with the 2nd Annual International Partners Conference, co-hosted with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Together, we rally national and international allies to align on our shared priorities. Then, in partnership with the National Adaptation Plan Global Network, we brought regional partners to Belize to advance adaptation planning, the front line in our fight against climate change, aligning sectoral goals in national adaptation plans with broader climate change targets outlined in the nationally determined contributions, NDCs. Lastly, we convened regional finance and economy ministries across Latin America and the Caribbean for the second high-level regional dialogue of the IDB Climate Change Platform to tackle the challenges of how to embed climate investments across entire governments. It was during this dialogue that Belize was announced as the co-lead for the Biodiversity and Natural Capital Working Group. Belize and Uruguay will jointly lead discussions within this group, and just last week, our representatives presented a work plan at the platform's technical dialogue in Medellin, Colombia. All these events were hosted in country, making Belize the backdrop to some of the most pressing conversations in the region. As a government, we are used to having all eyes on us. It happens with our innovative, nature-based solution to depth sustainability through the Blue Bond initiatives. And it will continue to happen, especially as the Ministry of Economic Transformation optimizes its investments in climate action through the Climate Finance Unit. The CFU is one of the most recent additions to the Economic Transformation portfolio, having been created through a cabinet mandate in January of 2022. In just 3 years, Mr. Speaker, the CFU has accessed $174 million Belize in climate finance for Belize. That represents 90% of all the climate finance ever accessed by the country. In this fiscal year alone, the CFU has accessed $104 million Belize for initiatives that will build our resilience to the unyielding impacts of climate change. One such project is the $77 million Belize project approved by the Green Climate Fund and implemented by the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, which is to increase the viability and adaptive capacity of Belize's sugar industry, one of the most critical pillars of our economy. We also access $18 million Belize in funding from the Adaptation Fund for two critical projects. One, the first is a $8 million grant focused on coastal protection and adaptation responses for high-risk communities. And two, the other is a $5 million Belize grant being implemented by PAC. That allows for community and local level entities to implement projects that mitigate the threats posed by droughts, unpredictable water availability, floods, and improper wildfire management, as well as promote conservation, enhancement, and protection of Belize's natural resources while contributing to the sustainable development of Belize. We have also accessed funds from development banks like the $2.4 million Belize CARE project from CDB that will assist the National Met Service and NEMO to deliver impact-based forecasting and early warning for climate hazards, and from regional projects like the $494 million Belize Road to Resilient Fisheries program for CARICOM member states, and the $188,000 Belize Blue Co Caribbean Umbrella project aimed at scaling up financing and investment to support a climate-resilient blue economy across the region. One of the most notable achievements of the CFU to date is the progress it has made in getting 3 more national entities accredited to the Green Climate Fund, the world's largest climate fund that was created to serve developing countries. The Development Finance Corporation is one of the first entities that the government has been supporting over the last years, and we are excited to announce that the DFC is expected to achieve GCF accreditation this year. Mr. Speaker, I will stop here just to highlight a little bit about what the accreditation means to GCF. And that simply means that DFC had to be in good standards. Their documentations, transparency, accountability, non-political interference had to be in place. Their procurement, and the GCF is a well-respected organization that won't give accreditations just like that. But the impacts that it will have, So the accreditation will extend beyond loans to encompass a diverse portfolio of financial instruments, including grants, blended finance, guarantees, and equity. As an accredited entity, DFC will be able to submit projects of up to $100 million Belize. Just to make reference and for us to understand and to be able to appreciate what this means. So, for example, under the Resilient Rural Belize project, it was the implementing agent was IFAD because they are the ones who were accredited to implement those projects. No projects similar to RRB or any other projects will be able to be developed, designed, and then to turn them into being bankable through DFC so that DFC can now become a real development bank, facilitating the formulation of project design to address the physical risks facing Belize. Having our National Development Finance Corporation accredited will also allow Belize to catalyze the private sector's involvement in climate finance investment. One of the biggest cry that we keep hearing from all the traditional agro-productive producers, the sugar, the citrus, the bananas, is the high indebtedness that they have. And that there is not much cash flow to continue to be able to invest in the productivity of their products. But with DFC being accredited, this will help to facilitate and to enhance the productivity, if not all of all the agro-productive sectors. Additionally, the Ministry of Economic Transformation is supporting DFC's application for accreditation with the Adaptation Fund, which is another fund. This accreditation will enable the DFC to access funding for critical adaptation initiatives in vulnerable areas of the country. The Belize Social Investment Fund is also building their capacity to seek accreditation to the GCF. And it's important to note that the Belize Social Investment Funds, they have been working, and implementing projects through the funds from the Caribbean Development Bank. Lastly, the Ministry of Economic Transformation is also seeking accreditation to the GCF, which will make us one of only 5 countries in the world with government ministries as a national GCF accredited entity. While we are going through the lengthy process to become accredited, the ministry has not been complacent. On the contrary, we completed a financial management capacity assessment that allowed us to get expedite approvals to directly implement a GCF readiness project as a pilot. This may sound boring to an extent, but I will tell you something. On an annual basis, the GCF, GCF would give $1 million to Belize, right? But it's so hard to find accredited entities to want to implement $1 million because then their expenses will be much higher than just doing the implementation. Hence, it's important to understand that while this type of processes, the ministry is going through this type of process, but it's simply because there are funds, monies, big money, that we can continue to attract to the country. This, Mr. Speaker, is a major milestone for the country. With 3 new accredited entities in the pipeline, in addition to PAC, which is currently our only national accredited entity, Belize will no longer need to rely primarily on intermediaries to access climate finance. We can lead our own destiny and ensure that these funds come directly to national accredited entities in Belize and will be implemented by the people of Belize. Looking forward, the CFU has projected a pipeline of projects valued at 600 million Belize dollars, some of which are already at the project development stage. These include investments in a water and sanitation plant for Ambergis Key, a climate-resilient housing initiative for at-risk communities through the Adaptation Fund, and 3 additional GCF concept nodes value that will target critical up and coming sectors like e-mobility and logistics transformation, livestock and environmental advancement, and agriculture, specifically the bananas and citrus industry. Before I end, Mr. Speaker, I would like to highlight the hard work, the work that is being done under the Belize European Union Cooperation that is also housed with the Ministry of Economic Transformation. The EU has 2 ongoing bilateral programs in Belize, the European Development Fund 11, EDCF 11, and Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument. The EDCF 11 is working on critical projects in the health and energy sector, while the Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument is filling in the gaps we have in trade facilitation and integrated border management. The European Union is also providing critical support to the region through their Euroclima program, which will allow Belize to develop a carbon market policy and a pipeline of pilot projects generating carbon credits in the energy, agriculture, and transport sector. The Ministry of Economic Transformation is setting its sight on the future, a future shaped by a new, improved medium-term development strategy, guided by the ambitions of Plan Belize 2.0. This will be Belize's plan for development, taking us to 2030. Using the progress of these previous MTDS as our springboard to unlock new horizons, I would like to extend a sincere and heartfelt thank you to CEO Carlos Paul and the entire team at the Ministry of Economic Transformation for their incredible efforts in achieving all that I have shared with this honorable House today. Mr. Speaker, the budget tells a story crafted by every partnership signed, every dollar mobilized, and every Belizean empowered. It is my hope that this year's budget debate presents a clear and accurate depiction of this administration's fiscal responsibility and objectives so that we can make this story come to life. To end, I reaffirm my commitment, both as a Minister of State for Economic Transformation and, more importantly, as the representative for Toledo East, to continue working for the Belizean people and advocating for them at all levels. For too long, the Toledo district was forgotten, neglected, and blatantly disrespected. Now, under the leadership of our Prime Minister John Briceño and his hard-working cabinet, this is no longer the case. Long live Toledo East, long live Belize, may God bless Belize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Orange Rock Central.
Mr. Speaker, it's been an interesting 3 days. But before I start, let me please allow me to big up Micah Goodin, who today is graduated with honors from UA in law. And I remember those people on the other side were the one that criticized same Micah because he may get one scholarship from the PUP. A man from Majestic Alley, humble beginnings, very poor family. But it goes to show, Mr. Speaker, what the People's United Party stands for, that we need to reach out to those that need the most. And when we reach out and help them, they excel. And we are very proud of Micah today. Likewise, there are thousands of Belizeans across this country, young Belizeans that are also graduating or about to graduate in the days to come. I think the Minister of Tourism was late because he was at graduation, and yesterday I'm very proud of my nephew because now he called me uncle. I don't know because I'm old or what, but you know, not only is he graduating today and also had good grades, but also he got a scholarship also to Johan, my other nephew from sixth form, and there's so many of them that graduate. We are all very proud of you. And as we look at you, your young faces full of optimism and full of energy, we feel that Belize is going to be in good hands. Now, Mr. Speaker, the various contributions over these 3 days of debate have been highly engaging, providing the Honorable House and the listening public with key details and interesting perspectives of our national budget proposals. In wrapping up this debate, and recommending that the honourable members approve this bill, I acknowledge the presentation of all members, including those on the other side, who I'm coming to Corozal North, including those on the other side who were present and represent the interests of their constituencies. For our side, I feel extremely proud of all of you, my colleagues. It is clear to see that our members did their research, studied their budget books, and presented well. I do not propose to respond in granular detail to the criticism of the opposition members that the opposition members have levied. That is their job, and we understand it. We don't take it personal. They have a duty to criticize, to see the glass half empty. They collect a salary to be cynical, perhaps to sow doubt, but they also collect a salary to make constructive contributions on behalf of the people they represent. In the case of the leader of the opposition, the Lou, Mr. Speaker, her dramatic pivot. It is Lou. That's what your former Prime Minister, your leader, said, Lou. And not once did you get up and say, it is the Lou. It is the Lou. And that's fine. Her startling metamorphosis of being critic-in-chief, as pointed out by the Deputy Prime Minister, has been particularly glaring since for her previous years in this House and as a Minister of State, she saw nothing but milk and honey in the UDP budgets. Nothing but milk and honey, even as her administration pushed Belize to the literal brink of default and devaluation. Nothing but milk and honey, as the UDP squandered $600 million of our oil money and $500 million of Petrocaribe money. Yeah, I turned to sour milk. Exactly. She was silent when her government was borrowing $1 million a day to pay salaries. But if those on the other side can't see or choose not to see the immense change that has swept the country since 2020, a transformation ratified in bold letters by the Belizean people on the 12th of March, then there is nothing I can say to them that will sway them today. maybe if they look at the mirror, they'll see why is it that there's only 3 of them today. And how much we have over this side? 26. Yes, all of us. How can economic growth at almost 4 times the historic rate of 8.2% in 2024 not elicit commendations from the leader of the opposition? In the 13 years of the UDP, not including the COVID years, you know what was the average economic growth rate of the UDP? The average over those years? 1.5%. In fact, our government, since we got into government, every single year we had economic growth of over 8%. How can foreign direct investment, or how can our foreign direct investment program not be a reason for her to celebrate? Foreign direct investments in 2024 alone was over $368 million. In fact, due to our successful fiscal incentive program from 2021 to 2024, this PUP administration has generated $1.2 billion in foreign direct investments. Of course, as a former Minister of State for Trade and Investment under the UDP, she could never boast about this level of foreign direct investments because their government had no clue on how to manage an economy. They had no clue on how to grow an economy. How can employment at almost 98%, Madam Lu, not elicit your enthusiastic approval? Perhaps it is not that she lacks enthusiasm, but was misinformed or misunderstood. The leader of opposition, in wanting to cast a dark shadow over the historic low unemployment numbers which presently exist, said that our labor force has shrunk by 26,000. Well, let me fact check you, Member for Albert. In September 2020, the labor force was 156,546. Unemployment was 13.8%, and underemployment was 23.8%. 129,653 persons were not in the labor force. In September 2024, the labor force was 166,206. Unemployment was 2.1%. Underemployment was 2.2%. The labor force participation rate in 2020 was 54.7%, and last September, the labor force participation was 56.3%. Now, it is important, Mr. Speaker, to explain that in 2024, there was approximately 129,000 Belizeans that were not working. But of those 129,000, Mr. Speaker, 84% were not working because of personal or family responsibility. That came up to about 47,000 people. They were attending school or training, which is about 24,463 persons or Belizeans. There were disability or illness or injury. That is approximately 10,904 Belizeans. Retired, or they were retired or too old to work. That's another 26,364 persons. Where we need to work is on the 47,000 that were not working for one reason or another. But of those, honorable members, 44,300 are women. Many, as we know, many of our women have, I don't want to call it a burden, because it's something, it's almost a privilege of taking care of the children and the family. But they are the ones, in many instances, are required to stay home to be able to take care of the family. And some of them, because of that, then have, well, it's a burden, right? But yes, it's a burden. But still, it's a privilege too. But many of them, yes, it's a barrier to them. So many of them also have lost their skills because they have been outside of the workforce for too long. Now, I would have had more, I would have agreed with Lou if she would have come here and said, you know what, there are 44,000 women that are not working. I want to give some suggestions on how we can reach out to these 44,000 women to see if we could get some of them to work. And this is what now we are starting to study as a government, how we can go to these women to be able to work. Now, mind you, I do believe that this number is starting to come down significantly. Why? Because now the BPOs now are hiring a lot of women whilst they are staying at home. So a lot of women now can take care of their family, can cook the food and to send the children to school. And whilst they're at school, then they have an opportunity to be able to work and make money for their families. We need to find ways how we can retool them. And that's what we have been looking at at Beltrade, where we've been doing a lot of small seminars and training programs targeting women. For instance, we are teaching women up in the north, in Oranjak and Corozal, and other parts of the country, to fix phones, cell phones, because they could do that from home. This is what you talk about being creative, Madam Member from Albert, and constructive. When you could come to this honorable house and say, well, we have a problem here, but these are my recommendations, these are my ideas on what to do. Mr. Speaker, the point is, all the indicators show growth in the labor force, and all the indicators show that unemployment under this administration is at a record lows, something that was never, ever achieved under the UDP government for 13 years. And I need to ask myself these questions. We need to ask, how can the leader of the opposition not appreciate the incredible reduction of the public debt, now at around 60% of GDP, and have the astronomical 132%, which they left, the UDP left in 2020? And how can she and her colleagues not appreciate that despite all the massive investments in education, in healthcare, the sprawling NHI that is spreading countrywide, that will soon start here in the Cairo district, the spending on roads, streets, bridges and drains, as well as the allocations to citizens and border security. This government, despite all of these investments, is proposing a budget with a primary surplus of $106 million. How can they not appreciate this? Earlier this month, the IMF prepared what we call an assessment letter. And I have one for you, Madam Member from Albert, which I will give you shortly. It is an assessment letter of Belize's current macroeconomic and fiscal performance. The letter is connected with Belize's participation in the World Bank's development policy credit. In that letter, the IMF concluded, and I quote, not my words, I quote, Belize's economy has performed remarkably well. The IMF cited that 8.2% growth rate in 2024 and projecting a 2025 growth rate well above the historic average of to 0.23%. Remember, under the UDP, it was 1.5%, but the historic average is between 2 and 2.3%. We are going to go way beyond the historic growth rate. Actually, when you think about it, every single year, the IMF would predict certain growth, and every single year we surpass their predictions. This letter pointed, this same letter right here, pointed to an inflation rate of 1.4% in March of this year. Now, allow me to repeat for emphasis, a 1.5% inflation rate in March of 2025. And they expect the inflation rate to fall by another 25 points basis to 1.25% in over the medium term. The fact shows exactly what the IMF predicted, that inflation is currently at 1.3%. I am sure that the leader of the opposition, a former Trade and Investment Minister of State, knows that our inflation is driven, for the most part, by imports. We import most of our inflation and most of it from the USA, correct? You never know that? And she was the Minister of State, you don't know that. Most of the inflation is importing from abroad. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition said, ask the people out there if they're feeling any of this economic growth. I can answer, yes, 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 they're feeling it. Just look at March 12th. And look at village councils. Then they feel it every single day. They're seeing that they're working and that there are opportunities for them and that Belize is way better under a PUP government. You see, unlike the previous government, I am on the ground. And our ministers, as they just told you, and the nation, speaker after speaker, spoke about the success of putting land in the hands of Belizeans. Not in boots.
Or the socks.
In the hands of Belizeans.
Not in a socks.
Yes. They have told you about the hundreds and hundreds of single mothers who now own a starter home. Not they like same house where they build, where don't broke up, where no exist anymore. They never built. Yeah. Remember $8 million they used to have every single year for in the Ministry of Housing. Now how many houses they built? Nada. 110 million?
In 13 years.
Yeah, in 13 years. You're right, you know. $110 million they spent in housing in 13 years. And where are these houses?
Yeah.
Where are these houses? So I must commend the honorable member from Cayo South, who is crying out for $10 million. You know how much more houses would have built with that $10 million? And I wish I could give him 20, not 10. But I will commend him because he has been doing admirably. He has been doing admirably with the little that we have, and we do so much. You imagine how much houses you could have built in $600 million of oil? Or the $500 million of Petrocaribe? Man, this house, man, they shine. And the Bolido money, I was not talking about shine borrow, by the way. You kind of miss him sometimes, you know. Sometimes. But I rather the present member from Mesopotamia right now.
Singapore noodles.
Yes. Look, of the many Belizeans that are now working, over 16,000 alone in the BPOs. When we came into government, you know how many people are working under the Minister of the State of Investment and Trade in the BPOs? Less than 2,000. 13 years, you know. And here we are in 4 years, over 16,000 people working on the BPOs. Only a PUP government could do that. And look at the number of cars on the road. It shows you a sense of optimism, a sense of people at work because then they make more money than before they are working. The record number of children who get school assistance. Former Minister of Education, how many students do we help at, what percentage do we help at UB? I think you must say about half, at UB. We have more than half. More than half of the students at UB are being helped thanks to a PUP government. Today, Mr. Speaker, things are way better under a People's United Party government. Belizeans feel good about where we are and where we're going. I quote further from the IMF letter, and it states, the staff from the IMF expects the current account deficit to narrow to 1.4% of GDP by 2030, end of quote, due to, among other factors, higher tourism receipts and the projected improvements in the terms of trade. They write that, and I quote, the public debt has declined substantially since the pandemic, attributing this reduction to a strong economic recovery, large fiscal consolidation, and to debt reductions operations. Public debt is now firmly on a downward path and projected to fall to 54.5% of GDP by 2030. Not my words, the IMF. And I quote again, at this level, public debt would remain below the 70% of GDP target in the authority's 2021 medium-term recovery plan, with 95% probability given historical shocks, and it will be in line with the debt levels in emerging market economies with investment-grade sovereign credit ratings, end of quote. Now allow me to underscore the two distinct fiscal accomplishments of this administration that are being confirmed by this IMF statement. First, that 54.5%, this administration, that at 54.5%, this administration has overachieved, has exceeded its own target of debt to GDP ratio of 70%. That target was for 2030. We are now in 2025. So Belize has hit its target 5 years ahead of time. And second, Belize's performance is on par with its investment-grade sovereign credit ratings. The leader of the opposition and those on the other side can correct me if I'm wrong, but investment-grade sovereign credit ratings is not something that the UDP administration came even close of attaining in the past 13 years while they were in government. We have attained the equivalent of investment grade in less than 5 years. This is not my opinion of the government's performance. This is not the cabinet's opinion. This is not a PUP opinion. This is the opinion of the IMF, the institution known to be the most castigatory fiscal policeman on planet Earth. And this is an option dated the 15th of May 2025, less than 2 weeks ago. Let me give you a copy, Madam Speaker. Just so you could confirm what I say, right? Just so you could confirm. Now, as I said, you could share it with them. I don't know if someone don't understand it, but anyway, they could. Now, as I said in my budget presentation, and as many of our ministers and representatives have echoed during this debate, the economy and the public finances are not perfect. I know of no country whose economy and public finances are perfect. But Belize has come a long way down a new track since 2020. You remind me of that Virginia Slims ad now and say, you've come a long way, baby. That is Belize. We've come a long way. Yes, I go way back. I can't tell me age, no sure? Member from Freetown, get a chance me. This new track has bolstered public revenues, redirected public spending to the areas that most improve the lives of our citizens, reduced borrowing and interest payments, and transformed the public finances to where even the IMF now believe that Belize is investment grade. Another issue raised by the leader of the opposition was about government's wage bill. Well, let me point out something, honorable members of this House. In 2008, when the PUP left office, the wage bill, not pensions and gratuities and the grants that are given to the schools, but the wage bill was $240 million. In 2020, when we took office, the wage bill reached $461 million. It went up almost up by 92%. At present, the wage bill is $554 million. When you add pensions and gratuities and the grants to church-aided schools, it goes up to approximately $700 million. Remember, from $240 million, under the UDP, the payroll almost doubled in 12 years, increased by 92%, or an average increase of 7.7% per annum. As a comparison, the average salary per worker on the other has increased by 26% in the same period, from 30,000 to 37,000. If it is that the Lou is trying to make the point that this administration is hiring too much, she is wrong. In 2020, the public officer workforce was 15,331. Currently, it is 15,662. The public office workforce, therefore, has increased by less than 350 new persons, or around 2%, over a period of roughly 5 years. Thank you very much. Just to correct you. Now, let me lay out the facts, or maybe I should remind her of the facts. This is right on track. And no amount of boilerplate or chat GPT criticisms, no servings of cynicism, no doom or gloom vibes, and no Cassandra from the other side will take us off our track, right on track. So I agree with the member from Kayasok. We have done a lot. Yes, we have done a tremendous amount of work over the past 4+ years. But there's so much more that left to be done, and so much more that we want to do. We want to build more houses, more streets, roads, bridges, hospitals, clinics. We want to expand electricity and water, especially in rural areas, expand free education, give more scholarships. I'd love to double the salaries of our teachers and do so much more things. Help our farmers, our cane farmers who are going through a crisis right now. Our fisher folks.
World-class sport.
Yes. We want to help everybody. We want to lift up everybody. That's where we come from. The PUP comes from a belief that we must help the poor to help themselves. That's why we invest so much in education and give them so much scholarships. That's why we invest in NHI to keep our people healthy so that they could work and look after their families. We help them with land because once we give them land, we're giving them an asset and we're making them more richer, getting on their way to become a middle class. That is what the PUP is all about. And we have never strayed away from that. But at the same time, we have to be prudent managers. We can't spend what we do not have. But what we have, we spend it wisely. And we stretch that dollar to ensure that we could do so much work. I always lament this. You could imagine, look at what all we have done. We have done a lot more work than what the UDP did in 13 years. You could imagine what more we could have done with that $600 million that we oil money, DPM? $600 million. You know what more we could have done with $500 million from Petrocaribe? They made the top of roll it and roll it and roll it because they really made a roll away with it. We may have put it to work to make the lives of our Belizean people better. So I want to thank my colleagues for being understanding and for having the discipline to work with what we have. We can proudly say that the People's United Party is and always will be the party of social justice. Now, let me address the issue of the teachers, all the teachers, not just the union members, but the more than 5,000 teachers, most of them who reported to work today. And I want to publicly thank those that reported to work today because they really and truly realize that their main mission as a teacher is to be able to look after our kids, to look after our children, to educate them. And that one day miss is one day too much in the life of a child, of a student. So I want to commend them for staying in the classroom and working with our kids. Mr. Speaker, this government remains fully committed to dialogue and continues to address the matter in good faith. Our teachers are valued and they are being heard. In fact, it is because we recognize their importance that our government took the decisive step of assuming full responsibility for their salaries and benefits at the start of the last academic year. $10 million more is going to cost us. With the $600 million of the oil and the $500 million of Petrocaribe, the UDP government never saw it fit to be able to put that 30% to our hard-working teachers when they retired because the churches did not have the 30% for their pension. It is a party of social justice, a party that believes in our workers, a party that believes in our teachers, that we decided that we are going to pay the full 100% of their pensions. And the staff, yeah, and all, yeah, not the teacher, but even the administrative staff of these schools. Thanks for pointing that out, Honorable Member. Sorry? Even the cleaners, yeah, even the cleaners, everybody. Yes. 13 years. UDP said what? Oh, we can't afford it. So we can't pay it. But now they over decided, but oh, we there with the teachers and we want to give them more. Why you never give them more? Why did you not give them the 30% of their pension? Did anybody hear the Lou, when she was sitting over the side of the government, ever stand up and say, Mr. Prime Minister, I want you to give the teachers their full pensions? Never. Not once. Never. But now she comes and pontificates. All of a sudden she knows how she's with the teachers. Actually, Patrick Farmer, which I joined in, now what they do? They chase him. They chased him. All of a sudden, he's there with the teachers. It is because we are listening that the Ministry of Education maintains regular engagements with the BNTU. A historic joint agreement was signed in January that stands as proof of this commitment. I find it, I must take time out, colleagues, to recognize the outstanding work the former Minister of Education, the honorable member from Freetown, that did over these past 4.5 years. You see, he was doing this because of love. His father was an educator from the time he was a child. So he has that commitment and love for education and teachers, and he had that vision to transform that ministry. What the former minister, Patrick Farmer, couldn't do in 13 years, this man did that and more in these 4.5 years. So thank you, honorable member from Freetown. And as you know, I really never want to move you from, Ministry of Education. But we also have somebody now that's taking off this, will be filling your shoes. Our brother from Toledo West. Yes, and a farmer educator. Look at the ironies of life, Mr. Speaker. That same man, the Minister of Education today, was fired by who? By the former Minister of Education, Patrick Farmer, under the UDP. Why life have a way of dishing out justice? Not sure? Because he, listen to me, Madam Lou. Patrick Farmer fired Oscar Rekenia, and guess what? Devin fired Patrick Farmer from College. Boy, man, life has a way. As when I say, no, God never sleeps. God never sleeps. But also, the leader of the opposition should be very happy that Patrick Farmer may lose. Because if Patrick Farmer never lose, quite likely he may sit down right there where she there. Because I'm going to set up Patrick and Jan Saldiva, I'm going to set up. But God is great. And the people are smarter, and they voted right. They voted for the PUP, and they get rid of Jan Saldiva and Patrick Farmer. And so now today, we have you, honorable member from Albert, as the leader of the opposition. You have to enjoy it, Madam Leader of the Opposition.
One over here, one over there.
Huh?
One over here, one over there.
And now, but let me finish now. And honorable member from Freetown, I really want to, on behalf of our government, to thank you for the work, the tremendous work with you and your team. I remember when you just took over that ministry, you said that you were there alone. And then you brought in your CEO, and you also brought your chief. And you said pretty much it's just the three of us had to start the rebuilding process of 13 years of UDP in that ministry. And there were challenges, but you never get up there and started going crazy like they had one day and one fire and do all kind of thing. You work with who was there, and some of them had to leave, but most of them saw that what you were doing was in the interest of our young people. It was for the good of education in Belize. And so they joined you. And that is the distinct difference from a PUP government and a UDP government. That is the difference. And that is why Patrick Faber is no longer in the House. And we have Oscar Rekenia as the Minister of Education. So the point I'm making, Mr. Speaker and colleagues, this government, our PP government, we just don't speak to our teachers, we work with them. Because it is only through collaboration and shared purpose that we can fulfill our mission, ensuring that every child is equipped with the knowledge and skills to build a brighter future for themselves and to continue and contribute, to nation building. And I want to make something absolutely clear to the teachers, especially to some of the leaders of the BNTU. I have history with the BNTU. My mother was a teacher. She was a proud member of the BNTU. I marched as a child in Belize City with my mother with BNTU. So when I stand with them and I tell them, this is what we can do, that I don't want to, I'd love to give them more. I love teachers so much, I married a teacher, Rosanna Briceño. Started teaching at the age of 18. And became one of the best teachers when it comes to special education. And just retired last year at 50, young vexer, they say don't 55. No, but you don't look 55. You look like younger. I can't say that about myself, right? But yeah. So I do have history with the BNTU. And I could understand sometimes some of the leaders get carried away. You know, because they're teachers, you know, some of them are rousers and they want to stay on top, so they have to see how they could accommodate. But we are working with you. We respect you. And I'm hoping that better heads prevail, calmer heads prevail, and to think that why is it that we are teachers? Why is it that we are on this side working with you teachers? It is because we want the best for our Belizean children in the schools. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would be remiss of me. I say everybody boasts about, you know, about their constituency and their campaigners, and you know, a lot of times I just get carried away trying to do the work as Prime Minister. And every so again when I go to Redrag Grassy, they scold me up. You say, you know, say nothing but people from where people are Redrag Central. Of how hardworking they are, how my campaigners, you know, saw campaigners from 1993, you know, they're still there with me. I mean, so I kind of limp now again, you know, because you know, they put in some long years. But I want to thank the amazing people from Orange Rock Central, who from the very first day I started my journey in public service, in politics, have stood with me. You know, I had my first convention, I think it was May 24th of 1993, you know, against Adrian Leiva, who turned out to be the dean of the Muffles Sixth Form and has done a great job at Muffles Junior College, a college that I helped to found. I was the chairperson of the fundraising committee to build that school. And since then, the people of Orange Rock Central have always stood by my side. Every single elections, even for municipal elections. We may lose it on council, but in Orange Rock Central, we always win because the people have always stood by me. They stand with me in the good and the bad times. And the worst of times for Orange Rock Central was the 13 years of the former UDP government. I thought that Sir Manuel Esquivel, you know, may be bad. He never be bad. He never may see it compared to that other group that were there for the past 13 years. because they took politics to its lowest level. Where they say, you vote for PUP, you get nothing. You don't get no scholarship, you don't get no land, we don't fix no street, we don't put no drain, you can't get nothing from this government. Not even one culvert. Poor, but I shouldn't say, but I'm going to say it, Mr. Speaker, poor, but Oscar, get up in the house and talk about the culvert. And what did then Prime Minister say? I'll give you no one, I'll give you 3 culverts. And how much you get? Not even one. 13 long years. And the people of Orange Walk Central stood with me every time. Just before the election, the then standard bearer of the UDP, Juan Denny Grijalva, gave out 700 lots. 700 lots about 3 to 4 weeks before the election. And with all of that, the people stood by me and Orange Walk Central. I love it with all my heart. And in that short time, we have done a lot for the people of Orange Walk Central. And I now read out all this DPM.
Good.
No, I mean, what I do, I partner with the town council, and we pave a lot of streets in Orange Walk Central. We put drains, we put culverts, we put parks. Philip Alvarez Park, the one of the most prettiest park you could find. And the dome, the basketball dome. Minister of Sports, you have seen it. I know you want like that in the rest of the country. And I'm there with you on that. We have done so much for the people in that short time. The only complaint I have is that my DPM, the Minister of Lands, have not been too kind with me with lands in Orange Walk Central. When I hear they give out 700 and 800, and I only get one little bit, you make me feel jealous, No, I must. Huh? Give me that. No, but on a serious note, DPM has been an exemplary Minister of Lands. And unlike the former ministers of land from that other side, no as but one farmer, Gaspar Vega. This man, the guitar, this man right here, and we've been through many battles since 1994. Even a young boy. Remember, you're in a shape, no stomach with flats. Huh? Skinny, no hair. He lives social justice. And he spends all his time trying to see how he could help poor people to get land. And he does that to a fault, because then a lot of people in the private sector where they try to sell their land or try to make the transactions, say, I can't get my land, and so why? Because every minute they have a land clinic. But that's what we were elected to, man, for take care of the small man, then when we need a piece of land. Hopefully this time around I get some more land and I could boast about it, right? We work on that. So, we have done a lot of work. We have, Minister of Agriculture thanks over 3,600 sugarcane farmers, including 77. We get support during your tenure as Minister of Sugar. And so I want to thank all the ministers that have helped us here in Orange Walk Central. Finally, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. I join the others in expressing joy in seeing the first woman leader of the opposition. Madam Leader of the Opposition, as you said, it is historic. And I agree with you, it is historic. But by way of advice, Madam Leader of the Speaker, the leader of the opposition, your role is not an easy one. Right, Honourable Member from Freetown? It's not an easy one to be the leader of the opposition. And she must understand that her gender does not exempt her from the slings and the arrows of this nation. I laugh with his beat up shine. Sure? Now, I need to remind her. I need to remind her that the leader of the opposition, that for 13 years, the Honorable Member of Freetown and I, as leaders of the opposition, we were insulted and vilified by her leader. And some of the most meanest and sharpest personal attacks were hurled at us on this side by the former Prime Minister. And while he was doing all of that, all of them, including herself, they were laughing and clapping while they were hurling the insults. Remember when the honorable former member from Mesopotamia did a very ugly thing at you? Yes, very ugly. Yes, yes. And the Prime Minister sat right there and laughed with everybody. I'm not sure probably if you were already, you got elected 2012. Yes, you were right there. 2015 you got it. Okay, you were not there. And they just sit down there and laugh. That was one of the most darkest period of this country's history in Parliament, those 13 years of the UDP. And we will never allow that to happen again, certainly not from this side. And I hope, Madam Leader of the Opposition, that you can see what you all went through and to say you would never behave that way. So, whilst we're on this side, we will never reduce ourselves to those levels. I can assure you, we'll never go to those levels. But from time to time, we have to throw, some things at you, Madam Leader of the Opposition. So we will demand from her the level of debate and yes, banter that befits her office. You are in the kitchen now, Leader. You have to know how to handle the heat. I'm coming to that. Let me also say this. I agree with the member from Caribbean Shores. I too find it a complete dereliction of duty and an insult that your deputy leader, the honorable member from Corozal North, has given a slap in the face to you as a leader, a slap in the face to the people of Corozal North, because that as a member from Corozal North, he has chosen to be absent from this debate for the past 3 days. Now, I would not dabble in politics, in a UDP politics, but all of us are paid to represent the interests of our constituents, and that he chose to be absent is inexcusable and plain cowardly.
He hide because of Belizean Beach land scandal.
Right? He hide from Belizean Beach because he signed it. Yes. I hope that when we come and bring a motion to acquire Belizean Beach on behalf of the Belizean people, that the leader of the opposition will also support that motion. Because we want to get that back and give it and set it up as a park, an official park, to the city council probably, and make them develop it. Yes. In Belmopan, they give her the boulevard. Now boulevard, then just with the grab any and everything. Mothers. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Madam Speaker. I want to thank you and thank the member from Collect for managing the debate over the last 3 days. I believe it went well, and I think on both sides we can agree you were fair. I'm going to give this man one of the applause, Mr. Speaker. You were fair. And this is your fourth time in Parliament? One last time, and then 2, 3, 4. Yeah, four times. And you did such a great job as Speaker. If we were in the UK, probably we say, man, we left you as Speaker of the House since you do such a good House. Because in the UK, you and Devin, because in the UK, it is a member of Parliament that is Speaker. But we need you also to help our Foreign Minister, so we're good. And also let me say thank you to the member from Mesopotamia you know, for the ARCOF committee, prepared some very excellent Singapore-style chow mein and also the sweet and sour chicken. And also to the member from Queen Square, both of you, you know, have some ways in to go with your debating skills, and I'm not feeling no way, because it reminds me of myself back 32 years ago. You know, when it just started, at least you know me, I think you know me more, probably a little bit more bold, because you know, don't start to talk. I may take one few house meetings before I learned my way before I opened my mouth. Because I was still very a bit shy about what's going on in the National Assembly. But you do your work every day. Day in, day out, day in, day out. Who knows? Maybe one day I might be right up on this side right there, but it'll be a long time from now. I can't believe I was 32 years old then. One of the good people, Orange York Central, gave me that support. Yeah, you do the maths, right? I know I look far older than that, but anyway. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of fraternity we want in this House. Yes, let us debate passionately and respectfully. And let us agree to disagree, but always in the best interests of the nation. Let us never forget we are all fighting for the betterment of our people and our nation. Mr. Speaker, we are unshakably focused on Plan Belize 2.0, on the pledges overwhelmingly approved by the electorate on March the 12th. Bold pledges that will accelerate Belize's ascension to the exclusive club of countries whose citizens are safe, productive, proud, and happy. I therefore commend this bill to the House for second reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, after 3 days of presentation, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of funds for the use of public service for Belize for the financial year ending March 2026 be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2026. Committee of Supply.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a Committee of Supply under the chairmanship of the Honorable Prime Minister as the Minister of Finance, Investment and Economic Transformation, Civil Aviation and E-Governance, in accordance with Standing Order 65. The deliberation of this committee shall not take place in the public. I must therefore ask that the media, those in the galleries, to leave. They may, of course, return after the Committee of Supply has concluded its business. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Reporting and third reading of the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Supply has considered the General Revenue Appropriation 2025-2026 Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to appropriate further sums of funds for the use of public service of Belize for the financial year March 2026 be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to appropriate further sums of money for the use of the public service of Belize for the financial year ending on the 31st day of March 2026. Government business motions.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is Official Charities Fund Motion 2025. Mr. Speaker, I move be it resolved that this House approves the expenditure of $2,505,089 from the Official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2026.
Honorable members, the question is, be it resolved that this Honorable House approve the expenditure of $2,595,089 for the Official Charities Fund as detailed in Appendix A of the draft estimated and revenue and expenditure for the year ending 31st March 2026. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, allow me to do these two motions as one, so in the interest of time. So, Mr. Speaker, these are the Inter-American Development Bank third general capital increase in authorized capital stock of the Inter-American Investment Corporation, IDB Invest, and the subscription motion 2025 and subscription to Multilateral Investment Fund 4, Inter-American Development Bank subscription motion 2025. With your permission not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House being satisfied that the above-mentioned additional capital subscriptions would be beneficial to the interests of Belize in achieving their better development outcomes, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign the instruments of subscription and all other related documents and make payments before the indicated deadlines. I move, now therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House being satisfied that the above-mentioned contributions to MIF4 would be beneficial to the interests of Belize, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign an instrument of acceptance and contribution and all other documents associated therewith.
Honorable members, for both readings, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that the Honorable House be satisfied that the above-mentioned additional capital subscription would be beneficial to the interests of Belize in achieving better development outcomes, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign the instrument of subscription and all other related documents and make payments before the indicated deadlines. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, for the second item, the question is now be it resolved that the Honorable House be satisfied that the above-mentioned contributions for MIF 5 would be beneficial to the interests of Belize Authority, authorizes the Minister of Finance to sign an instrument of acceptance and contribution and all other documents associated therewith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Speaker, this is the establishment of the National Assembly Staff Committee Motion 2025. With your permission, now be not to repeat the recitals, I move, now therefore be it resolved, that this Honorable House thereby nominate the Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia, the Honorable Rodwell Ferguson, and the Honorable Tracy Panton to be the members of the National Assembly Staff Committee.
Honorable members, the question is now therefore be it resolved that the Honorable House hereby nominate the Honorable Dolores Valderramos Garcia, the Honorable Rodwell Ferguson, and the Honorable Tracy Panton to be the members of the National Assembly Staff Committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Customs and Excise Duties Bill, Amendment Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the second and third phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize and the Republic of China-Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Mr. Speaker, when I made the introduction, the first reading, introduced the bill, I went at great lengths to explain what it is all about, and it's simply agreements that have been signed with the EU and the UK and Taiwan as we work towards reducing the duties that are being levied on goods that are being imported into Belize. So I urge the support of everyone. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to ask two simple questions. When we were in committee...
The Honourable Member for Mesopotamia.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I just wanted to ask two very simple questions that I asked in the committee, but they said that they would send me the information. I just want to know what were the previous rates, and in terms of dollar-wise, how much is it in revenues that's being lost? Just that.
I need to, Member from Mesopotamia, I don't have the information, but I can get it for you. But again, it is something that has been agreed. It was even before our time, so it's something that I think it was done with the previous government, and so. But I'll get it. Just send me a WhatsApp, so I could get it for you. No problem. Okay.
Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 11th phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement be implemented to the 11th phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the second and third phase of reductions of duties in accordance with the Belize and the Republic of China-Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereof, to read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies with mechanisms established for insolvent persons to enter into arrangements with their creditors and administration procedure for companies, the receivership of companies and foreign companies, the liquidation of companies, foreign companies, limited partnerships and partnerships, the making of bankruptcy orders against individuals, the licensing and regulation of insolvency practitioners, the penalization and redress of wrongdoing associated with insolvent persons, the disqualification of directors, the avoidance of certain transactions, cross-border insolvency issues, netting and the establishment of a simplified insolvency procedure for eligible companies and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental to. Again, when I introduced it, I went at length to explain the bill, but basically, Mr. Speaker, all we're doing is modernizing Belize's financial and legal systems as we continue to grow the economy and getting more and more foreign investments and Belizeans also investing abroad. It's just something that has to be done. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to raise with the Minister of Finance, the Honorable Prime Minister, member for Orange Walk Central, that while we understand that this bill does seek to modernize and consolidate and improve Belize's insolvency framework, we continue to promote the fact that the MSMEs represent the backbone of our economy. And this bill is very complex and cumbersome. And it's difficult to navigate. Even, in the committee meeting, I had an opportunity to speak with the Director General of the FSC, who conceded that it is cumbersome to navigate and can be seen as a burden to small businesses. We would like to see, Mr. Speaker, that there is some concerted effort to support the users of the bill, the beneficiaries of this bill, whether training opportunities, if there can be webinar sessions planned so that those who the bill is intended to support and those who the bill is intended to protect can have the benefit. The Director General of the FSC said the sensitization program for this bill alone would cost them somewhere around $500,000 to do it right. And so we're asking that the training happens, that it's ongoing, so that we can relieve that burden on those entities and individuals who this bill was intended to serve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Orange Walk Central.
Thank you. And I want to thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition with her points. The law is never simple. When you read a law, I sometimes I say, what is it that they have here? So, and that is why you pay lawyers a lot of money to be able to understand. There's a certain language, the way that they lay out the laws, and so I could understand the point that she's making, that it can be difficult. But I want to make the point that our administration recognizes the unique challenges faced by the MSMEs. And we have ensured that this bill would be able to include this simplified debt restructuring procedures. Even though when you read the law, it takes you a bit of work to understand, we have simplified the process for MSMEs. And these tailored mechanisms aim to make the process affordable for them, efficient and accessible to these small enterprises. When you look at the framework that is outlined in Part 2, the simplified restructuring of debts, which includes clear eligibility, credibility, and criteria, processes for debt restructuring, and provisions for discharge. So when this bill was written, it was written in mind with the aim to be able to make things easier for the MSMEs. Now it is written in legal language. So obviously it's not like you read a novel, so it will take some kind of work to be able to interpret it. Now, as you pointed out, Madam Member from Albert, that you were told that there's a sensitization that will take place. And that, as I pointed out, that it was costing somewhere around $500,000 to do. But also, I will also speak with the people at Beltrade, because they are the ones that work with MSMEs on a regular basis, to ensure that there is some sort of training within Beltrade, so that then small businesses could at all times access them to be able to provide the necessary support that the MSMEs may need if they need any part of this bill, which will become law in the weeks to come. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies with mechanisms established for insolvent persons to enter into arrangements with their creditors and administration procedures for companies, the receivership of companies and foreign companies, the liquidation of companies, foreign companies, limited partnerships and partnerships, the making of bankruptcy, orders against individuals, the license and regulation of insolvency practitioners, the penalization and redress of wrongdoings associated with insolvent persons, the disqualification of directors, the avoidance of certain transactions, cross-border insolvency issues, netting and the establishment of a simplified insolvency procedure for eligible companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereof, to be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies with mechanisms established for insolvent persons and to enter into arrangements with their creditors.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Trade, Culture and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the Magistrate Court Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal, replace and consolidate the District Courts Procedure Act, Chapter 97 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act, Chapter 99 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Summary Jurisdiction Offences Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to repeal, replace, and consolidate the provisions of the Inferior Courts Act, Chapter 94 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, relating to the magistracy, to provide for the establishment, constitution, and jurisdiction of the Magistrates' Court, to regulate the practice and procedure before the Magistrate Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable, I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a quick matter, if I may. When I sought some input on this bill from the users of the bill, I was told that the consultation process was done on paper and that there were not opportunities for face-to-face exchange with the practitioners and users of the bill. And it was my understanding from speaking to them that that certainly would have been welcome. And I would like to ask that when we talk about consultation, we had the same experience with the Families Bill that has now been deferred or did not come back for a second reading at this meeting, but we had the same explanation that the consultation was a kind of a paper transfer. And so there were many questions and concerns that still remain unresolved to the practitioners. So for future, we're asking if there can be other formats, if you will, for the consultation to take place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Freetown.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Leader. Yeah, your concern is noted. I will certainly relay that message to the Attorney General's ministry. Just for the record, I note that when I introduced the bill, I made the point, and of course this was based on information provided by the Attorney General's Ministry, that the bill is a product of 3 years of work. And according to them, extensive consultations with stakeholders. The United States government was involved with this project and assisted not only financially but with technical support. And I know that they had brought in people who met with various stakeholders. So a lot of work and time, but your point is well taken that we must always seek to try to ensure that we have as wide consultation as possible, extensive as possible. So I certainly will relay that point to the Attorney General's Ministry. So I move the second reading, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the District Court Procedure Act, Chapter 97 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Summary Jurisdiction Procedure Act, Chapter 99 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Summary Jurisdiction Offense Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to repeal, replace, and consolidate the provisions of the Inferior Court Act, Chapter 94 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, relating to the magistracy, to provide for the establishment, constitution, and jurisdiction of the Magistrate Court, to regulate the practice and the procedures before the Magistrate Court, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereof, to read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate all acts relating to the Magistrate Court, Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. This is the Belize Building Amendment Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Belize Building Act, Chapter 131 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make better provisions for regulating the construction, demolition, and movement of buildings, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Building Act, Chapter 131 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make better provisions for regulation and construction, demolition, and movement of buildings, and to provide for better matters connected therewith or incidental thereof, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the Belize Building Act, Chapter 131 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Constitution and Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs, and Transportation.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. This is the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2025. I move the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act, Act number 28 of 2022, to extend the time for the Prime Minister to lay before the National Assembly the report of the Commission after receipt, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
I recognize the member from Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to summarize my intervention this way. 30 months, $2 million, 23 commissioners, and a very extensive education campaign. I recall, Mr. Speaker, when the commission, the piece of legislation was being brought to the House for the commission to be formulated, the Honorable Prime Minister made the case that this was the most important undertaking of any government post-independence history. We concur with that assessment, and a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of effort, a lot of resources, Mr. Speaker, has been put in to this report that has, as the Prime Minister outlined, 167 recommendations for constitutional reform. Delays from 60 days to 12 months send some serious signals or red flags. Why the lack of urgency? Why aren't the concerns of these 23 institutions and the persons who served on them and the persons who they consulted with are not taken into account? This kind of a delay, as extensive as it is, really erodes, I think, the expectation of the public when it comes to the very important work of constitutional reform, signaling, if I may, that the government has gone soft and may not deliver on its promise. Most importantly, though, Mr. Speaker, the will of the people should not and cannot be delayed for political expediency. I don't know, or for political convenience. Why is it that the report, and we would ask the Prime Minister and his cabinet to reconsider bringing the report earlier than 12 months, so that those of us on this side can also look at those recommendations with a critical eye. The rights of our citizens cannot be treated frivolously and must be treated with the kind of urgency and seriousness under which I saw this process being undertaken. I attended some of the consultation sessions myself to hear from the people, and there were real and pressing concerns. And so we on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, is asking for the future of Belize's democracy. Let us not delay this process for as long as is being proposed. I will tell you, Mr. Speaker, if I can share from the marathon meeting chaired by the member from Port Loyola on the Families Bill, that the sentiment of the 15 or 16 organizations that attended that meeting to where their concerns is that we have recommendations as part of these constitutional arrangements and constitutional amendments that would address some of the concerns in that family bill. And we think that the Families Bill should be aborted until these recommendations have a chance to be brought to the table and properly examined and analyzed and debated in the National Assembly. So I'm asking for some consideration. We understand that the cost of a the referendum would be costly, but I do think that the report should be tabled prior to the end of the year to give everybody enough time to do the necessary work. So when it comes to the time of the referendum, we could all get on the same page without further delays. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Fort George.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to respond briefly to the comments made by the Leader of the Opposition on this bill. And while I agree with the Leader of the Opposition in terms of the importance of this exercise, this, Mr. Speaker, was the first time the people of Belize were given a direct opportunity to talk to the government on the highest law of the land, the Constitution of Belize. Mr. Speaker, the reason why this amendment is there is because, and it might not be, it says a maximum of 12 months. It doesn't say that it will not be laid on the table until 12 months. It can come before. But it is important that the 167 recommendations as put forward in this report are properly looked at by attorneys to make sure that they are, that there are amendments that can be done to the Constitution. They have to be looked at to make sure that everything is not in violation of some other section of the law of the Constitution. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that these recommendations coming directly from the people are given the opportunity, and as the Leader of the Opposition said when she was talking about consultation, when she was talking about deliberation, it is important that these types of recommendations, this type of exercise is not rushed. As it is, Mr. Speaker, the report was turned over or submitted to the Prime Minister, I believe, on the 16th of May. That is when the term of office of the Commission ended, which, if the legislation was not amended, we would have to bring it to the House by the 16th of July. Thereafter, we could be looking at a referendum soon after the 16th of July. Certainly that is not enough time, Mr. Speaker, to look at these recommendations, to make sure that they have all of the proper judicial backing, make sure that they're not in violation in any way, and make sure that they are recommendations that are supposed to go in a constitution. I haven't had an opportunity to look at all 167 recommendations, Mr. Speaker, but like the Leader of the Opposition, I attended many of the consultations, and a lot of the comments made at these consultations really had to do with subsidiary legislation. It didn't necessarily have to do with the Constitution. So we have to look at the recommendation. It's important that when it is brought to this National Assembly, that it's properly debated, looked at, and if we do go to a referendum, that is a referendum that we can support and promote both sides of the House, Mr. Speaker. Because if we are serious about the decolonization process, if we are serious about deepening the democracy in this country, if we are serious about taking that next step as a mature democracy, Mr. Speaker, then we have to be able to listen to what the people are saying, but we also have to be able to be unified when we come to this National Assembly and unified when we go there if there is a referendum. So, Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment to the legislation, and as I said, it does not necessarily mean that it will take 12 months before it's brought to this Honourable House. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Orange Walk Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to add, we take the amendment or to recraft or redraft the national the Belize Constitution as something extremely serious. When we set up the People's Constitutional Committee, we allowed a wide group of people to be able to join in that, and we gave them the necessary budget for them to be able to do wide consultations. When I met with the chairman, Mr. Anthony Chanona, and I wish to put on record my appreciation to the work that he did, he and his and the team and the committee. he was pointing out to me that they wrote every single recommendation that was uttered in all those meetings. It was over 6,000 plus of that. And then after that, then they broke themselves into, I think it was about 5 or 6 different committees. And then in those committees, then they first of all, they had to look at those 6,000 plus and put them in the categories that they set out. And then another committee had to then look at that and see how it can be fitting to the Constitution. The honorable member from Fort George is perfectly right. Many instances, we don't know better, myself included, we'd want to see certain things be enshrined in a Constitution. But in many instances, it does not belong in a Constitution. It's supposed to be a subsidiary piece of legislation. So a lot of what has been issued probably will not belong in the Constitution. Now, we in Cabinet, we're not constitutional experts. So we were very ambitious when we said that within 60 days that we receive it, the cabinet, as the Prime Minister and President of Cabinet, that within 60 days we bring it to the National Assembly. And then once it's there, then we'll be triggering a referendum. It shows that there is a commitment, but now we realize that probably if we just grab that and just throw it out there to the public, then you could very well then accuse us on the side that we're not serious about about rewriting or amending the Constitution, because you say, well, how can you put some of these things that were in place? And secondly, it is important that when we have the constitutional experts review what was proposed, and then we can try to put it together then to bring to the National Assembly, it is important then that Belizeans can clearly understand what we are trying to accomplish. Decolonization, of course, deepening the democracy, strengthening the rights of our citizens. These are all laudable principles or aims or goals that we want, that we are aspiring for. But we need to make sure that we get it right. Look at the history. Chile is probably the best example of how to fail in rewriting your constitution or strengthening the rights of the indigenous people, the human rights, everything. They went through an extensive consultation, and they spent millions of dollars. And when it went to referendum, it was rejected. It has happened in the Caribbean in 2 different, I think it was, it's Bahamas. And St. Lucia. At least 2 countries they've tried the same thing and it was rejected. We want to make sure that when we bring something to the House, it is something that all of us could support, and then speak to our people for them to support when it goes up to referendum. We set out 12 months, but it's not saying that we'll bring it in 12 months. We're giving ourselves up to 12 months. And if we could get it done quicker, then of course we're going to bring it to the House. So there's no nefarious plan here, nothing sinister. We just want to make sure we get it right. We've already spent over 2 years, how long have we? 30 months. And spent several millions of dollars, and 2 million. So we want to make sure that that money and that time and that effort that all these commissioners have put in does not go to waste. Now, I did get a letter from, I think, 10 commissioners that said that they withdrew from the process and they've asked for a meeting. And I will meet with them to hear them out, to see what was of their concerns, and see if it can be incorporated in what was presented. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. We have a lot of work. But I just want to assure you that, that we just want to make sure that we get it right, and hope that you can join us in that process. I do support this amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I recognize the member from Dangriga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add 2 things. First, if you would recall that the PCC had themselves asked for an extension because of the amount of work that they had to compile all the views of the people across our country. And As just mentioned, this is a very important work that we have that we should be doing together because it will impact all of our people. The second thing is that the report that is handed in now, 167 recommendations, imagine that in the first instance. But secondly, that you have an entire appendix with dissenting views. So that's a matrix, a complex matrix now, with all these views and dissenting views that would need to be given the appropriate time. This needs specialized revision and the appropriate time to make sure that it's done properly. So, on the contrary, it's because we believe that it is so important that we are asking for the extension in time. And I ask for support for this amendment. And so I move the second reading.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act number 28 of 2022 to extend the time for the Prime Minister to lay before the National Assembly the report of the Commission after receipt and to provide for matters connected to therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act number 28 of 2022. Committee of the Whole House on Bills.
Honorable members, the House will now resolve into a committee of the whole House to consider the bills that were read a second time. I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Customs and Excise Duties Act, Chapter 48 of the Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to implement the 11th phase of reduction of the duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM EU Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the 11th phase of the reduction of duties in accordance with the CARIFORUM UK Economic Partnership Agreement, to implement the second and third phase of reduction of duties in accordance with the Belize and the Republic of China-Taiwan Economic Cooperation Agreement, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Third reading of the Customs and Excise Duties Amendment Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025 and passed it with amendments. I move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act governing the insolvency of companies with mechanisms established for the insolvent persons to enter into arrangements with their creditors and administration procedures for the companies, the receivership of companies and foreign companies, the liquidation of companies, foreign companies, limitation partnership and partnerships, the making of bankruptcy orders against individuals, the license of regulation of insolvency practitioners, the penalization and redress of wrongdoings associated with insolvent persons, the disqualification of directors, the avoidance of certain transactions, cross-border insolvency issues, netting and the establishment of a simplified insolvency procedure for established companies, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a third time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Third reading of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the Magistrate Court Bill 2025 and passed it with amendments. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the District Court Act, Chapter 97 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Summary Jurisdiction Act, Chapter 99 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Summary Jurisdiction Offense Act, Chapter 98 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to repeal, replace, and consolidate the provisions of the Inferior Courts Act, Chapter 94 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, relating to the magistracy, to provide for the establishment, constitution, and jurisdiction of the Magistrate Court, to regulate the practice and procedures before Magistrate Court, and to provide for matters connected to therewith or to incidental thereto to be read a third time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Third reading of the Magistrate Court Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Infrastructure, Development and Housing.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Belize Building Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the Belize Building Act, Chapter 31 of the Substantive Law of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to make better provisions for regulating the construction, demolition, and movement of buildings, and to provide for matters connected to therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Reading of the Belize Building Amendment Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Minister of Constitution and Religious Affairs, Indigenous Affairs and Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole House has considered the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move the third reading of that bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to amend the People's Constitution Commission Act number 28 of 2022 to extend the time for the Prime Minister to lay before the National Assembly the report of the Commission after receipt and to provide for matters connected to therewith or incidental to thereto be read a third time. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it.
Third reading of the People's Constitution Commission Amendment Bill 2025.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't know if members want to go home, but I certainly want to go home. So I move that the House do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the House now do adjourn. All those in favor say aye.
Hello? I stood.
I recognize the member of Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be absolutely brief. I wanted to certainly thank all colleagues in this Honorable House for a very vociferous debate, passionately done. Prime Minister, I hope that this will be the format moving forward, 3 days. It makes a lot of sense. Those long nights, 2, 3 in the morning, took a toll on me, and I'm sure took a toll on members of this House who were here before. I wanted to take the opportunity, though, Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, to thank my colleagues on this side of the House. We may be few in number, but we are committed to defending the democracy of this country. We're committed to being the voice of the persons who have sent us here. We're committed to lending our input into the policies and legislative framework for the country. And so we punched above our weight, in my opinion, over the last 3 days. And I want the people of this country to know that we will show up and we will continue to hold this administration and ourselves to account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to assure Madam Leader of the Opposition that I think that's the spirit. We want to be able to be here to have a lively debate, but there's no need to be mean and rude in our debate, because I believe at the end of the day, all of us in this Honorable House love Belize as much as one another. So I want to assure the leader, and with that, I move the adjournment.
Honorable members, the question is that the House now do be adjourned. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no.